All right. We are live. Going to be streaming a Road to Nationals here at Oddwillow's Game Haven. I am joined by Ben.
Hello.
Ben, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Ben. I'm one of the owners at Oddwillow's Game Haven. I also play Flesh and Blood. I would say that I'm probably not very good at it, but that's okay. I'm here to provide a little bit, I guess, of color. Normally, you'd have Alex on the stream, but
Alex is playing.
he's actually going to be playing today.
He's been working on a Fang deck that he wants to put on.
Should be a lot of
Um,
fun.
we're gonna go ahead and jump right into it though. We
Okay,
have our first round that's going to be
absolutely.
starting right now, and I'm going to need to update the names and heroes here. We are going to be looking at a Riptide versus New matchup.
Ooh,
So looks like Mr. Bo Dingles in chat got his wish.
right off the bat, who we got playing for the first match?
So Kyle is going to be on Riptide.
Okay.
Kyle is definitely used to playing off the wall decks.
Ooh, so we just see a
He,
little bit of spice on this one, huh?
yeah, yeah. His decks are definitely not considered meta. He might play meta heroes,
Hmm.
but what he does with them is usually pretty interesting. So I'm excited to see how he's built Riptide because it's definitely going to be different than maybe you might be used to.
Of course, Riptide, with the new announcement of the new set here, we might
Yeah.
see a little bit of Riptide love as well, right?
Yeah, we apparently might be getting pirates.
I mean, it's looking pretty much like there's some sort of pirates or swashbucklers for sure. With Riptide, of course, being technically a swashbuckler, right? Like that's from
Yeah.
the lore side of things. So, I've got my predictions, of course, of what's going to be in the new set, but we'll see if I'm anywhere near correct on that.
I think I may having slight technical difficulties. I'm just
Sure.
going to hide the heroes. We can see the cards on the screen. And then we are going to have life totals on the mat as well. And then I'll be updating them uh, on the stream as well.
Yeah, no problem.
So I hear there's a lot of new here today. We don't have a full player count yet as far as like who's on what. We should get that at the end of round one.
Yep.
But from what I've heard, the whisperings, I think there might be around like eight, maybe new.
It really seems like this region especially is very assassin heavy, right?
Yeah, and Zach is usually a Guardian player, so him being on new is actually kind of interesting. Um, but yeah, we'll get a full breakdown of who's on what. But I think we might be close to 25%,
Oh my
maybe
goodness.
20% of
Yeah.
the room being on new.
That's absolutely crazy. I mean, as a ninja main, I guess I'm glad I'm not playing today.
I know that there are a couple Syndras, and there are definitely Fangs in the room. So Alex is on Fang. Bryce and Alex usually test and play the same deck. He's also bringing Fang. Um, so
I'm interested too to see then, with people not having nearly as many reps under those heroes, how well they're going to actually stand up today. Um, you got news been out for what, 3 sets now, so people
yeah,
have gotten the reps in. It's been performing very well. And then we got Syndra and Fang coming out of the gate, just completely raw new heroes.
yeah, not a lot of time to test on those heroes.
Mhm.
So we'll see maybe how many reps they were able to get under their belt.
Who does it look like
Um,
we've got going first? Just let
I
them get the
didn't
rolls
quite
through.
see.
Well, we'll
I
learn
think
pretty quick.
I think Kyle won, but I don't know who he elected to go first.
All right, it's recurring nightmares, Vandal Spring Tunic,
Standard loadout for
standard
new.
loadout. Okay.
Interesting addition of the Nerve Scalpel. Riptide is known for playing a lot of defense reactions, so the
Hmm.
Nerve Scalpel does make sense. And then on the Riptide side, we have the Quiver of Abyssal Depths. That's a good little remembrance piece. And it looks like Kyle is going first.
Hmm. And obviously, I'm a newer player. I was definitely pretty much started once we started the store a year and a half ago. This was pretty much the first TCG I've ever played. So I'm going to be asking a lot of questions throughout this, of course. So Balance Justice, is that the draw card helmet?
Yes, so that's the anti-draw helmet. So if your opponent draws 2 cards in a turn, you're able to break it, and you can draw a card as well. And it has Guardwell, so you get one time 2 block out of it, and
Okay.
then it stays on the board, and you can activate that when
Coming
you
out with
meet
a
the
tar pit
conditions.
right off the bat.
And that's going to activate Riptide's ability. It's going to ping Zach for 1. Ooh, we're on CYB new.
Oh, I can tell you just from my perspective, and it seems completely obnoxious to say, but as an IRA player, I've felt like anytime I see a CYB new, it actually made me happy because then they're not hitting me a lot, and I can just kill them twice.
Yeah, a bit more defensive, but they do still have the insane burst potential with
Oh yeah,
cards like
absolutely,
Justinik, Fang Strike, things like that.
for sure. I love getting my reactions in there, my triggers and stuff like that when they don't have enough block for it though. So
These sleeves on Kyle's side of the board. This is actually Mr. Bo Dingles in chat.
that's oh really?
Yeah, that's really funny.
That's very
They're
ironic. I
good
love
friends.
that.
They're from the same area.
That's so cool.
Their friend Arjun is here as well, who I believe was the winner of the last
Yeah,
ProQuest.
that was the last Pro Quest we had here. I remember it was actually, I believe, top two was a Riptide versus what was Argent playing? Was it new
I actually don't
or
remember.
Enigma?
I don't
I'd have
remember.
to check, but it was Arjun versus I think Dustin Strasser on Riptide, and he was playing out of his mind with Riptide, which seeing Riptide at the time was a bit of a surprise to me, but it seemed like it got some love recently, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten a little bit. I don't know if a lot of the cards that have come out recently necessarily impact the deck that much, but like I would still consider it like an underdog deck.
Okay. I definitely don't want to go down to one health with Riptide on the
We
table.
definitely do not.
But of course, with CYB, Zach at 41, so above that, even the starting health.
He does only get the 6 copies though. They banned the blues,
Hmm.
but still good enough to run apparently. I know a lot of people have been playing it.
Command and Conquer. Nothing in Arsenal, though, so this is just straight damage.
The nice thing is this won't turn on any of Riptide's red traps. So like the
Mm,
power is not buffed. It doesn't have go again. What's the other condition? Reaction hasn't been played the chain link.
yeah,
So if there is going to be a trap, it would need to be uh, like we see on the table, the pitfall trap,
sure.
the crew traps, the less good ones.
So was that block two, take four?
Block 2, take 4.
All right. It's getting out to that life lead. How well? So Riptide typically plays fatigue, right?
He can. I've seen aggro Riptide decks. Looking at Kyle's setup, I would lean fatigue. And knowing Kyle as a player, he does like playing fatigue decks.
Nice.
He used to be really big on Decimator Dory,
Hmm.
and that is just like a pure fatigue deck.
So what do you think of this matchup then? Because especially CYB new, definitely going for fatigue. Which one's going to fatigue better?
New does have a slight advantage here with the mask and her hero ability. She could potentially get more cards out of his deck.
Oh, up to 46. Ah, so that's two CYBs, both of them reds. So I guess as far as Kyle goes, you like to see, I guess, get those reds out of the way now because then it's just going to be
Yeah, I
mostly
mean,
yellows at the end of that, which will be a lot less gain.
even if we see all of them played early, like that's all off the board now. Like
Yeah.
he doesn't have to worry about any of that anymore.
Yep.
So really, I think it just depends on how much pressure he's going to be able to present.
That mask drives me nuts. Every time I use it, it's just like, oh, guess I'll lose a card.
The recurring nightmares,
Oh yeah,
it
this
always feels so bad.
it feels so bad, especially when it's like I've got a couple blues that I'm cycling through. I'm just getting those pings in, especially when I had needles, being able to throw 4 damage with a blue consistently, but then that blue disappears because they've got the chi. It's chi activated,
You
right?
have to pitch chi,
Yeah.
yeah.
So and then of course when they're getting low on their deck, that's pretty much all they have in there is chi.
God, if you could pitch any blue to that,
That would be ridiculous.
that mask piece would be broken. We see a sink below. This is only covering up 1 power, or 2 actually, because he let the Mistblade hit.
Mm. Looks like he didn't choose to sink.
Yeah, I'm very curious what Zach's approach to this game is going to be. Coming in with an Art of Desire body.
So this is Mind, right?
That one is Mind, yeah.
Mind, and then came out with the body.
Oh, no, I think they're the same one. Nope. Oh, this is the one that changes depending on the color.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
All right, no go again, so no trigger. But he did play a trap. Uh, and we're going to see life gain on Zach's side, and then Kyle ends up taking two here.
Is that 3 in hand for Kyle?
It looks like it. And I think I see a weakest link, which can be very good against new. A lot of the chi doesn't block, but it looks like we're just going to pitch it for this endless arrow, which that is definitely not an English card. I'm not sure what language that is, but it is an endless arrow.
Yeah, I had a couple people trade in some of the non-English endless arrows to the store, and I'm just sitting there staring at it like, which card is this? It's always fun getting some of the non-English stuff in.
All right, we see a clean block. We're using the arousing wave. It does have battle worn, so we're going to be able to cash it in for what is it called? A Fang Strike?
Mm. That's is that the +3?
No,
No, Fang
the
Strike's the
plus
+1.
one.
Yeah,
I don't remember the name of the token. I know it's a slither on the boots.
yeah. Let me take a look here.
All right, Tar Pit Trap comes down to block this Pain in the Backside. Pain in the Backside is such a cool card.
Yep, Fang Strike,
Fang
you're
Strike.
right. Yep.
So Pain in the Backside, it's basically just a head jab, but if it hits, you get to for free flick a dagger at your opponent.
Oh, yeah, and
I
then
love that
I
card.
got this in my Ire deck too.
I
It's
think it's so cool.
especially because it comes out for 3. I put that as my second card, so
Yep,
it's a
so it's a
4.
zero
You hit
for
the
four.
break point, you get that extra little one ping in there. You kind of make them have to think about it. That's a lot of fun. And this
Yeah.
is out of the new set, Hunted. I've been enjoying that. There's a couple cards I really enjoy out of the Hunted as a Ninja player, I would say.
There's a lot of cards from the Hunted that feel very pushed.
Yeah,
Um, very strong power level in the set for sure.
it is kind of funny though, is when the set came out, I've had this huge stack of cards that I want to put in my deck. I throw them all in there, and then it doesn't feel like my deck anymore. And I had to kind of pare it back a little bit. Like the dual threats look like an absolute fantastic card, but for some reason it felt a little situational. Like I wasn't able to
Yeah,
really push those out consistently.
I think the trick with dual threat in Ira
Yeah.
is pouncing pause.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because you
Yeah.
can go Kadachi, break the pause, attack for one, play your dual threat,
Yeah.
and then you still have a Kadachi and an attack to follow it.
If I was able to do like double strike without having to break chain with that, would be absolutely sick. But
Double strike would be cool, yeah.
that would be nuts. But that would be a little overpowered.
We see a Murky Water. That's a new one, or new-ish. I guess it's probably a couple sets old now. This is a Riptide specialization. I'm not 100% positive on the exact text of it, but it is coming in for 10, getting a buff off the release detention and the Riptide. So if it has an aim counter, which I don't think it does, it gets +1 and dominate. When it hits, you may banish 3 face down trap cards from your graveyard. If you
Right.
do, choose one at random and put it into your arsenal. So pretty good.
That is nice.
Playing into his plan here.
And he could have 3 of those, right?
He's allowed to have 3 Murky Waters in the deck.
So now he's choosing at random. I saw 2. Was that 2 tar pit traps?
I missed it.
Yeah, it looks like 2 tar pit.
I
And
know he's played 2 this game so far. He's played a Pitfall.
middle one is
We
face
don't get
down
to
in
see.
Arsenal. It is interesting because he had to reveal them, so he knows kind of what out of the 3 options are, and if 2 of them were identical, which I'm pretty sure those were 2 tar pits, you got a 66% chance that you know exactly what's in that arsenal.
Yeah, so I would say that this Riptide deck is definitely leaning more defensive, and he just flashed it to the screen. It looks like it was a tar pit trap that went in there.
Mm.
So we see this Mistblade coming in for 1. Mistblade is such a amazing card. I remember when Mistveil was first getting spoiled,
Hmm.
and people didn't think that it was that good because it didn't have piercing. But the fact that you can give something go again
Oh
for
yeah.
free
Oh yeah. And
and the
they're so blue heavy in the new deck
yep,
too.
and the +1, so like this pick to pieces right now is coming in for 2.
Hmm.
Yeah, definitely a strong Mistvale card.
Especially since it's when this hits. So even if I'm gonna counter it and be like, okay, well, I'm not gonna let that misplay hit, so at least it kind of ends you early. They're like, nah, I'm just gonna add one more to it. So
And you can
you have
flick it.
so many options, or flick it.
You
Yeah,
can flick it. He's not running flick knives, but if pain in the backside,
yeah.
if he attacks for 3 and then flicks the beckoning misblade, the next blue is going to get +1 and go again.
That's it's essentially guaranteed. It's like, how do you want to do this, right? Do you want me to do this the easy way or the hard way? It's gonna hit you regardless.
Right. We do see our first mask activation. Looks like Kyle responds with, I believe that was a trench trigger. No, Tar Pit Trap came to block the pick to pieces.
Yep.
I think he's just deciding on what he wants to banish right now. Yeah, long game. This mask could put in a lot of work.
Oh yeah.
I think we saw a Boulder Trap go into the banish zone. Ooh, and then we're still
Yep.
responding to this chain link, and we're gonna play a Venomous Bite and play the Fang Strike, so this is gonna be +4.
Do you think he's got any of the new D-React in there?
Which one's the new one?
It's the safe it was safety from the storm,
Oh, Shelter from the
shelter
Storm?
from the storm.
I would I would think he would want it. The question is, has he been able to find his copies?
It's been hard to get. Yeah, yeah. I was lucky to get a playset, obviously because I have the advantage of being able to open a product in the store. But I've been essentially lending them out to people at this point since I'm not playing. So
Yeah,
it's been tough.
I was able to get a rainbow foil and a
Hmm.
non-foil, and I traded my non-foil and $20 for another rainbow. So
Hmm.
I have 2 rainbows, and then we opened up an EA. So
Oh,
now I need to
beautiful.
upgrade all my rainbow foils to EAs.
Oh, that's what, $250 for an
Yeah, just
EA? Yeah, yeah,
casual
just casual.
$500 investment.
They're remorseless there.
Yeah, we see a Remorseless come in. We also see this Line It Up played. This is a card that came out in the Azalea Armory deck. It's a yellow block 3 that buffs for 3, and then it does extra things if you have aim counters. But I think that we aren't really playing into an aim counter
Yeah, yeah.
game plan with this Riptide deck because the Dreadbore, I don't believe, has any way
Was
to
it
do
full
that.
block?
It looks like it.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good way to take Temple. Let's see. I guess it really depends on what he gets in his next hand to be able to maybe keep that going. We might see that 34 start to drain out here. Zach possibly just waiting for the opportunity to pounce. But I guess if you don't like what's in your hand and you got a lot of stuff coming in with a lot of penalties if it hits, you might as well drop it.
Also of note, there are still 4 Count Your Blessings left in Zach's deck.
Mm,
So
a red and three yellows.
that is going to be a lot of life total for Kyle to get through. I don't even know if he can play a game plan to attack Zach's deck because I think Zach just does that better.
So he got rid of a leave no witnesses. How often do you think Riptide's going to be putting something in his arsenal and keeping it there, where a leave no witnesses is actually going to make a big difference?
Riptide is pretty well insulated from Leave No Witnesses and Command and Conquers
Hmm.
because he runs the trench.
Yeah, yeah.
So if there's ever anything that threatens his arsenal, he can just put it to the bottom and gain a resource.
Hmm.
Definitely can be disruptive and sometimes debilitating because maybe he's planning on a turn to use that card, but he won't lose it. It will just go back into the deck.
So you got the leave no witnesses back. Did he kept a Codex of Frailty in his hand? Did I miss that?
Yes, so he played it from hand. So he
Okay.
pitched one, played one.
So that's a
Um,
brutal combo. The Codex of Frailty into a leave no witnesses when you got an arsenal. I hate to see it.
yeah, yeah. But again,
It's so predictable,
if
but
he
I hate to
wants to
see it.
protect this card, he can just trench it away.
Yep. Now he doesn't have one in there to protect though. Like there's nothing in Kyle's arsenal, right?
Codex should force him to put something in.
Right, right, right. Yep.
Like he's just deciding on what he wants.
And then I guess for my sake, then how does exactly does trench work?
So trench is just put a put a face down card, I believe it is, from your arsenal on the bottom of your deck, and then you gain a resource, and
Okay.
it's free. You can only use it once per turn, but it's very good at protecting this sort of effect. But it looks like Kyle maybe just wants to play the Murky Waters. We see a block for 4 come down, but we are going to give +1 to this Leave No Witnesses with this Arousing Wave.
And then those Fang Strike as well, right?
The Arousing Wave creates a Fang Strike, so
Okay.
he's playing it,
Gotcha. Yep.
and Kyle's actually just letting this hit. So he banishes 2 reds, the Murky Waters, and then a Remorseless off the top of the deck. So we see 2 silver generated.
Yep.
Not sure if that's gonna do anything throughout the course of the game.
Guess silvers are nice when you need to kind of cycle through to get to maybe a chi or something to
Yeah,
trigger the mask.
you can do a little bit of cycling. If you're running black techs, there's a way to like buy back pieces of equipment, but on the news side, we don't have any of that. So really, it's just going to be used for cycling late game, I would
Sure.
imagine. And here we
There
see
we go.
another
Yep.
pain in the backside.
3. Blocking for 3. Still haven't seen those other CYBs come out yet.
Not yet.
So Zach has a lot of potential energy still, with Kyle dropping down to 18 now.
Oh, make that 17.
Levels, how many
And
pitches? 1 pitch blue?
1, but it automatically gets go again. So I think he's choosing to draw a card. So it's
Okay.
for 4, go again, draw a card.
This is getting a nice little chain here. That was that's not sedation. Which arrow was that?
Did he flash something in his hand?
Yeah, it was the red one. Infecting
There's
shot, I think.
an inertia trap. So this is going to give Zach an inertia token, so he's going to lose his arsenal and the rest of the cards in his hand. They're going to go to the bottom, so he just won't be able to set up for a 5-card hand.
Infecting, if he does hit with it, is nice, but I mean, I would think as a new player, that's the least of your worries. Like, especially when you have so much pitch, if you needed to save it, but they'd probably just end up letting it hit.
And then an erase phase at the very end for 6.
Oof.
This is a lot of damage. This was a very good aggressive turn for the new. Looks like we're thinking about some blocks. I see a release the tension come down. We're only going to block 2 of it, and we're going to take 4.
Any on hits on the erase?
He will lose all card types and talent types, which really I don't think affects Riptide at all. It's definitely better into the talented heroes that rely on those tags at the bottom of their cards. Also very good into Viscerai. I guess every card is now not a ranger card for this turn, but again, I don't think it does too much.
Just throwing out the codex.
Yeah, we're just gonna see. So we saw the trench activation to clear the arsenal. He's gonna get a resource.
He has resource.
Death Touch is gonna come in for 6. Are we gonna see
Command and Conquer in the opposing arsenal?
I'll make sure that those tokens come down. Don't want to miss that. Okay, there we go.
So is it it's his choice as to what he creates under the control if that hits then, right?
It is, but it looks like we just blocked it out.
Okay.
Death Touch, not a card that I've really seen people play a lot anymore. I think it's a cool card, but just not very popular at the moment.
Unlike the good old codex in To Leave No Witnesses, you don't really have that response on the Riptide side to clear that out. So he got essentially a free CNC. Yeah, it's down to 5 damage because of the frailty, but that's an easy push.
Yeah. We'll see if he wants to block, if he has any reactions.
Definitely getting into that really low health where you're starting to lose uh purchase. Like you start being forced to block out, and that's where you start to feel really bad about where you're at, especially when the other person's at 33 with 4 CYBs in the deck.
Yeah, it's getting a little rough for Kyle here. It's going to be harder to try to buy tempo by taking a hit.
Yeah. So I guess the big thing for Kyle would be then I would assume if he has a lot of good on hit stuff where Zach might draw into all those CYBs and not be able to respond to it, that might give him a bit of a boost, but I don't know what tools he has to really take advantage of that.
All right, this Remorseless is going to come in for 8. It is going to um, affect reactions from Arsenal only.
So that's a Siren's Call and a Fate Foreseen.
Oh, actually, I always forget about the Dreadbore from hand ability. Dreadbore has a line of text that says defense reactions can't be played from hand.
Oh,
So
okay.
the release the tension affected the Arsenal. Dreadbore covers the hand.
Gotcha. And
Um,
he was able to Fate then, or
he was not.
he was rejected?
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
yeah, not a legal
So you had
play.
to remind him. Okay.
Yep, I forget about that one a
So
lot on
that
Dreadbore.
Fate Foreseen then is still in his hand,
Still in hand.
pitching one of those CYBs.
And this is the Nerve Scalpel. So this is going to affect defense reactions if it hits, which we know there's a lot of in
Mm-hmm.
Kyle's deck. All right, Pitfall Trap's going to deal 1 damage to Zach. These crew ones are nice because the trigger does happen, and your opponent can pay to stop the damage. But because the trigger still happened, you get the ping automatically. If they don't pay, they will have to take 2 more, though.
Is that blocking out with 2 Pendulum Traps against the Leave No Witnesses, not taking any damage then.
We have
Trying to
one,
preserve whatever you
2
can.
cards in Arsenal. Gonna play a Remembrance. So yeah, this is a clear sign that Kyle wants to play a long game, but I think New just does that better.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what he wants to get back. Codex is definitely a good one.
Especially if Zach's got his arsenal already occupied, then he can't pull anything back from the graveyard. Which I'm sure he can just pull another Leave No Witness.
Yeah.
He loves doing that. That seems to be the biggest pull for that anytime a codex comes out.
Oh, it looks like maybe there was a missed resource somewhere in there.
Did he intend to use his tunic on that?
Possibly. I'm not sure. Okay, let me.
I'm just going back. He pitched the CYB yellow.
But he only paid 1 for the daggers, the thing. The dagger cost 2.
Yeah. So then what else? Did he catch it though?
I don't think he did.
Because he pitched the yellow.
Yep.
I went back too far. He pitched the yellow, but he had the 1 resource token, and I think he might have caught it saying, "Oh, I don't have one because I used." See, he put like he had one remaining, but I don't think he used that additional one on anything, and then he came out with the Leave No Witnesses. So he
Hmm.
came out. This 1 resource technically doesn't exist, and I just want to see if he used it on anything. See, then he took it off, and he took the damage. I think he caught it himself and removed the extra resource.
I'm not sure if he took the 2 off of the pitfall trap though, but I think we're a little too far past
Yeah,
that to be able to stop it.
yeah. And of course, we have 2 judges out there today, and they're probably running around like chickens with their heads cut off.
Yeah,
A 48-person event,
48.
just too shy of being completely full. So this is the biggest one we've had here for sure. Um, but yeah, I haven't heard anybody scream judge yet, though.
Surprisingly, no.
Yeah, you can hear that through the walls sometimes.
The Siren's Call feels really bad. This card forces you to block with a blue if you have one in hand. It always, I feel like it's the reaction that I expect the least, but like impacts me the most.
Hmm. Yeah, good comment from is that Levi?
Yeah.
Um, I suppose if the tunic ends up not being used at all in the next 3, then no harm, no foul. But we'll see if that ends up making a huge difference in this. But Um, at least Kyle has been able to kind of sustain. He's been at 12 health for a bit here.
Yeah, his life total hasn't changed a little bit. It looks like he did actually just take a point off the Mistblade. But so far he's been weathering the storm. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep it up. We are okay, so we're going to be playing defense reaction. This is overblocking by quite a bit.
So that Siren's Call forced out the trap, right?
It forced out the infecting shot, and then he's
Infecting, okay.
reacting with the spike pit trap. Um, we're going to see some more pings, bringing Zach down.
He's at 23.
And we are just on full defense right now.
So what do you think Kyle is holding out for? Just a brick hand from Zach? Maybe all those CYBs suddenly take up all that space?
Maybe
I've been seeing him pitching them, so he doesn't have. I don't see him drawing a full hand of CYBs to fully brick, but
full hand of chi. Like,
yeah. Although even with the chi, then at least you get a mask, right?
I feel like it's unlikely though. I don't think we've seen any persuasives be played or any of the what's the other one? Bonds of Agnes.
Hmm.
And we haven't seen any Jestinics hit the board. So like there's still a lot of power in Zach's deck. It's if he's trying to weather the storm, it's gonna be a while.
Yeah, Mr. Bodingles, we are extremely humbled by the showing here at the store. We are in the middle of nowhere in Mukwonago, Wisconsin,
And it is Super Bowl Sunday.
and it is Super Bowl Sunday. But we have people coming from as far as Chicago, Madison, from Appleton, just coming from everywhere around us to come play at this event, and lot of energy out there.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that Mr. Bodingles didn't make it up with Kyle and Arjun. All right,
Next
erase
time,
face coming down, but again, this doesn't affect him too much. Anything that affects Ranger cards potentially would be affected, but I think for the most part, he's just looking to play his attacks.
blocking out with the weakest, and is that a
Boulder
boulder
Trap.
trap?
Yep. No trigger on the Boulder Trap, so no ping from the Riptide ability.
But he was able to keep. Was that two cards in hand?
It looks like it, because I believe that Boulder Trap came from Arsenal.
Yep.
And it is an E-Strike, so we might just see it come through for
Easter
7
egg for
here.
7. Yep.
He could draw a card to set up an Arsenal, but it is. Yep. Okay, so he draws a draw card.
Okay. Yep. And throwing it right into Arsenal.
Life total is getting a little closer, but again, there are still 4 count your blessings left for Zach. And here's the first of the
Persuasive
really big blue
prognosis.
ones. Yeah,
Yep.
persuasive prognosis. I believe this is the one that when it hits, he's going to be able to banish a card from Kyle's hand and
Mhm.
then the top card of the deck as well.
The hand ones always scare me, man. I
Yeah,
don't like showing my hand to people. Like, then you know everything.
yeah, these cards are very good.
Hmm. Hmm. So how much potential health does he have with a red and 2 yellows? Because it adds is it's a yellow is what 2 plus however many is
Yep.
already in there.
So it would be 3 for the red, 4, 5, 6, 7 just on their own effects, and
Hmm.
then it would be +3, +4, +5. So 9,
Maybe pack up up
10,
to
11,
40
12.
practically.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Now
Uh,
is he blocking with the or no? He threw the mask to get a card off his hand, blocked with the CNC. Then is that 2 sigils
2
to
sigils,
go
yep.
back up?
So I believe we didn't lose any cards to this mask here.
Yeah.
We
So
used
he's
the full
back up to
hand.
17 health now.
That is a pretty good use there.
Yep. That really evened it out now. 17 to 23. Obviously CYBs. We've seen one go to the bottom of the deck. At least one pitched.
Accidentally adjusted Zach's life total. I fixed it there.
Good catch.
Intoxicating shot. This is going to be a 0 for 4, and he's able to give his opponent, I think it's a courage or a quicken, which will turn on Riptide's traps. So even though it seems
Oh.
weird to give your opponent a buff,
Yeah.
you turn on the plus power, you turn on the go again.
So
Um,
even if they choose not to use the go again because they don't have anything else to play, it's still there
if
and
they
will
try to
still.
play around the trap by just playing something that's not buffed and not go again and just send damage, it will force them to walk into your trap.
Looks like he's doing a deck count. He's got quite a few cards left in there.
I was not counting along, so I'm not sure who has more.
It looked to me relatively even, almost where maybe I mean he's been blocking out really well on all those banishes. His banish pile is not that big.
There also hasn't been too many mask triggers this game. I think we've only seen two so far. But as the game gets later, the chi starts getting clumped in the deck, and you're going
Hmm.
to be able to see them more and more.
Gotcha. Yep.
All right, looks like we're pitching a blue for the Nerve Scalpel this time, paying two for it because it costs two.
Yeah. He did end up using that tunic at some point because he's ticked up to two now. I didn't catch where he actually was able to throw that out, but it is what it is. I did have a discussion with the judges about, I guess I wouldn't say etiquette, but when we do have featured games and how judging plays into that, they're supposed to, from what I understand, be treated like any other group of players out there
Yep.
when it comes to judging. So if they don't self-report, even though we might see things, and sometimes we can get out there to stop it if it's a big game-breaking decision. But that's technically, it seems like LSS is moving away from that.
Yeah, I think technically we shouldn't be interfering.
Exactly.
It has, and
So,
I think it'd have to be pretty egregious for us to need to step in.
yeah. And in fact, they don't even, like, if we even wanted to, I couldn't say hire a judge to just sit at that table either, because it is still then preferential treatment
Right.
for that specific table. So they are doing their job. They're walking around, but if something gets missed, it is unfortunate.
And just like that, life totals are 17 to 19. Bonds of Agony coming down. We're going to need three reactions in order to turn on the full effect. And if it hits, he's going to be able to take three cards out of Kyle's deck, which in a fatigue matchup can be very relevant.
And he's got the reactions he needs, right? Because you
He,
can
I mean,
count the mask into that. I think the stilettos can count
so
into
the
that.
stilettos will count for one, and then the slither that gets played will also
Also,
count for
so
one.
you got two right out of there.
If he has the chi, then the mask will be the third.
But if he
Uh,
doesn't have the chi, the odds are pretty good that he has some other reaction,
I
like a
believe
just a nick or something like that in his hand.
three cards in hand, one in arsenal. I'm
Yeah.
sure he has something.
So if you're Kyle at this point, you're almost guaranteeing that that's going to have that +3, and then, of course he's throwing his entire hand into it, which you can't blame him, because if he had a just a nick, that's +5. This was a bonds of attraction, and I didn't see what's underneath it there. A yellow card.
We do see the yellow count your blessings come down.
Okay.
That's going to take Zach up to 23.
Another endless arrow coming out.
Yeah, I don't hate the full block because we did have the 0 for 4 in arsenal,
Yeah,
so not the worst.
it's that break point.
This
And endless arrows that have any on hits on that?
Yeah, so we actually saw it last turn.
Hmm.
When it hits, it goes back to hand. So he was able to put it back in
Look at
arsenal.
that.
It hit again.
Yeah,
So this endless arrow already is going to be 12 points of value on its own because
and
he's
he's
going to
down to
likely
19
play
again.
it next
Yep.
turn.
So he took that full 4. It's nice having that. Like, if you can block out full hand and still have a 0 for 4 coming out of your arsenal every time, that adds up quick.
Yeah. And yeah, we've already seen 8 value generated off of that one card. We could potentially see it go to 12.
So remorseless and a battering bolt.
Battering Bolt, we see the mask activated, and we're going to get rid of a second endless arrow from our hand.
Hiss gives it go again, right?
Yep, and it's going to make a Slither, which think we will see played because that will turn on the. Oh no, this one's Persuasive, not Bonds.
Mhm. But that is a slither.
But we are going to be Collapsing Trap. I love this card in Riptide. If an attack has go again, they have to discard their whole hand, and then they draw back up that many cards -1.
Oh, so
Um,
if they were setting up for something nice, they've now lost that opportunity.
yep, and Zach had one card in hand,
So he's just got
so
nothing
he
then.
discards and then draws one -1, so he draws 0
Yep.
cards. Collapsing Trap is such a cool card.
And then here comes that endless for the third time.
Yeah.
0 for 4,
If this hits again, 12
12
value.
value. Yeah. I mean, in my opinion, taking a card out of his hand is still 12 value. Right, let's go.
Yeah, this endless is doing work right now.
Absolutely. Like Zach just must be like desperate for some of those D reacts, but we've seen a lot of the Fate for Scenes come out really early. And we just haven't been. Oh, he's bringing out his tunic.
Yeah,
That tunic's no longer an issue.
I think he realized that the endless was generating too much value
Yeah,
and
he
needed to
had to
do
get rid
something
of it.
about it.
Uh, if he had a good D react or something like that to shut it down early on, but he just didn't get the cards he needed for it. But that, with the amount of value that was throwing, Kyle's clawing it back. So giving him a frailty, coming out with the, is it the +1 on the
+2 on the
levels?
levels, so it's coming
+2,
in for
okay.
5. So it looks like we're just going to be arsenaling that last card unless it's some sort of zero cost reaction, which I don't think there's anything in the deck that would target levels. Yeah, we're doing a count.
18 on Kyle's,
I was
then
not
catches
counting
X.
Zach's.
That counts fast.
So it looks like Kyle deciding on whether or not he wants to block this or maybe present some damage back on his own turn.
Remorseless coming out for, I think that might be his last Remorseless.
I think so, but there's likely still a remembrance in the deck, I would assume, unless he's just on the one. I feel like Kyle would play more than one. All right, Murky Water coming down.
Mm.
This should be coming in for 7. And we said that this is the one that buys back the traps, correct?
Yeah, so he'll have 3 coming out of his graveyard.
Not if it doesn't hit.
Not if it doesn't hit though. But you know what? That's still value down right there. You got you got the another D react out of his hand. That's another sink blow, which we've seen a few of those so far.
I think I just saw a Codex of Frailty in Kyle's hand. So first, this Nerve Scalpel. I feel like Kyle should just be okay with taking one. Oh, the Frailty
Frailty
Trap coming
trap.
down. That's
Okay,
very nice.
that shuts down that other dagger too, right?
Yeah, so if you wanted to attack with a Mistblade, it would not do anything here.
There's the
It will
mask with the
also
G,
ping Zach for 1.
which adds up. I mean, we've seen, I want to say, like at least 9 pings so far on all those traps.
I think so.
Yeah.
It looks like a Codex of
With Leave
Zach's
No
own.
Witnesses. So he's wanting to haven't seen what Kyle's put in his arsenal yet.
That means
It's
that.
gonna be threatened. There's Endless Arrow. Will it stick around though?
So we're going to need to discard a card. I think we're probably going to see. Yeah, we just see him keep the Codex of Frailty in hand.
Okay.
And
So he only has 1 in hand or 2? Does he have enough to block this out and keep that Endless
he
Arrow
does not.
down?
The Codex is the last card in his hand.
Oh, but he had the frailty so that that Codex is blocks for 3?
It blocks for 2.
Oh,
So I think he's deciding whether or not he wants to let this hit and then play Codex on his own turn.
yeah. So it's like, what's more valuable? Just, I mean, with how many D reacts have been sucked out of the deck from Zach, that Endless could do work again.
Tough
Does
decision here.
Trench have any block on it?
I do think it blocks 1, but that is a pretty valuable resource.
He's doing it. I like it with how good that Endless has worked. Like, I like this.
Now,
Like,
the Codex did give Kyle a frailty,
mhm.
so the Endless is only going to come in for 3.
Oh yeah,
Um, does he want to deploy it if it's only for 3? It looks like he does.
yep. There's the
And
block.
we just see a
He's
clean
just
block.
getting that card out of hand.
A couple defense reactions in Kyle's hand. I think I saw a searing shot as well.
Maybe I don't like it as much anymore. I forgot that it gave him the frailty, and that's
Yeah.
if it was able to come out for that 4, that would be absolutely obscene. But He at least was able to pull a card out of his hand. So another mask trigger.
Yeah, these mask triggers are very, very rough.
He's starting to hit that chi a
Yep.
lot quicker now. So those cards are going to start getting stripped.
Pitfall Trap automatically going to do the ping, and then it looks like it is going to
Sink
do the
below.
2 damage as well. And then Sink Below from hand is going to trigger Riptide to put a card from his hand in Arsenal.
Okay.
So Mask gets nothing here.
Oh, okay, okay.
He did overblock the surgical by a lot, but he didn't lose anything in Banish. Searing Shot going to come in for 4. And
This
it
is another
looks,
zero cost for.
yep, it's a 0 cost 4, and then if it hits, he takes a damage, and it looks like he just took the full
So
4, so he
that's
takes 5.
0 for 5.
Yeah,
That's good value. That was good planning by Kyle to just maximize that. And for the first time this game, Zach is at a lower life total than Kyle. It's been knockdown drag out this entire time. They got to be getting a little bit close to time here, but they're playing fast.
I think I heard the judge give the 15-minute warning maybe a couple of minutes ago.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, just
Just
the
a
nick.
nick, but there's the D react in response.
So we are looking at +3 from the bonds. We're at 6 on the nick.
So
So
down to
we did
tied
block
at
it out
11-11.
completely,
Yep.
but then Bonds of Desire comes in.
Lost 3 health from the sigil, or like the 3 potential health. But the Bonds of Agony would have also messed with his hand, right?
It
But
would have.
because he was able to trigger Riptide, he was able to put it in his arsenal and protect it.
Oh, and here's another CYB.
Oh boy.
That one was for 6.
Yeah.
So
So
Zach
that's
back up to
2 more left. I
18
think he's
life.
got that was his last red one,
That
so
was
he's
the
got
last
two
red.
more yellows in there.
And we've seen them pitched, but decks are looking pretty thin, so they'll
Yep.
probably come back around very quickly.
It's gonna be cheese and CYBs in a minute here. Endless Arrow. He just pulled that one back from his graveyard.
Fan favorite.
Frailties, so then that Command and Conquer could come out for 5. Throwing it for 4, full block. Taking 2 cards though and an
Two
Endless Arrow.
cards.
You like to see that.
But with Zach getting back the CNC and not having Trench on Kyle's side, he's going to
Hmm.
have to give 2 cards to save the Ponder target.
Yep. So that was that earlier decision to throw the trench in order to save the endless instead of losing the endless and throwing a codex. See if that ends up working in his favor or haunting him. So the remaining CYBs would be 6 plus 7, so 13 more potential gain on Zach's.
So virtual 31 life
31 life.
to 11. That is rough.
And I'm assuming then Zach would then be able to just throw Dagger Dagger if he just kept drawing nothing but Chi, and then he would strip out using his mask, just basically eliminate everything Kyle's got.
Kyle is out of cards.
He is out of cards. And now you get to the point, oh, he's going to lose another one. But you get to the point too where if you have to start blocking some of those cards that force you to banish, then those cards are gone too. Like that doesn't look good for Kyle.
Yeah, rip to the Riptide.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this one is all but secured here.
And Zach
There's
can just take all the damage he wants. He's got the 18, he's got the CYBs in there still. He could just basically, and there's the last Fate Foreseen. Just insult to injury on that one.
see the Murky Water come in, but there's just not enough damage left in Kyle's deck.
Yep. I think that one's gonna end up sealing it up. So, like I said, Zach can just take whatever, and he's got the health for it, so he's got to be feeling pretty confident. As long as he plays it properly and doesn't make any big mistakes, should be able to take this one. Because all Kyle's pulling here is some D reacts. He'll have one basically in his arsenal available that'll give him a potential ping, but So he's got options. He's got two. Which ones were those?
Um, I didn't catch which ones he picked. I didn't get a flash of it either.
Was it Pitfall? Does he run Pitfall?
He does run Pitfall. I've seen
It
it
could
in
have been.
there.
I think it might have been two Pitfall traps, and then one other.
But his hand right now is just a, I think it was a blue hamstring shot. And he's gonna present it for blocks, and he's
There it
gonna
is.
present the fist.
Yep.
All right, so Zach, the winner of this one, we see New take it down. Ran Kyle out of cards. New, I think in this matchup is just the better fatigue deck.
Which is kind of what you were saying in the beginning there. It was a little bit favored. Kyle fought it back though. Like it was looking really precarious at the start, but once he started basically buckling down and doing some blocks and stuff. But the downside of that obviously is once you start doing all those blocks to try and stop the hemorrhage,
Yeah,
now you're hemorrhaging cards.
right. Yeah, no, that was a really good match. That
Absolutely.
was a lot of fun to watch. We will probably be pairing the next round soon-ish. I
For
imagine
sure.
there's probably still a couple games finishing. A couple things that's going to be happening throughout the stream.
Hmm.
We have some giveaways lined up. So at the end of the next round, so at the end of round 2, we are going to be giving away a rainbow foil bark skin of the Millennium Tree. So
Pretty.
if you are interested in winning this, make sure that you are here at the end of round 2. What we're going to do is we're going to open up a pack of the hunted, and you guys are going to have to guess the foil that is inside of the pack. And if the first person to guess it correctly will win the bark skin.
You know the best part about this? There's no like null shocks.
Yeah.
Remember that from last time is like everybody guessed every single card except for like null shock.
If in the pack there is any fire, so like if there's a CNC, if there's a shelter, any L's that get opened as well, I'm going to send that with the bark skin.
And it's open on stream, so you know we're not cheating.
Yeah. So you're only going to be guessing the rainbow foil, but again, if there's anything else of value in there, it will go with the bark skin. But that is going to be at the end of round 2. For right now, we have some games to play.
Ooh.
Do you like playing games?
I like playing games. See, I've seen some of these games happen, so I've studied, but I'm still gonna fail horribly.
Okay.
All right, I gotta hide the chat just in case.
So, chat, feel free to play along, but this first one that we're going to be playing,
Is this the classic, or you got one of the new ones?
This is the classic.
All right.
I have this. Test. Does this work? This might work. Test. Is this working?
Doesn't sound like it.
No?
And they did just hit time.
We did hit time.
So I'm assuming they can hear us now because
they said we're
on
back.
the scene.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to this seems to be
Can you
working.
hear us now?
Yeah, let us know if this is working. I know there's a slight delay in YouTube. But it sounded like maybe it was. Okay, perfect.
Okay, good.
All right. So
all right.
I'm going to be showing you a zoomed in image of a card. I
Yep.
need you to tell me what it's from.
Definitely not Salt the Wound anymore.
As I was going through, I noticed there were a lot of cloudy people in ninja art. So I want you to let me know who this cloudy person comes from.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Don't look at chat. Don't cheat.
I'm not cheating. I gotta close chat. Close chat. Close chat. So it's a wind card of some sort, but it could be Bonds of Ancestry. I don't think it's Whelming.
You let me know when you lock in your guess.
I feel like it's Bonds of Ancestry.
All right. It is Bonds of Ancestry.
There we go.
You ready for the next one?
Yes.
Can you tell me?
My goal, by the way, was to get one right.
All right.
So I've
We
already
won.
met my expectations.
Who is this cloudy person?
Is this? I feel like I should give chat a second to guess too.
No, this is all you.
Okay.
Gonna need quick.
Ancestral Empowerment.
This is Ancestral Empowerment.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Let's go.
All right, number 3. Who is this cloudy person? Chat's doing pretty well too.
There's so many cloudy people.
There are a lot of cloudy people. I had fun with this one.
I don't think this is Whelming. I see the knife in there, the dagger, the sword. This I feel I can picture it in my mind. I feel like is this the one where it's like there's 3 ninjas surrounding someone? Like so.
No.
No.
I'm gonna need you to lock in a guess here.
Oh my god.
Round 2 is gonna start soon.
So much pressure. Is this I think it's a gust wave. It's a descendant.
This is
100 wins. Oh.
We got 2 more that we got to run through real quick.
Okay.
Who's this cloudy person?
So many cloudy people.
I love this one. This game.
So many cloudy people. Now these are very peaceful cloudy people.
They are.
So I'm leaning like I feel like if that wasn't cloudy people, would it be very green? Very green card? You can't give me clues, can you? So
I won't give you any clues.
My instinct was Ancestral Harmony, because these are ancestors. These are ancestors. They're not killing anybody. I'm gonna lock in Ancestral Harmony.
All right. Well, you will be wrong.
Win the opportunity. Hey, you just did the combo line.
Yeah, it comboed off the last card.
I should have known. I should have known.
Last one. You ready?
All right. So I started off strong, and now I'm doing very poorly.
Who is this Cloudy Kitty?
Cloudy Kitty. Oh no! I actively avoided Tiger cards.
I'm aware.
My deck. You're so mean. You're so mean.
I am very aware of that fact.
This was mean. I don't think it's a key, right?
Could be. There's a lot of cloudy cats in those cards.
You're such a jerk. There's so many cloudy cat cards.
Chat already got it.
Really?
Yep.
I'm bad at this. All right. I studied too, but I actively avoided all the tigers because I didn't think you were going to be this mean.
This is the only one that's mean.
Is it Pouncing Key?
It is not. This is
Tiger Swipe.
Oh, I love
That's a lot of kitties in one card.
I will show you the last one that I was going to do for Salt the Wound since I accidentally revealed it. No. This was the picture that I was going to show you.
You know what? I would have gotten it.
Would you have?
I would have gotten that because
Yeah.
I actually looked at Salt the Wound just the other day, and I'm like, that guy is ugly as hell.
So next round we will only have four. That was my mistake. We are going to step away
So I
very
was two for
quickly.
three,
2 for 3.
well, 2 out of 5, so two,
Yep.
2 and 3. Okay.
We're going to step away. They're going to pair round 2 shortly. I want to go get a stream match for
Okay.
us. So we will be right back.
Excellent.
All right.
Nature calls it.
Let's go see.
You muted?
All right. We are. I'll mute this one. We are back. Mic should be working. Let me know if that's not the case. We have an interesting match right now. We are going to see Bolton versus Kano. This is. I feel like this is a very contentious match as far as who people think is favored.
So I love it. I just noticed this at Ben Ninja Low. The $1,000,000 question is it the Kano player?
It is the Kano player. We have Ronin
I love watching him.
blazing for lethal on Kano against Wyatt on Bolton. Ronin, yeah, I mean, he's just, especially in this area, he is the Kano. He plays it very well.
He's so smart too.
He's very smart, and he can play a little quickly sometimes.
There's
so
the sleeves.
we are going to have to try to keep up here.
Oh man,
Reset life totals from
got
the
some
last
big head.
Oh, we got some big head
Got
sleeves.
some big heads.
All right. Well, we all know that Kano starts at 30 life, so let's adjust that.
So Wyatt, have you seen Wyatt play?
I have seen Wyatt play Bolton. He's a pretty good Bolton player. Alex is the big Bolton player in our area.
Mhm.
His opinion, I think, is that Bolton is favored into this.
Really? Okay.
But I don't know if everybody shares that opinion. In chat, we see someone saying that it's Kano favored. So this will be a good one to watch.
So my understanding of Bolton, obviously, just to reiterate, I'm a newer player to the game and I'm mainly a ninja player, so don't have a ton of experience on all the really competitive decks and things like that. But my understanding is there's two main ways to play Bolton, right? You got a combo Bolton and then what is it? I don't know. It wouldn't be Aggro
Um,
Bolton, would it?
no, people call it Raiden Bolt.
Raiden Bolton. Yeah.
But it is the more aggro version.
Okay.
I think the combo version has become a lot less popular lately.
Okay.
I don't think a lot of people are running it, and Raiden seems to be the way to go.
And then
So
into Kano, is Raiden going to function better? Because combo, you really have to set that up over time, right?
yes,
And my understanding with Kano is you just do not have that much time to do what you want to do because he's
yeah,
going to come out.
Raiden will definitely function better. What I'm interested in seeing, which I don't think a lot of people are doing it, but is he going to be on Jubil? Jubil, when it hits, would create a Spell Void token,
Hmm.
which is another way to prevent some of this arcane damage coming in, especially on the big combo turn for the Kano. Um, let me know if you guys from Second Cycle want some fab dice for your stream. I can help. That would be amazing, tie cards. We do have some of the metal fab coins right now, but I really like the dice.
Those
Have
dice
you
are
seen
nice.
them?
Those chonky
Yep.
ones with
I
the I've
Kyle had them
yeah,
in the
yeah.
game last round.
Is Ty Cards the
Tie
manufacturer?
cards is the person that makes them and sells them.
Well, I could tell you also if you'd like to reach out to Oddwillow's Game Haven, we do carry fab metal coins and stuff like that here. So if you're interested in potentially wholesaling, reach out to us, or I might reach out to you because I love carrying Flesh and Blood accessories here in our store. So
Are you really playing a card game if you don't spend too much money on accessories?
yeah, are you really? Yeah. Half of my deck was proxied, but I had really beautiful accessories.
Yeah. Yeah, tie cards. That would be awesome. I do have, I think, my business email in the description of the stream. So if you want to send me an email, that would be great. Otherwise, I can try to track you down. I'm sure you're on either Twitter or Blue Sky, or sorry, X is, I believe, what it is now in Blue Sky.
X and blue sky, yes.
But yeah, that would be amazing. I'd love to talk because those dice are so sweet. I own a pair personally for me, but I didn't want to use them for the stream just in case like one walks off. Those are mine.
Yes.
All right. Well, it looks like we are just about ready to start here. Uh, who do you think is going to win this?
I have the most experience watching Ronan play, and Ronan is incredible. In terms of favoritism between just like if I didn't know anything about them, um, I think I guess I'm terrified of Kano because it's just
Sure.
suddenly, oh, oops, 36 damage. I have learned when to block out better against Kano, so personally, it's been a little bit better. But um,
If you're going to take the Kano, I'm going to take the Bolton.
okay, we'll see.
I'll bet you a pack.
Heck, what hunted?
Pack of Hunted.
Yeah, right. It's a deal. We're not even allowing anybody buying hunted today because distribution has been so tight.
Yeah.
So we're choosing to give out the hunted as their prizing today.
Oh, that's great.
Because we do for our tournaments pack per win and a pity pack if nobody comes away with a win,
I'm sure
as
if
well as a
you
ton of giveaways.
I'm sure if you didn't make that decision, you guys probably would have sold out of all your product before the event started, and then you'd have to give out like Rosetta and Missville. Like,
I can't get Rosetta either.
oh,
It's
really?
insane. Like I think I'm finally getting some Rosetta in, but Flesh and Blood is becoming so popular now that the distributors are starting to feel it,
Wow.
and especially with how great these events are going and how we're increasing how many people show up. Um, I really like the direction Fab's going, and I like that it's continuing to grow. And I hype it up. I convert so many Magic players over to Fab
Yeah.
because inherently I think it's a better game. Just I may be biased.
I think we all agree with that. We saw a pretty good first turn for Wyatt. He charged a card to play Engulfing Light, played a Courageous Steel Hand on top of it, and then when the Engulfing Light hit, it went to Soul. So he got to
Okay, so you
start
got
the
a soul
game
right
with
away.
2 Soul.
Nice.
One from the charge, one from the on hit. Ronan just establishes a potion and passes. So we are back to Wyatt's turn. He got to leak 3 damage, so not nothing.
Hmm. So what are the main just for my edification, what are the main things that you can do with Wyatt's soul for Bolton?
So the big thing is going to be giving cards go again.
Mhm.
If he charged, when he attacks, if the attack is blocked with an attack action card
Mhm.
specifically, it will get buffed by 1. And then he can spend a soul to give something go again that has higher power than its base. So, for instance, this V for Vendetta, he's charging it. V for Vendetta is going to get +1 for everything on the combat chain. So he's spending a soul right now to give it go again.
Nice. One of the most obnoxious rainbow foils I've ever seen because it's just like sword in your face rainbow yellowness.
And it looks like we are playing Raiden, which I am very sure this is the correct choice, but I just
Mhm.
think Jubil is very cool. So this Raiden is actually coming in for 4.
Hit
Normally it
that
would be
break button.
3,
Yeah.
but the V is going to give it +1. And then we're going to end on this Bolt of Courage for 4. If this hits, he's going to draw a card, which he let it hit.
How much AB is Wyatt running right now? Is it just one?
He has AB1 Spell Void 2,
Okay.
and it looks like he's just ending his turn playing a Spirit of Irina. This is a very innocuous card, I would say. It lets you play your Luminas at instant speed,
hmm
and Lumina has go again. So it essentially generates action points.
So now Ronan coming out with is this some
This is an Aether Spindle. He buffed it by 1 with the Crucible,
mhm.
and it will let him opt equal to the damage dealt. So very good at setting up larger turns.
If you can make it there. Because being down to 15 already,
Already at 15.
but as we've seen with Kano, you can think you're getting the job done, but then right before lethal, that's when they can really put on the jets, and it really comes down to just math at that point as to whether or not they have enough to finish it. But if he's stacked his deck properly, that's where the opting can really come in handy.
Oh, we got another potion off the top. That's pretty good. So he set up the top 4 cards of his deck and then put a potion on top so that he could Kano it onto the battlefield. And these potions, they do a lot of work on
Oh
Kano's
yeah,
combo turns.
absolutely. So we're gonna see Ronan probably go down to just the absolute dread, like just down to nothing. And then at that point,
Try to
it
find a
all
win.
comes down to whether or not he stacked it up the way he needed it.
All right, so this Beaming Bravado, it charged a banneret of, I believe it's Gallantry, which makes a Quicken token. And then he was able to give it Go again. Raiden's going to come in with Go again off of that Quicken. And we're going to Courageous Steelhand it. So this is 6 damage. This is going to be a quick game.
Absolutely.
Nope, one too many. We are likely going to have plenty of time for our next caster game and then the giveaway.
Another
See,
potion.
this is a clarity potion, so this one I believe lets you opt 2.
So Ronan's basically getting a turn, and then he basically has the last part of Wyatt's turn, and then at that point he's done.
Yeah,
So he's got his setup turn here, and then once Wyatt starts throwing stuff, Ronan's gonna say in response, and then do
and
9 million
I'm
things.
sure that that turn will probably take longer than the whole game has so far because he's going to be doing a lot. He's going to be thinking a lot. Um, oh, perfect. Thank
Awesome.
you, Ty Cards. Oh, he went down to 2. Is it time?
It might be
Are
time.
we pulling the trigger here?
Might not have a choice. Doing some opting.
So, Kano is going to be looking for a wildfire turn here.
Yeah.
Uh, there is Spell Void 2 on the battlefield. So the wildfire automatically is going to be coming in for 2 less damage.
Okay.
So he's probably going to be looking to set up a double wildfire, I would have
You
to
can chain them
imagine.
together.
Yep.
Yeah.
Otherwise, 1 on its own is just not going to be enough.
Sure. This is definitely now never coming out with a Kindle. Another Kindle.
Kindles work very well uh,
Potion.
as a way to get around the spell void. He put a gaze on top, I believe. So probably just wants the blue in hand. Open the floodgates. This is the surge that lets you draw cards.
Which would be huge. Ronan believing in the heart of the cards right now.
Storm Strider's broken.
He didn't have a lot of opportunity to opt out the top of his deck and really set it up, I think, the way he wanted it. So he may just be relying on just what he draws here.
So I think there's a Wildfire in Arsenal. Um, yep.
There it is, and he's buffing it with his staff, right?
I don't think we are gonna pay into the. Oh, the trigger's going on the stack. Okay, we're
Okay.
gonna resolve it. So 2 off of the Kindles, 1 off of the nodes. This is gonna be coming in for 7.
I was told
8.
there wouldn't be math.
8 because of the Crucible.
Yeah, and he can only pay for the 1 and then so does that take it down to
5.
5? Okay, and then that's going to buff his next attack, right?
Yep. So then this open the floodgates.
So he's down to 31.
Coming in for 7. I believe we're gonna see some cards drawn here. He can prevent 1, take another 6.
This is it. What is he going to draw?
This blazing right now.
Oh, it's some swears there. Somebody go tell Ronan halflings. Oh no.
This overflow is going to be for 6, unless he buffs it with the nodes. Which it looks like he's going to. So then we're looking at 7. He's preventing 1, so I think he takes 6. And then I think this blazing just kills him. There's going to be 6, 12, 17, 22 damage. 23 if he nodes it. But he's going to go for the ultra greed play and draw more cards. I'm pretty sure the blazing is just lethal here. Maybe
Which is ironic because of his name.
he might just be trying to play around maybe like an Oasis.
Okay.
Which I don't think would be in Wyatt's deck, but just trying to play it safe because he has the resources.
Always fascinating watching Kano players. Just absolutely insane.
I think now he's just trying to show off.
It's a lot of cards.
This blazing is definitely lethal, but we're gonna play the Aether Arc first.
He's locking it in. Now we're just going through the motions at this point.
And then we're gonna play blazing, and then probably respond to it with a blazing, knowing Ronan.
Kind of wish he had more AB in. And that was all off of that just initial Aether Wildfire buffing into the card draw, right? Like that's really set it up. Maybe the swearing was good swearing from Ronan. Oh my goodness. I told you, man, this guy knows what he's doing.
That was a fast game.
That was very fast.
That was very fun to watch.
Blazing for lethal.
Yeah, but
win with 2 health left.
You can really see why this matchup can go either way.
Oh, yeah.
Because Ronan was down to 2.
Yeah.
Like, that could very
and
easily...
it was still Wyatt's turn.
Right.
So, like, Wyatt would have just swung one more thing, and that would have been it.
That could have very easily been a game where the Kano just gets rushed down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy turn. That was congratulations to Ronan. He is such a good Kano player. It's always fun to watch him play the deck.
Because I've seen a few different people play Kano, and it's just every time I've seen him play, it just feels different.
Yeah.
And he's fast. He's put in so many reps that the guy knows what he's doing. It's always a pleasure to see him. Nicest guy ever, by the way.
He's so nice.
And he will actually teach you how to beat him, which has been extremely beneficial to me, where he'll sit there and be like, okay, I'm going to do this stuff, do this differently this time.
He is not one to hide information.
Absolutely
he will teach you how to beat the deck if you want to beat it. I think he even wrote an article that went up on Rake Times.
And he had a video too that was super popular.
Beat Kano. Yeah. So like he wants people to know how to do it because like
rising tides raises all boats too. I think you want people to play at their prime.
He also just enjoys the challenge. Like if more people are good at playing around it, then it gives him more of a challenge to try to beat it.
And then maybe they give him more love too. Like give him some more cards. I mean, he got Kindle out of the last set, right? So I'm sure he doesn't hate that.
We have our Judge here poking in. What's up?
Hello, Judge.
They just offered to play a second game on stream if you could take it.
Sure, why not? Right?
We have giveaways and stuff to do, so I think we're okay.
Maybe we'll tune in on them. Or
Yeah. That's hilarious. Okay,
Oh, man.
let's go ahead and jump back into our optical zoom game.
Ooh, all right.
Only for this time because of my blunder.
And I'm assuming we're not quite as windy this time. Right?
No cloudy people.
No cloudy people in this.
That was
one.
just for the
All
first
right.
one because I thought it was hilarious.
I have brought dishonor upon my family for missing the 100 wins line
and dishonor.
Oh
wait, no, dishonor wasn't in there. That's right.
I'm gonna have some dishonor here. Huh?
I don't remember.
There's a lot of stabbing in the back.
After we finish this quick game, just four card guesses, we're going to do our giveaway.
Okay.
Again, we are going to be giving away a rainbow foil bark skin of the Millennium Tree.
It's gorgeous.
Don't do it yet, but when we get to it, we are going to be opening up this pack of the Hunted. You will be guessing the rainbow foil. If you get it correct, you will win the bark skin. The first person to name it in chat will get it. If there's any fire in this pack, if we open up a CNC, an extended art shelter, a legendary, it will go with the bark skin. But you will be guessing the rainbow foil.
Excellent.
So before we get to that, we are on.
And this isn't the only giveaway either, right? We got some more giveaways coming.
So we're going to do another one at the end of round 4, one at the end of round 6, which will be the end of Swiss, and then we'll do one right before the finals.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Can you let me know what card this is?
Oh, come on. Cute, adorable, prancing animals. This is a lot of green, though. Is this?
Hide your chat.
Oh, yeah. Looking. Shutting that. All right. This is a lot of green, and I know Ancestral Harmony has a lot of green. Is this Ancestral Harmony?
Are you locking in?
I'm locking it in.
This is Ancestral.
Prancing animals.
All right. So starting off strong in the second round.
All right. I did that last time, and then it got really bad, so I got arrogant.
Can you let me know what card this is?
Now this, I see that it's like the bamboo shoots.
I guarantee you know this card.
This is the one where there's like the 3 ninjas around, right?
Maybe.
And they're tackling somebody.
That's a definite possibility.
What's it called?
I love finding all these like random little background characters.
I knew you were going to be mean. So the guy's face down. There's a ninja there, and a ninja in the back. I think, if I'm remembering this correctly, bamboo shoots and all that stuff. But what is it called?
I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Final guess.
Oh, this is so bad. I am a disgrace to all ninjas.
I'm revealing.
Bittering Thorns.
Bittering Thorns.
But it wasn't well. There's multiple ninjas, but this is the one with the face down guy. Yes. So it wasn't even. I wasn't even on the right track. Bittering Thorns, though.
All right.
And I play Ira, and I don't play Bittering Thorns in Ira though.
You've seen that card for sure.
But I've seen that. It was especially teaching Ira decks and stuff. Yep.
All right, you ready?
Do a lot of teaching.
Excellent.
Okay. Seriously?
Yeah. You better know this.
Is this it's not whirling.
I know you've played this one.
Is this a piece of equipment?
It might be.
Why do I keep asking you?
I would say that
is this an arm piece? I feel like this is an arm piece. I might be thinking completely wrong though.
What would this arm piece hypothetically do?
+1 to combo.
Do you know the name of it?
God, I played so much Katsu and now I've switched to Ira and I don't play combo anymore.
I'm gonna give it to you because you did identify it.
Yeah.
This is
Breaking Scales. Yes. Okay. Yes.
All right. Last one, and then we will do our giveaway. All right. Can you tell me what card this is?
Dishonor.
This is Dishonor.
There's swords sticking in the guy's back. There's Dishonor on you, Dishonor on your cow, Dishonor on your family.
All right. Well, you did pretty good on the second one.
I was like looking at these cards, and my kid's like, "Dad, can you just not put that on the screen? Because that's disgusting." I'm like, "I love this game."
All right, let's jump back to
And
our
then
screen
the
here.
last one is shit, I already forgot it.
Was it Salt the Wound?
Salt the Wound,
Yeah.
yeah, with the ugly guy. Yeah, yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna give it 30 seconds here.
Okay.
Refresh if you want. Get caught up. Make sure that you are live
Yep.
because you need to be the first person to guess it.
There's no null shocks.
Yep.
So-
I can't affect your delay as far as like how far back you are. So like I said, just try to make sure that you are current right now. We are gonna be raffling off this breaking skills.
What?
Or not breaking skills, bark skin. Sorry.
I mean, breaking skills is like a common or a rare, isn't it? We could totally give away one of them.
All right. I think we have given it enough time.
Okay.
Anyone in here can guess. Do not guess yet. We are not ready for you to guess yet. Let me open up the pack. I want to see the rainbow foil, and then I will let you know when you can start guessing. Pack of the Hunted. We got a token in the back. Get anything cool? No. So you're not getting a marvel. All right. Ready? Look at that. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys can start guessing now. We didn't even look at the last two.
Command and Conquer. God, I wish it was Command and Conquer.
You're guessing the rainbow foil. Keep
That is
going.
from the Hunted.
It's from the Hunted. Keep throwing in your guesses.
Null shock.
Nothing yet.
A lot of good guesses, though.
Haven't seen it yet.
Keep them rolling. Nothing yet.
I don't feel like this one's that hard.
You want to give a hint?
Give a hint. It is a 2-block. I'll give it a couple seconds here, then I'll give another hint. It is a warrior card.
Clearly, people aren't going alphabetical.
It is a draconic warrior card.
Goodness gracious. There it is.
There we go. Who's that?
Don Velsey.
Don Velsey. We have a rainbow foil, affirm loyalty. Congratulations, Don. My business email is in the description of this stream. Shoot me an email, and then we can work out the details. Congratulations to Don Velsey. Unfortunately, the rares were nothing amazing, so nothing going
No
with
CNCs
the
for you.
Barkskin, but maybe on the next ones.
Mhm. Definitely more giveaways coming up later on.
Yeah, so shoot me an email and then we will coordinate after the stream and I will make sure that this makes its way to you. We are going to be taking a bit of a break. We're going to have a little bit longer just because that game was so
That was
quick.
so quick.
But I will put on the screen when we will be coming back.
It'll be for round 3.
For round 3. We will see you guys soon. We are back. Round 3 is going to be starting right now. We have, I think, a good matchup here.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing uh, a Syndra pair into, I think it was a Vincent. Maybe it was a Viscerai. We'll see right now. They probably have their heroes out. Before we go there, we do have a hero breakdown, which I can rattle off really quick.
I think just to put it out there right now, the thing that excites me most about this hero breakdown is that out of the 46 people that are here today, 20 different heroes represented.
That's crazy.
That's nuts.
Here, while I set up the screen, why don't you
Sure,
run down the
absolutely.
list and how many people are?
So it is a brand new day, of course, with 7 of the players bringing new. We saw a match with new right out of the gate today, and they were able to take it from a Riptide, but there are 7 of them here. In the second running, there is Viscerai making a good showing with 6 players. Then we drop down into 4 for Fang, so a decent showing for Fang, 4 Auroras. Then we go down even further, down to 3 Azaleas, 3 Syndras, 3 Florians. From there, we've got 2 Enigmas, 2 Levias, 2 Riptides, and then we've got a single of Arachne-IO, Dorinthia, Kano, which we just saw, using very successful, that means 2-0 now, Acilio, Sir Bolton, Verdance, Victor Goldmane, Vincent, and Zen.
A lot of one-ofs.
A lot of one-ups.
But yeah, I mean, we kind of called it at the beginning. We saw a lot of news in the room, and there are 7 of them. I'm surprised that there's almost just as many Viscerais as well. Definitely a strong deck, so I guess maybe I shouldn't be surprised. But yeah, those are like the big bulk of our heroes. There is new and Viscerai.
Now that is an interesting way to pile shuffle. That was the accuracy of dropping 4 cards at a time into 4 neat piles like that. Like David just won my heart with the pile shuffling
Yeah,
there.
both of these players are very good players. Dakota, very good locally, known for being a ninja player. Usually Katsu. But
Usually.
I think that he is a little down on Katsu right now, which is understandable. It's
Absolutely.
with the bans and everything. It lost some power there.
Katsu got a little bit of love, but still just isn't quite there. Just still playing very mid to low at this point. I'm a Katsu player myself, but I stuck with Ira.
Yeah, David also very good though. I don't remember what event it was, but he top aided something recently. Um, I want to say it was a calling, but I may be remembering that incorrectly. I know he was on Enigma though, but yeah, recent top 8 on Enigma. So both very skilled. This is a pair down matchup, so Dakota did lose a round, but I think that it is worth having both of these guys on here.
Absolutely. Very talented
I
players.
am gonna go just remind them really quick to have a phone on the table. Give
Okay.
me 1 second.
So Syndra has been a lot of fun to see played. We had our pre-release here at Oddwillow's Game Haven. Very good showing for that. A lot of Syndra players. It's been interesting seeing how Syndra gets played when they have the 2 daggers that you can flick reliably. But we are seeing a Harmonized Kodachi coming in the number 2 slot for Dakota. So I have seen Dakota. He seems to be the king of playing non-standard decks. He's been on several streams before. He tends to kind of do what he's going to do, and sometimes does it with success. Coming out with he's got a Kodachi in his hand.
He's holding a Kodachi.
He's holding a Kodachi. I love to see it.
That is interesting.
But he makes interesting choices, but then I've actually adopted some of the choices he's made in his decks after seeing him play them with success, and it's been working for me as well. So I love seeing the new interesting things he likes to do.
So I think maybe this does make sense because you're probably not going to want to flick both of your daggers.
Mhm.
So the Kodachi is the one that always will stay on the board,
Mhm.
and then the Kunai is the one that you're going to buy back with the hero ability.
And the hero ability can be a bit of a trap in that it says, oh, you can go up to 2 if you really want to.
You could, yeah.
He must be finding that good value of just buying back the 1 as needed, and then having that good old reliable Kodachi.
And we saw an early ability on Shelters of the Storm,
Mhm.
preventing 3 instances of 1 damage. So even though he flicked the dagger, there was no damage because there was still 1
But he
prevention
was
there.
able to get it back right away just
Yeah,
by
he just
using
bought it
his
back right away.
ability. Yep. So pretty stale first turn there. But I agree. I didn't see whose choice it was, but not allowing David to just throw a million rune chants down on turn 1 is probably a good idea.
Viscerai definitely has some very strong setup turns on turn 0.
Yep.
He can play Read the Runes, he can set up his Malefics.
Which he's got one out already.
So I agree. I don't think you ever want to let Viscerai go first.
Hmm. That's Deadwood Dirge, right?
So, interesting interaction here. The rune chant will get created off of Viscerai first because he's played 2 Runeblade cards, and then he can sack the Runeblade that was just made
Mhm.
with the Deadwood Dirge, and he goes to 3.
Nice.
And we see a yellow Rune Rager. This is coming in for 2 and 3.
So running those Tide Flippers, standard Ninja Fair, AB1.
Yep, you only really need 1 against Viscerai.
Yeah.
In the old days, he had Rosetta Thorn, and like you might consider bringing in 2. But yeah, these days 1 is just fine. Almost no one's playing Vexing Malice, so tends not to be an issue.
So I'm assuming Syndra is going to play very heavy aggro, right?
I would think so.
Although
That
this is
is
Dakota who loves playing mid,
that
like
is what a Syndra would be doing. We will see what Dakota has in store for us, because he definitely builds differently.
so taking 2 down to 38. Swing it back over to David.
Yeah, Dakota kind of like Kyle in that respect, where like the decks that they build are usually not what you would expect.
But at the same time, if everybody's practicing on the same deck every time, you come in with something even slightly different or something that's a little bit more targeted to potentially counter you. Because I believe Dakota also plays a lot of Viscerai too, right? I've
Um,
seen him play.
I think I've seen him play a little bit of it, but I would say he's most known for his ninja.
Absolutely is. So Dakota comes to a lot of our armories, and he was playing with a rune blade for quite a while after the bonds hit for Katsu. The benefit of that being is he probably knows how to beat them
Yes,
very well.
definitely.
So I'm interested to see if he's tuned his deck, knowing that there would be a lot of Viscerais here. If he has some tricks under his sleeves to be able to handle that.
Wrath of Retribution, very cool new card. Discounts daggers, so this kunai is a free attack, and then I think it also gives them the +1, so that's why you see it coming in for 2. This Kadachi also gonna cost 1 less, coming in for 2.
That's a nice chain. And he does have the new chess piece, the Bloodstain vest.
Yes.
So he has that ability to really turn on the jets when it comes to resources. It looks like he actually is tapping one of those. So first activation out of the potential 3 to give himself a resource. What is he going to use it on?
I think I've seen people playing a card called Dragon Power, but that is not what this one is. This is a 1 for 4, and then when it attacks, I think a marked hero. Oh no, just when it attacks, you make a fealty. I can't remember the name of this card though.
Is that a combustion?
I think it's Demonstrate Devotion.
Demonstrate.
I think as long as
Yep.
you control 2 chain links or 2 draconic chain links, that is,
It gets Gogan.
and when it attacks a hero, you make a fealty. Um,
So
oh,
he's got the concealed for the +1 on there.
interesting. Is he going to elect to grab something from his inventory?
So instead of picking up the
He may get a second kunai, and now he can kind of loop them.
yeah, okay. So then he'll always be able to have that kunai available,
And this kunai can attack for free because the wrath is still on
and
the
it's
combat
still
chain.
+2. This is a nice little combo here. That takes David down to 29. So that was a good damage push there, doing around because was he at 40 before?
He
Start
started
of
this
this,
turn at
yeah.
40.
So
Yeah.
good 11 damage pushed with now David only blocking with the grasps, right? So he still has his full hand.
Yeah, this was an impressive turn. So we have 2 kunai in the yard right now.
And I suppose Dakota always has the option then, because he has flick knives. If he ever wanted to flick the Kadachi, it is there and available.
Yeah, I think that would have to be like a last case scenario for him. I think that that one is there to stay on the board. And that last 2 damage that we just saw was from the last
If you flick the
kunai.
Kadachi, though, you do have the option to bring it back with your hero ability, right?
I think it only gets Draconic daggers back, if I'm not mistaken.
You might be right, actually. That makes a lot of sense. See, this goes to show how much I play Syndra, which is not at all. Yep, Draconic
Yeah,
Daggers. So once he flicks, if he flicks that Kadachi out, he's basically then using that hero ability to bring back the 2 Draconic Daggers, which he has too in
which
the
he
yard.
does have now, yeah.
Yep,
So maybe we could see that. And then he's just on the kunai game plan for the rest of the game.
yep. Which isn't a net loss. Like that's what I would see most Syndra's playing right now.
All right, looks like Dakota is electing to take the 4 rune chance. And then we have a 4 attack with go again coming in. This is just your standard bread and butter Viscerai play here. Succumb to Temptation. This is a very strong card. Because he took arcane damage,
That comes
when
out instant, right?
it's an instant,
Okay.
and then when his attack hits, he's going to be able to look at Dakota's hand, and he can make him discard a card. So looking at that hand,
Knives out. I like that. That's pretty fun.
but if you take the blue,
Yeah.
what does Dakota's turn look like? I see a lot of 1-cost cards in there.
Yeah. That's gonna
So
kind of
this
hold
could
him
be
down.
pretty disruptive here.
So he's taking the was it Art of Blood?
Looks like he took the Art of Dragon Blood.
Art of Dragon Blood.
Also
But
a
he
good
kept the blue
choice.
though.
The Art of Dragon, it does discount future cards, so I could see him playing around that. And then we're gonna follow this up with a Revel.
As of now, though, Dakota still has a turn if he doesn't have to block out. He's got things he can do.
Into a blue Amplify, so not quite what you want to see
8
following
rune chance
this.
coming out though.
The 8 rune chance definitely help, and I don't think Dakota was preventing any of it.
Woof! Down to 18.
Yeah, he just took all of it.
He's especially, I mean, possibly just wanting to control the tempo, because if he basically gives up his hand, he needed that blue to be able to really put out those other cards, so he can't use those to block the rune chance.
We might see another very quick game here. We see Art of Dragon Fire coming in. He made it Draconic, so it's going to deal 2 damage to David. And now we are thinking on blocks here. Dakota doing pretty well for being on just 1 dagger right now.
What was the other card that he had? It was a 1 for, right?
It was, I think it was a 0. I want to say it was one of the new head jab cards, but I didn't see exactly which one it was.
Okay. He does have the option to pull those Cinder Daggers back, throw some more.
If he paid for it right now, he would not be able to pay for a swing on them.
Unless he pitched what's in his hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Still thinking on blocks here. Yeah, this this matchup went faster than I expected it to. They're already at pretty low life totals, and we're saying no blocks again. 18 to 20 on
Did
what is
back
this
to Kunai and
turn?
Arsenal.
Turn 3? All right, I see some 0-cost go again cards in Dakota's hand. We're going to play a Rattlebones, so we're going to find something in the graveyard, and we get to play it again.
Always fun. You have the Rune Rager.
And then he can play the Rune Rager here, and then the Viscerai trigger will give it go again.
That's a 4, right?
3.
3?
Yep,
Okay.
so 3 go again. No rune chance this time.
A pretty easy take, I would say.
Life totals are getting low.
Thanks for the reminder there, David.
What does he have to follow this up?
I think Dakota definitely wanting to just keep all 5 of his cards and a full rack of daggers to really push it back. But I think David probably knows that and is going to push every ounce that he can.
All right, Runic Reckoning coming in. Are we missing a rune chant on the board?
He's got a rune chant there, rune chant there.
So the one that's near the hero would have been made off of playing the Amplify, but I believe Runic Reckoning makes a rune chant.
Which he just put that one on there. This one was just created just now. This one was from before.
I think we might be missing one because Runic, I think, should have made 2. One on its own ability, one from Viserai.
Which was this one, right? Or are you saying he's missing one on?
So he had one already. He should have gone +2, I think. And Amplify costs 3, and that's why he would have been able to play that. I think he just didn't move the dice up.
But he pitched to block both of those. Oof. Down to 6.
All right, let's see what Dakota has.
Coming out with a single swing dagger.
Oh, okay. It looks like I was incorrect. Reckoning doesn't make a rune chant.
Okay.
But it does cost 1 less, so he paid 1 to swing with the Amplify.
Gotcha. Full block on the kunai with the rest of the gloves.
I believe this is Display Loyalty. This is coming in for 3.
So that is the second Draconic Chain Link, so it gets the go again.
Yep, and then we saw him
It
create the
created a
fealty
fealty.
off of it.
So then he's able to turn one of his attacks into a Draconic Chain Link. David, I'm sure, feeling with this massive health lead that he can strip some of this out without any issues.
Oh, we see a Mark with Magma come down. It's coming in for 4.
I think Dakota's setting up for a really nice mask turn here. He really, I think, does need to hit that mask trigger or at least force something out of David's hand because of it. Because if he can take tempo, then. Although it's hard to take tempo against Viserai, just if he can continue to just bake those rune chants in and just chip away at you.
Yeah, his off turns aren't really off turns.
Yeah.
'Cause he can block with 3 cards, and then essentially bank 3 damage for later if he plays like a Read the Runes.
Yeah.
Looks like we're considering blocks here.
So that's going to
We get the Face Purgatory.
force something out of his hand with the Face Purgatory. So that's good disruption, flicking the kunai, which was already going to be destroyed anyways,
And then immediately activating Syndra to get it back.
and then it will be available to swing again if he so choose, but
Did not have the resources.
did not have the resources to do it. So good disruption by David to cut that one a little short.
Yeah,
Maintaining that health total.
deciding when to use Face Purgatory is definitely a bit of an art form. Because if you do it at the wrong time, it can do nothing. If you do it at the right time, you can cripple your
You
opponent.
just shut him down. Yeah. So he's still maintaining 16 health, giving up quite a few cards, but he should be able to still swing something back and at least force a little bit of pain. When you're down to 6, you can't take much of that. And then if you start pitching to pay for rune chance.
Mordred Tide. This could be a very, very strong turn.
After that much blocking.
We're going to be making double rune chance. So we are coming in for 1, and this is going to be 4. This is not all modes active. This should be the first 2 modes. So this is going to be 4 go again.
So throwing the vest in there did not really get full benefit out of that vest.
If we see something like a Revel here, okay, drawn to the Dark Dimension.
So creates a rune, 2 rune chance and throws 2.
Did David draw his card off of the drawn? Okay, here we go. So it looks like in this case, the Mordred was more so used to make the turn work.
Yeah.
Without the Mordred, he would not have been able to attack with both of those. So not as bad as it could have been for Dakota.
Yeah. He
Usually,
took the 2 on the rune chance and then blocked out, so he still preserved a little bit of health left, but now David's got an arsenal and he's only got 2 cards. It's gonna be tough to swing that back in his favor. I think David can just ride this out, especially if you don't have any good on hits or you can't get up to a mass draw. It's gonna be really tough to come back from this.
yeah, we just sent a 0 for 4 and then Arsenal to card.
Yep,
And
that is a last ditch effort to just pull out whatever. And if Dakota drew into no blues, that's
yeah,
gonna be game.
at 3 life with this 5 cards in hand, this could be pretty bad.
Rune Rager swinging with the 2 out front. What was the first one he played there?
It is Machinations. It's going to give it Go Again and Overpower.
Okay.
Mostly, he just needed to play it to make the Rune Chant off of Viserai
Gotcha.
to give the Rune Rager Go Again.
So he did have the blue to pitch, so that eliminated that. Coming out with the block. Another one for 3, so 1 into 3.
This one is yellow, actually, so 1 into 2.
Oh, okay, okay.
And we still have the pitch floating, so we paid for the AB.
Sending the mask, which at this point, like, it's hard to get a mask trigger when you only have 2 cards every turn, so not a bad block.
And then this is going to be 4 and 1.
So the fealty token,
Okay.
That's it, yep.
Yeah, Dakota sees the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, Viserai was able to just get some really good turns going. Kodachi on the board, I kind of like it. It's interesting. Again, you usually just want to be flicking the one dagger, so the Kodachi is the one that can just like stick around. I'd like to see more. Like I'm curious about this list.
And the set is new enough. Dakota is still very much in his discovery phase, I think, with Syndra.
Yeah, we're on
I
like
can tell,
week 3, right?
Yeah. And so this is, and we, at Oddwillow's here, we love going out of the gate strong with, let's just get in there as quickly as possible. We're also one of the only stores that, was okay with doing Super Bowl Sunday, but secretly I knew nobody wants to watch Mahomes. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely not around for very long. And I know that he's been playing with it, but I don't think he's finding what he wants. Of course, the first thing he does is go back to Katsu to see if a little bit of love that it got, if it was enough to bring it back. And him being a Katsu main, he's still very depressed about that.
I think that locally, like if we watch it, he could develop this Syndra deck even more, and like it could definitely turn into something really interesting.
Yeah, and I always see interesting things, and when it works, I start to see how his brain's working, and I can see why it works. But I don't think he's had enough time yet to find what he needed. So this very much to me felt like a little bit of an experiment, but it's a long day, and you can survive. You can make top 8 with a loss easily in this.
Well, we just watched round 3. When we get to round 4,
it's 6 rounds of Swiss and then a top 8.
Yep.
So
at the end of the next round, we're going to be doing another giveaway. So we gave away a bark skin of the Millennium Tree last round. The next one at the end of round 4 is going to be a rainbow foil Crown of Dominion. That will be given away at the end of round 4. But for now, we have another game to play.
So far, with the guessing, the optical zoom, I was what, 4 for 9, I think.
4 for 9, I
Four
think.
for
Yeah.
nine. So I'm failing technically.
Our
So I'm interested to see how much worse it could possibly get.
Next, we are going to be playing a game that I call Sutcliffe's Messy Notes.
Gotta hide my chat.
Yep.
Ooh,
And
this one. I was excited to see you guys do this at ProQuest.
I like this one a lot.
This is a lot of fun.
So the rules for this game, chat can definitely play along. I have 4 cards listed here. The names are there, and you need to order them in ascending order of power using the clues that I gave you. So in this instance, you know that the last 2 cards need to be red pitch. And then you know that the very first card is a 2 block. So I need you to tell me the correct order of these cards
Pen.
with pitch. I think you have pencils right behind.
Oh yeah, we're in the rental room here at Oddwillow's Game Haven, so we've got materials. So this is gonna be tough for me because I don't know every card in the game for sure.
I can give you
I
the
have a
range
feeling
of power values if you need it.
I have a feeling just straight up out of guess here is that the last one would probably be Macho Grande red. But that's what is the range of Macho Grande?
Macho Grande would be 8, 9, 10.
That's what I'm thinking. So a 10 throw on a red. And then what is I guess if you're going to give me the information, what is my range for the entire set?
So Ember Moss Senpai would be 6, 7, 8. Earth Form would be 5, 6, 7. Alpha Rampage is only in 9, and Cut Through the Facade is only in 7.
Okay. And Alpha Rampage, is that a red card?
It is a red card.
Okay.
So is Cut Through the Facade.
You said one was only an 8?
Alpha Rampage only in 9, Cut Through only in 7.
Okay. And then what's the range of Ember Maw?
6, 7, 8.
And then the Earthworm?
5, 6, 7.
So I'm thinking the last 2 is going to be Alpha Rampage into Macho Grande.
Okay.
I think we're going to have the Earth Form and the. Did you say the Ember Maw was the 6, 7, 8? Was it?
Ember Maw is 6, 7, 8.
7, 8. Now I have to remember which one of those is going to be a 2 block. All right, I'm going to just throw it out there. And I'm going to say. And what was the range of cut through?
Only 7.
Only 7. Okay, so. Okay. So I'm going to just throw this out there. And this is from me not knowing every card. But I'm going to say Earthform, Ember Moss Senpai, Cut Through the Facade, Alpha Rampage, Macho Grande.
What pitch of Earth Form?
Oh, I have to say the pitches.
Yeah, different powers.
Oh, man. That would be blue of Earth Form? Because you said Earth Form's 5, 6, 7?
Yep.
So blue of Earth Form. And then Ember Maw was the 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
So I would say blue of that. And then the yellow for cut through the facade because it's only
red and it's for 7.
Only red. Okay, for 7. So yes, red for that then. So red, blue, blue, red, red.
And what would the powers of those be? Are you
So then this is 10, 9, 7, 6, 5 in reverse order.
So you need to have no breaks in between.
No breaks. Oh! So one of them though was 8. So then that would say that this would be 8 Ember Moss Senpai, which would be red. And then the 7 would be the cut through. So cut through for 7. and then that would mean a yellow Earth form. Yeah.
We got
wait,
there.
did I?
Yeah, you
Oh
got
yeah,
it.
because I didn't
Yeah.
change this color. We got there.
We got there.
Hey, at least I was right on with the macho.
Yeah, you got it on the macho.
So, chat's probably dying. I'm a ninja player. You got to cut me some slack. I'm using ninja cards.
I like this game a lot too. All right.
Fail with me. Let's go.
We are going to have a little bit of a break
Okay.
until the end of the next round. I believe it is set to end in about 20 minutes. The last one went a little over, so it could be just a little bit longer. But we will be back in 20 minutes for round 4. At the end of round 4, we will play one more game, and then we will be giving away a rainbow foil Crown of Dominion. All right.
And for anybody who is signing in late here, just a reminder how that works. We open up a pack of the Hunted, and then the rainbow foil card from the Hunted there in this pack is what you will be guessing. And on top of that, if there's any big hits in here, like a Command and Conquer or a Shelter from the Storm or something like that, then you get that card as well when you win the other one. So,
yes.
A lot of fun stuff. More giveaways to come.
We will be back shortly. We are back. We are going to be watching round 4 right now. I feel like I picked a pretty good matchup for us. We're going to continue the trend of new heroes,
Yeah, absolutely.
not new NUU heroes. We are going to have Fang against Aurora. Bryce has been doing pretty good with Fang. He is undefeated right now. So is Arjun, who won our last event. He's playing Aurora today.
Excellent. Yeah, bringing Arjun back, he played absolutely fantastic during the ProQuest and was able to win that match against the Riptide, which
Yes.
was
Um,
Dustin Strasser.
while I update, do you have
Sure.
some stats to share with us?
Absolutely. So there was a lot of people asking in chat. I already posted it in chat, but asking about what the layout is for the 3 and O's. So we currently have 6 players that are 3 and O. 3 of them are Rune Blades. Aurora, Viserai, or 4 of them are Rune Blades. There are 2 Viserai, an Aurora, and a Vincent, and then Fang and Nu as well. So a lot of rune blades in this one, but another good hero spread out of the 6. You've got 5 different heroes.
Yeah, I mean that honestly doesn't surprise me that much. Like I think everyone came into RTN season expecting Viserai particularly to do
Mhm.
well. I think a lot of people think that he will go away at the end of week 2.
Oh yeah, is that close, huh?
It's that close, yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
But this is going to be a good one to watch. Both of these players are very skilled players.
Hmm.
So I'm excited. It looks like the big head sleeves made a comeback
The
again.
more big heads. I love it. I love it. Yeah, and if you're looking for any other spreads here, if we're gonna look straight down into the 2 and 1s as well, let me get you some data on that. I like spreadsheets, so we're pivot tabling this. We're gonna put that all the way over here, and we're gonna hit that button and do that, and then drag this thing down here, and we've got. So this is for 3 and O's and 2 and 1s. 3 Auroras, 1 Azalea, 1 Dash IO, 1 Dorinthia, 3 Fang, 2 Florian, a Kano, 5 New, 1 Riptide, 3 Viserai, and a Vincent. It's 22 people that are at least 2 and 1 or higher.
And I think we expect 4 5 and 1s to make it into.
I think it was about 3, and obviously that's if there's any ties or anything like that, it's going to make things really weird. But looking at the breakdown for 46 players, all 5 and 1s are guaranteed to get into the top 8, and then there is potential for I think at least 3 of the top 4 and 2s to get in.
Yeah. And any ties that occur between now and then could change that math, but um, definitely not bad for the people that are looking to end 4-2.
Absolutely. Yep. So any, especially coming in, if you had some early losses potentially, although early losses could put you lower on the stack depending on who you end up facing. If you
Yeah,
win out, you might be still kind of at the bottom of that running.
it's always rough getting a loss in like round 1.
Yeah,
It definitely hurts your chances a lot. You really need to try to win out from there.
yeah, you need kind of that 5-1 because at the 4-2 you're going to be at the bottom of the pack.
Right.
Unless something absolutely obscene happens and all the really good players start losing or something like that, I don't know. But yeah, so we'll have to see, and I think that for round 5, then we'll be able to show one of those matches where somebody's moving on and somebody most likely won't be.
Yeah, we're definitely going to try to get a win in. This is going to be a good matchup to watch. I didn't expect a lot of Aurora. I think a lot of people are under the impression that Viscera is just better
Mhm.
right now. So it's definitely exciting to see Arjun on Aurora because he's a very good player. I'd like to see what kind of list he brought.
The value is there. I mean, Aurora can just push value really well. I do feel that the standard decks are capable of doing some pretty big damage, but this might be one where they do have to do something special. I don't think you can go status quo and come away with a guaranteed win in an event like this. So we'll have to see if there's anything coming out of Arjun that is unexpected, especially knowing kind of what he was going into. We knew there'd be news and we knew there'd be Viserais. So with that information in mind, did he build his deck kind of around that, get his sideboard set up for that, or was he focusing more on, the new cards coming in, Fangs and Syndras, which didn't have as much of a showing here?
And if Bryce is on a similar list to Alex, which they usually are, if not identical lists, this is definitely more of a Draconic Dory style deck.
Okay.
I know a lot of Fangs are running like 0 for 4s, and like they're trying to play that go wide
This is
style
more
of
about
deck.
the
This is
weapons.
all about buffing the weapons. So this will be very fun to watch.
These warriors are the reasons why my Ira deck now has a lot of sound the alarms in there, because that's a lot of attack reactions.
Yeah, this is going to be very reaction heavy. And we're going to see them try to get to 3 fealty pretty quickly.
Well, Arjun gets that 12. I guess it's his decision.
We have
Think he's going to want to go first on this or second?
that's a good question. I think with a reaction heavy deck, you probably don't want them to go first. I think they leak damage against you.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like we have a very famous YouTube streamer in our chat. We have Mr. Agroblaze96 in chat. Hello, Agroblaze. He is a known Aurora enjoyer.
A known Aurora enjoyer. All right. So can we get some famous ninjas in here then?
Are there any?
It could be. I mean, if I actually start playing competitively, then
Hey,
problem is I'm always the floater in Armory, so I don't get the opportunity to push it. But been doing a lot of Talchart lately though, and I've been really enjoying.
Talchart is definitely a good tool. It looks
Absolutely.
like Fang is going first.
All right.
So this is going to be a front buff. We're going to be giving +4, and this is going to be representing 5 damage here. I believe this on hit will let the dagger attack again. Unlikely to happen this turn, just because we would need to play a Draconic card to give it go again, and then we would also need to have another card to pitch to attack with. And right now, these daggers still cost 1, because we do not have 3 fealty on the board yet.
Gotcha. And then if he hits with it, he would get fealty, right? Or that's hitting with a marked card, or is that hitting with
It is when he hits a marked
Gotcha.
hero.
And the daggers have the ability to mark?
They do not.
They do
So
not.
he's looking at actual buffs from his deck to potentially mark heroes.
Gotcha. So no mark right off the bat or anything. This was just purely just a damage throw and then an easy decision block out of Arjun, so no damage dealt.
Yep. And he got to set up a Sigil of Lightning turn 1 or turn 0. So in his first turn, he's going to have go again on something.
The embodiment of the lightning?
Embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, that's always good to see. So is that burn up shock I'm seeing?
That
there?
is a burn up shock.
That's a good start. Gets that 1 damage in there right off the bat. And then let's see if he can block out. That card annoys me.
Gone in a Flash is
Gone in a Flash.
one of those pushed cards. This does have go again.
Yeah.
And it is representing an extra 4 damage off of the burn up.
So if that manages to hit, extra 4 arcane damage, I don't see a lot of pitch coming in from Bryce to defend that. What does he have for AB right now?
Nothing.
No AB.
No AB.
Oh, bold move. So a nice arc lightning turn would go really far for Arjun.
And so we see the electrostatic discharge come down. This is going to be buffing for 3. It also bounces the Gone in a Flash. So now we're looking
an instant card. So all of that blocking essentially did nothing, right? Because it doesn't resolve.
He would do it in the resolution step so that the go again resolves.
Gotcha. Okay.
But now we're looking at 7, and we have to give the whole hand to stop the burn up trigger.
Wow. You know what though? There's 3 of them in there, and anytime I play Aurora, you're counting down all their funny tricks, right? The arc lightnings, the burn up shocks. You get through that, and then you can start taking tempo back. So I don't blame Bryce one bit for just preserving that health and getting to the next turn. There's that arc lightning.
Oh.
So with no AB on the table, we're just going to see some health just start to bleed away from Bryce here.
This is going to be a lot of damage coming through this turn. It looks like he didn't bring in the resource chest. I can't remember the name of it. So he's not trying to set up any sort of combo into this matchup, it looks like.
Did you see any of his, did he have a channel at all?
I didn't see, no.
Okay, because yeah, if he was able to pair a channel into that, like all day long, he'd be able to just draw off that.
Looks like he activated Grasp to make a rune chant. It also pings for 1. This Flittering Charge is going to get Go again off of the Arc Lightning.
These early arcs too, when you got that full hand, you didn't have to pay a lot of health to get it. Just a lot of pure value there.
Ooh, this is a very heads-up play by Bryce.
That is a
So
pretty card.
this is the Kabuto of Imperial Authority. So when he blocks with it, Arjun's not going to be able to attack with his weapon this turn. And with the Arc Lightning plays, the Starfall is usually a really good way to like
Just
chip in
continue
extra
that,
damage.
yeah.
The Kabuto is going to prevent that.
So you'd have the 2 and the 1. So that's basically blocking with that. Not only gave him, does it have block naturally too?
It has 2 block.
2. So it not only did 2, but then you're robbing him of the extra 3. That's a 5 value play on that block.
Yeah, definitely worth a lot of value there. It's early in the game, but I think that bought him a lot of life. And you can see we still have that 1 pitch floating on Arjun's side. You'd normally want to put that with the Starfall, and now he can't do that.
So then coming out with the Flittering, right? This is another 4 damage, is it?
Another 4.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of from chat there. If he knew that was potentially coming, swing with the sword first could have at least gotten that out of the way to extend it. But since he wanted to throw it later in his chain, whether or not he was able to or not, but that cost him a decent amount of value there. So then Bryce coming back in, how many cards does he have after that little bit of defense?
I don't think he blocked with many, so he should have close to a full grip. Yeah. He got to keep a 5-card hand here.
This is a legendary card, isn't it?
Nope. This is I think it's just a +1 draconic buff.
Gotcha.
But then it's going to get another +1 from the dagger. Oh, looks like it's +2. Sigil going to come through. It is going to automatically ping Bryce for 1, so
it
it's now
becomes 4.
blocking
Yep.
for 4.
Okay.
But playing that draconic reaction, the dagger does have Go again.
Gotcha. Tossing out the other dagger. So you have to play a draconic card on this chain link to get it to buff
On
up to
the
2?
chain link, yeah.
Gotcha. So he's throwing 2 more cards on it. Still only at 1? Oh.
No, I'm going to go up to 7.
Oh, just an easy 7, right?
And then
like just a simple 7.
I believe the take a stab is going to make it so that if this hits, he would be able to attack
with the same weapon again, potentially?
Actually, I think it needs to hit a marked hero, so probably
Oh yeah,
just...
we haven't seen any marking at all yet.
No, none at all. But on hit, we do get a mark. So Arjun is finally marked, but it wouldn't have counted for this attack because the damage is what marked him. So
I suppose if there's any time to get 2 sigils,
yeah,
probably preserve a little bit of that health. But yeah, he is marked now.
Ooh, Entwine Lightning, revealing an Arc Lightning.
He's not leaving out with the Arc Lightning.
I would imagine we see that set up in Arsenal.
Yeah,
for a bigger turn next turn.
So it's the knowledge is out there though. So Bryce can definitely play around that and prepare for that.
As much as you can play around Arc
with
Lightning
no AB.
With no AB.
But you know what though? That you plan with it with disruption.
Yeah.
So if you can hold disruption for that turn in any way, shape, or form, that's the time to do it. Snatch with 1 card in hand. So he is giving it Go again.
And we see the sink below.
There's the sink. So he burned the boots and didn't get the value out of it.
Yeah, the boots got used for nothing.
Yeah.
That must feel pretty good on Bryce's side.
Definitely. But you know what? He had to do the snaps there, though, because it was his turn to respond. If he chose not to,
Yep.
Bryce could have given the card draw, but then not real. The only value you get is to choose which of the 2 cards to put in Arsenal.
Exactly.
Which, honestly, that at least meant you did some damage, though. In this case, no damage. But you did get a D-react out of there.
Right, we see Bryce react with another +2 buff, which takes it to 4. The third sigil.
There's a reason he's at 37 health still.
That is impressive. We do still get the Go again. Ooh, and we're going to provoke. So we're going to take a look I believe Arjun gets to reveal a card, and then depending on what the card is, it will either get discarded or added to the chain link. So he reveals an action card, so it does get added as a defending card. If it was not an action card, I believe it gets discarded.
Gotcha. So then he basically forced the overblock because Scar for Scar is 2 block.
Scar for Scar is a 2 block, yes.
So then that's basically blocking for 6 on the 4 incoming. Got a card out of his hand. Scar for Scar, of course, not as much value in that it doesn't have the instant go again because he's at 33 health. So out of all the cards that he would have to reveal, it makes a lot of sense why he would give that one up.
And we see a clean E-Strike for 7 here. Notably, Bryce did make a fealty that last turn. So he hit the marked hero, but then his dagger also had an on hit to mark a hero.
Mhm.
So he makes the fealty and then just remarks him.
Gotcha.
See how he wants to deal with this 7. I feel like the Valiant Dynamos are probably a pretty safe block. Definitely good in a deck like this where you're wanting to swing both of your weapons. You're always just going to get that 1 value every turn.
Yep. It's, as a ninja player, obviously the Valiant Dynamos piss me off because, it makes my mask harder to hit because they just do it on that first Kadachi all the time. But
Dynamos are
it's
strong.
also very good at hitting those breakpoints and making sure that you didn't have to do too much with it. So you didn't have to give up 2 cards because then you could just get that back next turn as long as you can swing twice. I tell you what, though, it feels really good when you can start making warriors not swing twice.
Yeah.
That makes me feel good.
Yeah, when Dynamo has to block and you don't get to reset it,
Yep.
it's rough.
Yep. But
So Bryce keeping a 3-card hand here. He blocked with a Hunt's End and the Dynamos. Let's see what he can do with it. I think the Aurora still has the Arc Lightning in Arsenal.
Yep. Just waiting for the right turn where he can, because he's got the reservoir of health available, and if there's no major on hits, he could take a big streak to just really push a lot of damage onto Bryce, sending him to those critical values.
I believe we have another marking card here. I think it's Swear Vengeance or Sworn Vengeance.
Yep, Sworn Vengeance. Your next dagger attack this turn gets +3. When this hits hero, mark them. So it would take the mark off and then
And
put
then
it right back
reapply
on
it.
again. And so you'd be hitting a marked target too, so then that gives you the fealty. So 0 cost warrior action there.
All right, we see some of the fridge deployed. Arjun doesn't want to give up any cards from hand, it seems.
This might be the turn.
This
So
could be the
Bryce would need some good disruption here to really put a wrench in Arjun's plan.
We're going to activate fealties. The next card we play is going to be Draconic, and we're going to provoke.
There's some disruption.
So I believe Dagger should also be going up to 5 because we played a Draconic card.
Now in this case, does he have the go gun on that dagger?
He does because he just made that card Draconic, but he has no pitch
He has
floating.
no pitch for it, so he might not be able to get his dynamos back on this one.
Correct. But we should be remaking. Oh no, because since we added the card defending,
Yep.
We're not hitting. So
Yep. And then so that means Arjun's down to the 3, but he still has that arc lightning, choosing not to use it right off the bat here. So he's still not ready to cook it off.
Yeah, I think without the lightning surge in hand, it's just so much weaker that we probably play this turn without playing the arc lightning.
And he could be trying to get an embodiment too. Like if he can get that embodiment out there and have a full card hand or full set of cards. So 5 cards, an embodiment, you'd be able to really cook off with that.
I think the last card is a lightning press. So we'll probably just see that played here to push damage.
That could make an arc lightning turn be potentially lethal too.
Yeah.
If he could just chip down even more.
Yeah, I think losing the lightning surge, this was definitely not the hand to try to deploy the arc lightning.
Some smart play, I think, with Arjun on keeping that arc lightning down there because it's a constant threat too. Bryce has to have that in the back of his mind, and if he doesn't have arsenal removal, like a good old Command and Conquer coming out or something like that to take that out of there, Arjun's just biding his time, sitting at 33 health, chipping away at Bryce. He may not even need to put an Arc Lightning out there to really put Bryce back on his heels.
And Bryce does know about the Arc Lightning because it was revealed off of that Entwine Lightning.
Yep, he knows it's there, but its presence is almost more threatening than actually using the card.
All right, Proclaim Vengeance. This is just going to mark a hero, but most importantly, it's a Draconic card, which is going to give the dagger go again.
As soon as we see Arjun start taking a lot of damage, we know that's the one that's going to be big. Then if Bryce can come out with some big disruption right at the end of that, you start chaining those together. Suddenly Arjun starts regretting holding on to that long. Bryce absolutely still has a chance, but it's going to be rough. So taking him down to 30.
So a smaller turn from Bryce. We get to reset the Dynamos. We set up a card in Arsenal, but overall,
It's
not
a full hand for Arjun with an Arc
yeah,
Lightning.
not a lot
This
of
is it.
damage presented. Oh, and we have
This
a
is
burn
it.
up shock too.
There it is. Burn up shock and an Arc Lightning. This is going to hurt. No AB in play. You're going to put him back down to the point where every break point is 2 cards.
Oh, E strike, getting go again.
Go again. Yeah.
Getting go again off of the Arc Lightning, so we get to draw a card for free.
Love it.
This deck, Aurora, is the reason why E strikes went up so much from
Oh
price.
yeah, I bet. Didn't even need that embodiment, but he could always pay for it if he needed to. But honestly, I would be surprised if he even pitches a single card here. He might just throw a bunch of offers.
We could potentially see Grasp into Starfall, because with the Arc Lightning, that is quite a bit of damage.
Yep. This is going to be really tough to survive this. Down to 14 from the go again, or from the slip through, and then 13 from the go again.
Second strike, because he dealt damage,
Yep.
it's going to get +1 and go again.
Got that break point, so
So
that's a 5 damage threat.
Yeah, this is a 0 for 5.
The value is there. He doesn't have that ability to stop the weapon this time either.
Yep, that is a one-time use. We're going to block the 4. We should be taking 1 off of go again.
Yep. That's some good patient play by Arjun. Just really holding off, waiting for that right turn to just hit it hard.
We're activating
Chant.
Grasp.
Yep. So
this is going to deal an arcane
and then
damage.
he'll have the 1 pitch to throw the sword.
And then we're representing 1, 2, and then 1 off the go again. So the 1 is going to go through automatically. Does he want to block the 2? Looks like he does.
Okay.
But he will still be taking 1 off of the Arc Lightning trigger. And it looks like we're ending on a Scar for a Scar.
Another 0 for 4. No go again this time.
No
So
go again. No Arc Lightning.
1 card in hand, is that? 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal. He's taking the 4, keeping that hand probably for the pitch, just to be able to throw something back. But that's down to 5 health. Every single breakpoint's going to matter a lot here now. And if he can't swing that sword twice and get those dynamos back, that's going to make this really rough. No, he's just tossing it. What is that?
So 0 for 4. I believe it's called For the Drakai. If it attacks a marked hero, you get a fealty.
And he's not a marked hero. So I was just pushing whatever damage he possibly could. Arjun had no reason to block any of that. So he's just going to come out strong again, showing the red sigil of Solace. So that's a 0 for 4 go again on the. I'm having a brain fart. What's it?
Ravenous
Rabble. See, I need to play more of these game show games with you, so I actually start remembering what cards are called. But that I will be surprised if Bryce can make it through this turn, or at least it's going to get into just throwing his hand every single time and bleeding it out.
With no AB,
somersaulting it, and he knows what it is. It's going to be another 4.
Yep. With no AB, Bryce is definitely on a clock here. Like
Yep.
if Arjun just grasps and swings sword every turn,
Yep.
Bryce is just dead in 5 turns.
Yep. Yeah, I don't see any way that he could possibly come back from this. We know Arjun's pulling a Sigil of Solace, I guess, so he'll get a little bit more health, but that slows him down a little bit. But he could also pitch it. Well, he would pitch it red, but
we also still have access to the Crown of Providence on Arjun's side, so if he wanted to, he could filter.
Pushing even more damage.
Oh, is he going to 1 here?
Yep.
If he has a blue, we might just see the grasp activation.
I wouldn't feel too bad about even just taking it the next turn, though. An
Oh,
Arc Lightning, just
Arc
kill him.
Lightning, yeah,
There
Arc
you
Lightning
go.
just
That's all it takes. So it didn't have to think about that too hard.
triggers off of itself, deals
No
one
AB.
arcane damage.
That was a good solid amount of arcane damage dealt in that match.
Yeah, Arjun, I think, did a really good job of playing that, pretty aggressively, but also being patient and
Yeah,
letting
when
the
it was
hands line up.
yeah. I mean, is there a reason Bryce like was he open to go full aggro that he didn't need that AB? Or what I guess what would the logic be to not bring AB to this fight?
The deck doesn't run very many blues. So your ABs, they're taking full cards to
Yeah,
prevent one.
that makes
So
sense.
you might as well just not even try it.
So you're basically in a race, and if
Yeah.
you can't push it to beat that race, and as we saw once that arc lightning was revealed, we saw the most mid Aurora I've ever seen until the time was right
Yeah.
to pounce, and he got a lot of value out of that one.
Very, very well played by Arjun. That puts him at 4-0. Bryce is still 3-1, so still in contention.
Absolutely.
But we might see Arjun. He's very likely going to be making top eight again because even if he lost the next two, he should be the very top of the 4-2s.
I would think so, yeah.
I think he may be locked for top eight.
I would not be surprised one
No
bit to see him.
guarantees, but
So
yeah,
I was just unlucky that he didn't get because he got a couple of the disrupts from the provokes, but nothing attacking Arsenal.
I think the deck really wants to get to three fealties, and he
Yeah.
just wasn't able to do it. So,
Yep.
well, it is time. We have another game to play.
Doing the giveaway after, I'm
And then
assuming?
we're going to do a giveaway
All
after.
right, stick around, everybody.
We have 121 viewers, so there are 121 people that have a chance of winning a Rainbow Foil Crown of Dominion.
Beautiful.
But before we do that, we have another game show game to play. We are going to be doing
Closing my
the
chat.
Sutcliffe's Messy Notes again. So
All right,
just like
I gotta
last
get my
time.
pencil. It was a little bit of a struggle last time, and you had to give me a lot of information. This would be impossible for me if it. Is this the same?
No, this is the old one.
Okay.
So this is what we did last
Yeah.
round. So again, the goal.
I have notes.
The goal of this game, you have the names of the cards. You want to align them in order of ascending power with no gaps.
And I think the no gaps is the part I missed last time.
Yes.
That kind of got me in the wrong order there. So
this is your new list of cards.
Fatigue Shot, Brothers in Arms, Lightning Surge, Thunk, and Agile Windup. We've got 2 block on that first one, a red in the middle, and a yellow at the end. So, as always, because I'm a terrible memory person, I'm going to need some ranges on some of these.
Let me know what you need.
Let's start, just to read them off to me.
Fatigue Shot.
Yeah.
Fatigue Shot is going to be 3, 4, 5. Brothers in Arms is 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Lightning Surge is 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Thunk is 6, 7, 8. And then Wind Up is 5, 6, 7.
See, the nice thing about this is I can just mathematically do it. I don't have to know the cards as long as you can tell me this information, because everybody else is going to beat me to the answer, but, slow wins the race, right? Slow and steady. So I'm seeing on the upper end here, if we're going to talk mathematically, the Thunk and the Wind would probably be one of the last two, but we're looking at a yellow for it, so that could be like a yellow Thunk at the end, which would be a 7. I'm not seeing too much low. It'd be 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 would be the highest if we were all the way down to a blue Lightning Surge. So we have some options there.
It's a very interesting approach to it, doing it the math way.
I'm
It works.
An engineer
It
kind of
definitely
guy,
works.
right? So the keys being then that middle one is a red. So the middle one would have to be a 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. I do think it's going to be a Thunk or a Wind Up at the end. The ones that get me the most are the 2 blocks, because since they're not ninja cards, like how many 2 blocks do we have here?
Fatigue Shot and Thunk are the. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, Fatigue Shot and Thunk are the only 3 blocks.
Okay, okay. So I have some options there. Um, fatigue shot, 3 block. So that means fatigue shot could not be in that first slot. So that means it probably would be in slot number 2. So it'd be like a 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Um, lightning surge, yellow for 3. Then fatigue shot, uh, yellow for 4. Let's see if this lines up or not. So then the 5 would have to be a red. Oh, that doesn't line up. That'd be fatigue shot. Fatigue shot would be the third one in red for 5. So then I would need a 4 in that second slot. So that would be Brothers in Arms. So brother for 4. And then we've got Thunk and Wind Up. We know yellow wind up, or yellow for the end. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that'd be ending with Thunk, yellow, and then Wind Up for 6, so yellow. A lot of yellows in this one. So I'm locking it in here.
Okay.
Those are messy notes. I've got Lightning Surge, yellow.
Yellow. So you have
I've got
3.
a Brothers in Arms, red. Or
Red.
blue, sorry,
Yep,
blue.
4.
And then I've got what the hell
I
did I
think
write?
that's. Is that Fatigue Shot?
Fatigue shot. Yeah,
5.
red, 5. Then I've got the agile wind up, yellow for 6, and then a thunk yellow for 7.
All right, let's see if that is correct.
Lightning surge, blue Brothers in Arms, red fatigue shot, agile wind up yellow, thunk yellow.
You got it.
Let's go. I don't even have to know this game. Let's just math it out, man.
You just brute force it with math.
You know, I love escape rooms, so this is basically like I could be getting out of this room right now if we had to. But
That's
you know,
hilarious.
the funny thing is though, is I bet you chat got it like an hour ago.
Yeah, there were a couple people that did it.
They got it so long ago
pretty soon.
because yep. So good job, chat.
One person got it correctly.
Oh, who was that?
Elon Musk.
That would be Elias.
Yeah, Elias.
Good job, Elias.
All right. Well, we have a giveaway.
All right.
So
this is a good one. Crown of Dominion.
Don't put anything in chat right now. I'm going to have Ben post in chat when you guys are ready to start guessing. We're giving away a rainbow foil Crown of Dominion. And what we're going to do is we are going to open this pack of Hunted. You are going to be naming the rainbow foil in the pack. The first person to put it in YouTube chat will win the Crown of Dominion. If there's anything fire in this pack, if there's a CNC, if there's an EA shelter, if there's a Marvel, that will also go with you
Unless
along
you really want the
with
Razor
the Crown of
Reflex,
Dominion.
yes. We could send you a Razor Reflex too.
But we're going to open up this pack.
Right.
I want to see the rainbow foil, and then I'm going to have Ben post when you guys are ready to start guessing. That'll be coming from Bandit B.
Bandit B17.
Bandit B17.
I've had that name since I was 12.
You got that?
Yep.
All right. Go ahead and post. Go ahead and start guessing.
Any fire in there?
No.
No.
You are guessing the rainbow foil.
I bet you this one's gonna be a lot quicker. I love how we said there's no like awesome ones, and then everyone starts talking about all the awesome ones.
Nothing yet.
Everyone's going with the well-known cards, like right off the bat. Cut through. I love cut through.
No, keep going.
This just means we're getting really weird packs if nobody's guessing it.
There's just so many options.
That is true.
I haven't seen it yet, though.
Let's go. You can be the winner.
Do we want a hint? It is a hybrid card.
Cool.
I keep seeing things that are close
I
to
know,
it,
right?
and it's tripping me up.
Uh-huh.
It is a hybrid assassin warrior. I'm surprised no one's guessed it yet.
This is nuts. You guys are like right there. We're not dealing with the front of the alphabet this time around. Maybe I threw them off from the last one.
Yeah, assassin warrior, guys.
Remember, it's based on what we see in our chat, so it might not be the same on what you guys see, but you never know. There it is.
Elias.
That dude, just every time. I swear he wins the most stuff.
I think he won one last stream.
Yeah.
Elias got it with a take a stab. So, Elias, you are the winner of a Rainbow Foil Crown of Dominion. Congratulations.
And you don't have to ship it to him.
Yeah, that's great. I'm just going to leave it here.
Yeah,
you guys can give it to him. All right. That is awesome. We have 2 more giveaways. One is going to happen at the end of round 6, so after we finish Swiss. We haven't revealed what it's going to be yet, right?
No, we haven't.
Do we want to?
No, I think you usually do that after round 5.
After round
you'll
5,
review it
okay.
and then reveal it, and then round 6.
I
You'll
will
just have to stick
say,
around.
I think it's the best one so far.
Oh, yeah,
out of the
today,
the 3 options.
I think this might be better than the
So-
ProQuest ones too, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah,
We gave away a
you
Marvel.
gave a lot of
We gave
sigils
away a
around.
Marvel of the Arknight, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have one more. We'll announce what it is at the end of round 5, when we play our next game. And then same thing, you guys will be guessing the rainbow foil from the pack. And then we'll do one more giveaway in between top 4 and the finals. And we'll announce what that is later as well.
And I'm assuming there's more games, right?
Yes.
You have new games that you created that I don't even know what they are yet.
The next 2 will be brand new. I don't have any for the top 8. We usually don't do it for that.
That's totally
usually
fine.
just for Swiss.
Yeah.
So the next 2 rounds will be the same game, but it is new.
Yeah,
So I'm excited about this one.
I heard you're going to be mean to me.
I don't think it's that mean. All right. Well, we will be.
Can I use math to get through it?
No. Not at all.
All right, it's mean then.
All right. Well, we will be right back. I will post when we will be back. I think the round is set to end. Start a little late, so probably around like 3:10, I would say.
Sounds good. Let's
All
do
right.
it.
See you guys soon. we are back for round 5. I feel like the top tables, the like undefeated guys, they've already been on stream. At least one of them has.
Yeah.
So we went for a 4-1 matchup. People that are fighting for top 8, and I feel like we have a good one. We're going to see another Fang, so that should be interesting. And he's going to be playing against Florian. So I'm going to go ahead and
Oh yeah, James is on Florian.
yeah, James on Florian. James has been playing Florian for a while, so he's pretty good at the deck. He's definitely been learning it for a bit. Morris, Chris Morris, he is usually an Enigma player. So him on Fang,
This is very interesting. And he's
definitely
4-1 right now, right?
we're in round 5. So yes, he would be 4-1.
Yep. No, if we're in round 5, it'd
3-1.
be 3-1. Because then whoever gets 4-1
Yep.
is gonna potentially 5-1's guaranteed to get into the end. So this one they're
Should
fighting
be
for some of the top spots.
should be guaranteed.
Should be.
Gem can be weird sometimes.
Yes.
So 2-3-1s here.
Yeah. Excellent.
This Fang, I believe, is going to be different than what we saw before, where Alex and Bryce have built their deck to be very reaction heavy. I think Chris has gone with a different game plan. We'll probably see a lot of similar cards, but maybe the overall game plan might be a little bit different.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if there were more attacks that we see. And then this Florian list, kind of bread and butter. You're going to be looking at your felling of the crowns. You're going to be looking at plow unders. We want to get to 8 earth cards in banish to turn on his ability to make double tokens whenever he makes anything. He definitely is a slower deck. Wants to take this to the late game.
So if Fang is able to turn on its ability with the 3 fealty tokens, are they able to just run ham at that point? Or
The power level definitely spikes because
So-
they don't need to get rid of a card for pitch anymore.
yeah, do you feel then at that point, if this is going to be a long game, that Fang might have an advantage there? Or is there enough disruption coming out of Florian to slow him down again?
I think that there is enough disruption on Florian's end that he could potentially try to throw a wrench in the plan of making multiple fealty.
Okay, so if Florian is able to stop him from making 3 fealty or make him lose the fealty by the various means that you have to do that, then James can ride it as long as he wants because he's keeping kind of Chris held down. But if Chris is able to get that 3rd fealty, it sounds to me like he's going to be able to then open up, and James is going to be in a bit of a race at that point.
It's definitely going to be interesting because yeah, this is a matchup where I think both decks get stronger as the game goes later if they're hitting their game plan. Because if the game goes late and James just isn't able to find decompose cards, then it almost doesn't matter. And same thing for Chris. If the game goes late but he's not able to establish the fealties, it doesn't matter.
So we could see potentially some early decompose on James. And once he gets that ability turned on, being able to just double up on your rune chance really starts setting that pace really quick too. So it sounds to me like James is kind of at the mercy of what he draws, whereas Chris is at the mercy of what James allows him to get away with.
A bit, yeah.
That'll be interesting to see how that works.
We see a new card in James's feat slot. The quick step, I think it's called quick step flexors.
That is so brutal.
This card is insane.
Unbelievable.
And it looks like, I think he has a cold foil, if I'm not
That's a
mistaken.
gorgeous
It
card.
looks like a cold foil.
So, like, I've seen somebody pitch a blue and defend for 6 with it by just repeatedly putting it on the chain in front of my attacks. Like that is now it's only in 1, and so I feel like what I'm starting to figure out is if somebody's going to throw flexors, maybe it's time to think about conserving
Right.
and planning for next turn, treating it as a disruption card.
Quick dodge flexors. That's what
Quick
it is.
dodge, yeah, because that is a brutal card to try and fight against. So it's almost like just let it happen.
Ooh, that's a very nice. I believe that comes out of the gem pack. Proclaim Vengeance here. So we're marking James early. And then for the Drakai, I believe is going to be making a fealty because he's attacking a marked hero. So we see the one fealty on the board.
right off the bat.
So
As long as he doesn't lose it and doesn't need to use it for something, which Fang probably doesn't have to use it all that often, if at all.
not too often. There's going to be a lot of draconic reactions, and then there's probably just like a handful that you run that aren't draconic.
Mhm. So the odds are is that you'll just be conserving them to get up to your 3, and if you ever have to spend one, you've had a bricked hand basically.
Ooh, and then Erase Face from James. This is definitely very strong into Chris's deck, turning off all of the draconic cards. He won't be able to keep the fealty around if he does that.
Right off the bat, that's a strong disruption, and now that's if it hits, right?
That's if it hits.
So he's going to be incentivized to just full block that, turn that off, but that sets a hand advantage right away for James.
And looking at equipment, Chris didn't bring any AB. And Florian is not Viserai. Like, it's not going to be a barrage of rune chance, but he can
And that's
definitely
up.
make a lot, and it adds up throughout the game,
Especially late game.
especially the late game. He's able to essentially turn a blue into 5 value. The Grasp will make 2 rune chance, then he swings the Reaping Blade.
So what is he playing into here? We've seen
Sworn
this card
Vengeance.
once already. Sworn
Yep.
Vengeance.
So
Yep,
on
put it
hit
up to
mark.
4. Now he is already marked, but of course, then you'd be hitting a marked target, creating a fealty, and then remarking it right away, which is a good setup.
And then this reaction, I believe, is going to bring it up to 7. Oh, it looks like 6.
Mm-hmm.
But Shelter will cover this up. I expect quite a bit of defense reactions from James. I imagine he's probably on the root bounds as well. Those are some of your key decompose cards. And then the shelters.
When we see the rainbow foil shelter come out from James, I sold him that one.
He has 3. You don't know if he sold him that exact one.
Yes.
All right, and these blues already putting in work. They're worth 4 value on their own.
So then he used his grasp then,
He did.
and then caused the 1 rune chant, and then took the 1. So then we're into the blocking 1 on there, taking 2.
Yep.
All right. So then the Valiant Dynamo's coming out doing their thing, trying to preserve where possible. These guys play fast. These guys definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, James has been playing this deck for a while, so like he really does know his deck. And then Morris, I feel like he just like once he latches onto a deck, he plays it a ton. So like he probably has a good amount of reps on this, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Canopy Shelter coming from the Terra deck, the first strike deck. When it blocks, it makes a might token. Very good when you get Florian online because you block for 2 and you make 2 mites.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, because any tokens you make.
Yep.
Right? Yeah.
Any token you make, you're going to double it. A bit of an overblock here. We blocked 7 on 4, but I think he was just trying to deny the on hit of the marked.
Mm-hmm. So is he already up to that 3 fealty already?
It looks like it.
Yeah, so he's already turned on to be able to throw those daggers without having to pay for them. And as long as he's able to keep cards in his hand to be able to, I mean, you just need to give it go again, right?
Yeah. So you'd
Yeah.
have to have a 0 cost reaction. So we see here he's swinging with the dagger for free because we have 3 fealties.
So even if Chris is forced to really block out on things, he still has that ability as long as he's maintaining the fealty, which it is hitting a marked target, or what is the? Let me bring it up.
You have to have played a draconic card,
Okay,
or made a fealty.
and you are not playing a weapon, right? So your
Weapons,
daggers themselves. So you would have to have at least one thing to maintain it. Played a draconic card or created an additional fealty. Okay. So he could either mark the target and then hit it, or do something that would create a fealty.
And again, most of his reactions are going to be draconic anyways.
Yeah.
So as long as he's giving the dagger go again, he's usually getting a fealty.
But he absolutely does not have the ability to maintain fealty if he has no cards in hand.
Correct.
Like he can swing, but that basically he's starting over from scratch.
Yes.
Then.
If
all 4 of those fealties now would disappear.
If James is somehow able to rip the whole hand, then he would lose them at the end of his next turn.
So when you have some additional fealty, could you use some of that fealty then as insurance to make things draconic to be able to maintain the rest of them?
You can. So if Chris was running something like Provoke, the new warrior reaction, he would be able to turn that into a draconic reaction. And because he then played a draconic card, he gets to keep the rest of them. So
Nice.
having 4 fealty right now gives him a little bit of insurance.
So even if Chris is forced down to really low hands, as long as he keeps one draconic card that is playable in his hand, he can continue to just put value on the field.
Correct. Oath of Loyalty coming down. This is one of the new Draconic cards. You have to play it as the first card on the chain link, and then you can only
Everything
play.
has to be draconic from
Everything
then out,
has to be Draconic.
which does include the swords, right?
Correct.
So when you have a full draconic hand or you have the fealty to spare, that doesn't really bother you very much then.
Yeah.
But
So
it's value 0 for 4, right?
yeah, 0 for 4 is great value, but
Mhm.
it does require you to jump through some hoops. But in a deck like Fang, shouldn't be a problem.
When you're a hoop manufacturer, then it's not really a problem. Boosting it up to 6 now.
Yep.
James starting to take that damage. He was doing a lot of blocking early on, but he must have something where he feels that he's going to come back with a good answer here and is opting to take the damage to then have that answer come out. Will it be enough? Is it a plow under?
That is a plow under. This is going to be his first decompose, so it is not going to get the +4.
Okay. But will it still hit his
It
arsenal?
will still make both players tuck their arsenal card. James does not have an arsenal, so it is just hitting Chris right
That's
now.
just value on Chris.
And then again, only for 2 damage. But at least we're getting the decompose train started
It's
here.
good disruption there. And yeah, the decompose, you got to get it done eventually. And if you can do it with a good disruption and not have to do it during, you can still decompose on plow under if they didn't have an arsenal card, right?
Correct.
So you still would get some value, but an optimal play there, being able to attack his arsenal, slow him down a little bit, try and buy some time.
All right, we see 2 damage coming through. Looks like James played a Seeds of Tomorrow. It's going to tuck his arsenal, but he prevents the next 5 damage.
Okay. So then another 4 coming out. He's just straight up preventing that as well.
Firm Loyalty taking it up to
So
7.
he's going to add some block to it then.
And here's our next decompose. So we could be going to 5 or 6. Looks like he's doing the full 3.
Mhm.
So that's going to be 6 Earth cards in Banish. And he only needs 1 more decompose to turn Florian online.
Now, was that still a hit, though, because he blocked for 3 or 4? He decomposed and blocked for 4.
Yep.
So then with
Covers the full
the
7.
previous, that was a full 7. So it was good, efficient blocking there.
Arcane Seed's life is going to make 2 rune chants and gain a life for James.
So it seems like James is starting to get a little bit more of his footing now. Both of them have their toys in play. So then it's going to be really who's going to have the best, can get the tempo from it and then hold it.
I think when Florian gets his 8 cards in Banish, it gets pretty scary. And he can do that on like the next felling. This could start being a lot of damage coming from James's side of the table. And I think I see a Sink Blow in Chris's hand.
Which when you're trying to take tempo, that's not exactly the best thing to see.
You want
We don't
the
know what he
aggressive
has
options.
in his arsenal though. But yeah, he needs to start pushing that damage.
I couldn't tell if the last card was a shelter. He might be holding 2 defense reactions. This is what was the name of this card? I think it's Sharpened Sense. Essentially, it is going to give daggers +1. And then if their attack is greater than twice their base,
Which is
they
pretty easy to
automatically
do.
get go again.
Excellent.
So currently does not have go again, but this diced is going to bring it over greater than twice. So now it has go again. He doesn't need to meet the playing a draconic card.
Gotcha. Although you still would want to do that to maintain your fealty at some point.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because right now we have not made a fealty. We have not played a draconic card.
I haven't seen anything either direction, like really making a statement here about how the rest of this match is going to go. They've been both very good about blocking appropriately, blocking efficiently, attacking when necessary, using their cards to the best of their ability. It's good, solid gameplay. I haven't seen though anybody necessarily holding anything back for a future turn or anything like that. I mean, looks like Chris, he has one in hand, one in arsenal right now.
Yep.
That's a bit of an an IP1. That's the first time I've seen somebody kind of keeping something for a future turn.
And it was 2 defense reactions. He was holding a shelter and a sink below,
Gotcha.
and James is playing a Command and Conquer.
Oh no.
He
Oh, no.
also played a Channel the Millennium Tree, so one of these rune chants is getting amp 3. So the first rune chant for 4, Shelter's ability,
To give it
it's going to
the
prevent
next 3
1, so he's
damage.
still going
Yeah.
to take 3. It's going to prevent the second one, and then he has 1 prevention on the Command and Conquer.
That was such a perfectly timed Command and Conquer because it seemed like Chris wanted to be able to just drop those 2D reacts, come back in with the other 2 cards, and really start to leverage that back, get that value so that he can be comfortable to move forward. But the one time that he has what he needs there, James comes out with a CNC right when he needed it. Unfortunate timing on Chris's part, but we'll have to see how that plays out.
Oh, maybe I read that card wrong. I thought that was a sink below. I think it was an Arcane Polarity. And because he took arcane damage, it does gain him 4 life.
Oh, okay.
And
She's down to 32 now.
with the dynamos and the 1 on the shelter, he only takes 4 from the CNC.
He just made Diced Draconic.
Yeah, on the last turn, he used the fealty to make the dice draconic. That way he
Gotcha.
keeps the rest of them around.
Makes sense. Got it. That's why it's never worth it to stop at 3. Always, yeah, having that 4 is at least giving you that insurance there too. More is better though.
Both players doing a really good job of keeping life totals even here. We see a Long Whisker Loyalty with only 1 Draconic Chain Link. He only gets to choose 1 option. He can either make it attack for a second time. What is he choosing here? He could. It doesn't look like he's buffing
Maybe he's
it.
dropping the mark next time it hits.
Could be. It looks like that was the
yeah,
option. So
yeah.
he chose to on hit mark.
Because especially if it's only coming in for 2, he probably banked on James not wanting to block that to save the cards.
And Rootbound going to be covering up this second dagger unless there is a reaction, which I think I saw.
And does Rootbound have Decompose?
It does.
Is that going to turn Florian on now?
It didn't look like he chose to use it because he wanted to save it for this Plow Under.
Gotcha.
So Chris Morris taking the full 4 arcane on the rune chant here, and then we see the decompose come down. Plow Under coming in for 6 and ripping his arsenal, putting it on the bottom of his deck.
There is never a safe arsenal when you're up against Florian. That's brutal.
Yeah, with the Command and Conquers and the Plow Unders.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of disruption. That's
Just
not
gotta
even
give him like a leave no witness too. Why not? Just cross that over to Rune Blade.
and then you get Felling of the Crown in there too.
Yeah. So that's a good output from James there.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, once he's online, the damage potential it can be a lot.
There's a block CNC on a 1 for the dagger. Interesting.
You know, it's going to be more than 1 because he needs to play something to give it go again.
Yeah.
So I think that this is a pretty safe block. It's extremely unlikely that he just ends his turn after attacking for 1.
Yeah.
At the very least, you can expect it to get pumped to 2, which we see here.
Yeah. Which, if you had to choose, like, you're not throwing a ton at it, to try and push over that 3. You just accept that, you're a little undervalued there, but then you move on to the next one and save your big cards for the next hits. So this is not going to have go again yet either because he hasn't put the reaction, but we pretty much know something's coming out too.
Ooh, Hunt's End buffing for 4 here.
So that's +4, but then because it's a Draconic card, the +1 comes from the Digger itself, giving it up to 6, and it has the go again.
And Hunt's End, you can only play it if you have 3 or more fealty.
So then, did he hit a marked target there? So he's no longer marked. So you got an extra fealty for that.
And then now this 4, the Jokai, doesn't really have text because it's not attacking a marked hero anymore.
Gotcha.
But it's still just a 0 for 4. Still presenting damage.
No go again, though?
No go again.
So this will be the end of that one. But he doesn't exactly need additional fealty tokens right now. He's not desperate for them.
No.
Sitting at 5 is pretty decent.
5 is very healthy.
So there's that disruption yet again coming out of James, just throwing the easy Command and Conquer for 6.
Chris still has access to all of his armor, so if he wanted to, he could just ditch the Arsenal card with his Crown of Providence, and I think that's going to be what we see here.
Yep.
Plus the boots, because why not?
Why not? Yep. So that's blocking for what, 4 then? Or 3?
Blocking for 3.
3, yep.
We're going to see Chris drop to 20 here.
And then Chris gets to go up to 5 in hand, which essentially protects the arsenal and then gives him additional potential for pitching, just whatever benefit you might get out of having a card in hand instead of the arsenal.
And now he has a 5-card hand. Let's see what he can do with it.
And at this point, Barkskin, so he's going to be creating what, the embodiment of Earth?
Two embodiment of Earth.
Chris has this great turn lined up, and now James is going to go pure efficiency on every single card he blocks with.
He'll need to have the non-attack actions to block with to get the benefit, because it doesn't affect attack actions. And I see at least one Arcane Seed's life. I think I also may have seen a Fruits of the Forest, so that will not get the buff.
And it's blocking for 2 in itself, so he's guaranteed at least 4 value. Well, I shouldn't say guaranteed, but there's potential for 4 value just on that block alone.
I think I also see a blue Trot Along in James's hand. That's a new card from the Hunted. It has the potential to give Plow Under go again. I think it's fun tech that I've seen people playing.
So this will be interesting then, because Chris may still try to push this knowing that there's going to be things in his way. But James, if anything starts to really threaten him, he can drop some pretty big blocks on there. Up to 5 then, right?
Yeah.
So it's a 3 block.
So if he commits the Arcane Seeds here, he's blocking 5. Trot Along is also a 3 block, so that would be blocking 5 as well.
There it is.
There's the Arcane Seeds. Unless this is a 2 block. I think it might be.
Yeah, hit a laptop. It is a 3 block,
Okay,
so
we're
it's 5.
blocking 5 right now.
And he still has to buff it in some way to give it the go again. So he's basically buffing it right into the block that was already there. Can't really push it any further past that, but at least he has another attack.
And we see Chris respond with the Fire and Brimstone. This is the Fang specialization. It lets him attack with his daggers again.
Okay.
So on this turn, looking to go pretty wide.
And then he's going to take another disruption. So that's forcing 2 disruptions from James in the same turn. So even though he's not necessarily dealing a lot of damage, he's taking cards and he's using all of James's tricks in one go. And that was all fueled, it seemed, by the decision to use the Crown of Providence to get that 5-card hand.
I think it was interesting not choosing to use the flexors on this turn. If he's looking to go multiple chain links wide, this seems like a good spot to turn, like a blue Summer's Fall into 6 value worth of block. I feel like this would have been a really good turn for it.
Yeah, he instead gave up. Was that pretty much his entire hand -1, and he's just throwing a weapon?
Yep, but it's 5.
Yep.
Because of Florian, we make 2 rune chance and then swing for 3.
So yeah, 5 damage on a one card 5 is not that bad at all. That's very good.
Very close game.
It is. This is still anyone's game. Both of them are fueled up and kind of hitting each other hard. Chris has been getting fantastic value out of his dynamos so far, which is to be expected. We still have the flexes available from James, so he has some great block potential still for shutting down another big turn from Chris.
Oath of Loyalty coming down 0 for 4. Just good numbers.
And coming out with an oath of loyalty, you still don't even know if this is the big turn or not. It's just a basic 0 for 4. You're not seeing any indicators of this is when it's going to happen. This is when I need to drop flexors, anything like that. It's just, you just have to respond.
We haven't seen any felling of the crowns from James yet. That's one of like the best cards in his deck, and he hasn't had an opportunity to play one.
I just heard somebody outside say felling, pitching too. So there's somebody else felling out there. That would be our local
That's probably like Geo.
that's Geo, who's the Verdance player right now.
The lone verdants in
The
the room.
lone Verdance.
We had one of each wizard here.
So he
today.
is using one of his fealties to make this a Draconic Chain Link.
So this won't work for the dagger itself because
Mhm.
this is a action, I believe. But because he made it draconic, he'll be keeping the other fealties around.
Right.
This is Savor Bloodshed. Very, very strong card out of this new set.
Mhm.
+4, and if it hits a marked hero, you get to draw a card.
Which in this case, it's not marked. So he could have an ability to drop like an instant mark or something like that
There's
just
some
before
instance.
resolution.
There's a couple attacks that you can discard to mark a hero.
Yeah.
So right now, not representing the draw, but at reaction speed, he could mark James and then draw a card.
And so playing the Saver gave him the +4. He made it Draconic to ensure that he can keep the rest of the fealties if this is the end. But he could also still have something to drop on there, almost as a bit of a smokescreen, right? He didn't have to use the fealty on Saver, but I think he did it to indicate like, okay, I'm gonna go easy this turn. Surprise! Here's an attack reaction. Now I'm giving it go again and +3.
Well, Minister actually has a good point. He had to make it draconic because of the Oath of Loyalty.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I was thinking Chris was doing this like 4D chess, when in reality he was just doing what he was supposed to do. Hey, at least he didn't miss triggers or anything like that. So.
And James just keeping 1 blue in hand, turning it into 5 value.
Yep.
He's just trying to play the value game here.
Yep. So we got 15 to 16. So that's everybody's just kind of waiting for what they need to really push it.
Yellow Sink Below, covering up the Reaping Blade.
A yellow Sink Below.
I think because you want the 2 value of pitch,
Okay.
1 for each dagger.
Yeah.
A lot of your reactions cost 0, so you only really need 2 resources on your turn.
I have been putting a lot more yellows in my Ira deck lately because of that. I don't necessarily need that third blue. I only have a couple 1 costs. So I can see the balance there where that there's still a benefit. You have that 3 block available. And it's still a reaction too.
Sharpen Senses comes down.
We've seen that
Potentially
before.
give and go again, as long as we can get this dagger to 3 or more.
Which is kind of a guarantee.
It's pretty easy.
With a hand size that big. So blocking it out at 3, he's going to give it +2.
Should be +5. I think he's going to 7.
Jeez.
1 from the dagger, 4 from the Hunt's End.
Yeah, I keep forgetting the 1 from the dagger every time.
And we see
it's always going to happen.
the flexors deployed.
Okay, so he wants to shut Chris down on this one by getting that value.
So only 2 damage coming through. James should be at 13 right now. And then the flexors, they're probably going to be deployed on the next chain link as well.
Yep. He's got the pitch for it. He can do it 2 more times. So Chris is going to throw stuff, but it's almost guaranteed to get shut down in some fashion. And James can kind of sit on that efficiency as much as possible, keep cards in hand, and then throw that back at Chris on his turn. So that's a full block for 3. Seeds of Life.
Yeah, it looks like it. No need to use the flexors again. We just covered up 3 pretty effectively.
So Chris could have pushed it, but knowing that the flexors is just going to continue shutting him down, putting in Narsil might be a good idea. Also, he doesn't know whether James has anything to attack the arsenal, but we're just seeing that little efficiency jab once again. because he just had the one card blue, right?
Yeah, just presenting consistent
Yeah,
damage.
consistent. But now Chris saved his arsenal, hoping that it wouldn't get attacked, which it didn't. So now he's coming back out with a pretty decent set of attacks here against the 13
Yeah,
health James.
5-card hand.
It's pretty big.
I feel like James just was not able to find a pivot turn.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we haven't seen a single felling come down yet.
Yeah.
Like that is incredibly disruptive.
So when you're blocking and blocking and blocking and using all your tricks to stay alive, if that big turn arrives when you're at 6 health, you don't have the option anymore to just take a bunch of damage and then swing it back at him because you will be dead. So if it never comes, it sinks you. Feel bad. You just got to shuffle better, I guess.
Yeah.
But Chris just playing a good value game and just keeping that pressure on James. James able to throw it back and keep the levels pretty decent, but is he going to have the opportunity to hold a hand long enough to actually push the tempo back in his favor?
I can see a blade flurry in Chris's hand. Scar tissue going up to 8. I believe this is on hit mark.
This is a big push here. A very big push. This is going to put him down in those critical numbers. And then James is not going to have options. This is probably going to be the last chance, I think, at James having a big turn to push it back. Did he take his damage?
I think they marked it down on paper, but it doesn't look like they put it on the counter.
I feel like he shouldn't be at 13 right now.
No, he definitely took at minimum, I think it was 4, but I want to say
Yeah,
it might have been 7.
they'll catch it eventually here. But I feel like James, after those attack reactions, is way less than 13. And as I was saying, that was kind of there's the felling.
Here we go. Looks like they're
Yeah, they're
catching
fixing it now. Oh yeah. So down to 7. And I think we're kind of in James's last chances to push something back against Chris, who's very, very much in the tempo right now. Throwing efficient daggers for 4.
Chris, he told me earlier that his one goal here was to come away from today with at least one win because this deck is so new to him.
Yeah.
And
he's
sitting at 3-1 right
threatening
now,
a 4-1.
threatening 4-1,
And
potentially
potentially a top 8.
locking for top 8.
I mean, this has been like maybe he's just drawing out of his mind, but I've seen some really good decisions being made by Chris too. Just the other 2 fellings.
Oh, did we see them all
Oh, I think that was all of them in one turn. That's unfortunate. That you got to be yeah, throwing a race face back, I guess that could at least delay another turn, but you're just delaying the inevitable then.
That's unfortunate timing on James's part.
So he is out of tricks, I think, at this point, right? Like, yeah, he might be able to hit an arsenal or 2, but he doesn't have any of his equipment that he needs for a big push. That's the second erase face. This is just Chris now can use his health to just guarantee throwing it back at James. So unless he has a massive misplay, he's got the cards he needs to really push things. So that erase face ended up hitting, right?
It did.
So that shuts off Draconic.
It does.
So is he going to be able to turn Draconic on like that with a fealty?
He shouldn't be able to.
Is that can you use fealty to turn Draconic on? Well, because the card loses its
Yeah,
name,
I don't
but
think we should have been able to swing with the second dagger there because he played a Draconic card, but it wasn't Draconic.
but
So
it's but he made it Draconic with a fealty though.
he didn't know.
I saw him turn it down, didn't he?
He switched it back. I think maybe they caught it.
Judge.
Oh,
there we go.
it looks like Chris may have drew an extra card.
Oh, that. Okay. You can. So I feel like because he hit a marked target too. So I feel like I saw him use the fealty, give it Draconic, even though it didn't have Draconic, then get the fealty back because he hit the marked target.
I see.
So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool exchange there that unfortunate on the 5 draw there. That's kind of a bummer. I'm sure they'll be able to run that back and figure it out.
Yeah,
That's why
Chris.
whenever I draw two, I put the face down and count them, because the last thing I need is to. Yeah,
Chris may be a little eager here.
he's feeling really good about his position. Loses and yeah, Chris is right. Yep. So yep. So he did use the fealty, and he did make it draconic. He got the fealty back, so he's back into his 3 where he wants to be. So he was still able to get something good, even though he got hit by the erase face. Looks like because I'm assuming Chris saw the cards. So does that mean James gets to pick something?
James gets to pick one and put it usually on the bottom.
Okay. So he has a little bit of opt there then, which is nice information for James. You hate to see something like that because of a mistake being made, but Chris, I think, still very firmly in a really good position right now.
Unfortunately, Chris is holding 2 arcane polarities, so he's going to take the 2 arcane, but he's going to gain 8.
Okay. Now Chris is feeling really good.
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
And then we're still representing 3 damage on this Reaping Blade.
James still marked. Yeah, the freehand intel doesn't matter too much when you can just throw it all down right away, right? Like you look at it and you say, "Oh, I'm screwed."
Yeah.
Thanks. That's good info.
So we know that there's a reaction here in hand. We don't
Yeah.
know what's in the arsenal right now, I don't think. And then we're holding a shelter, which shelter's not doing anything for us right
No.
now.
So it's I feel bad for James though because I feel like he's delaying for nothing. Like he's got to do what he's got to do, but I don't know if he has anything left in his deck that's gonna really push it back on Chris. Especially when you have some of your disruption like Erase Face, and Chris can still just deal with it.
Oh, that's good point. The Reaping Blade should have prevented, I think, the second arcane polarity. I believe Chris should be at 9 right now.
And why is that?
Reaping Blade, if a player has more life, they can't gain life. So I think they were even when he played the first arcane polarity, and then the second one would have put him above.
Okay, interesting. I'm seeing. Did James just gain 3?
He's playing Germinate, so Germinate's
Yep.
going to gain some life and then
So
make
he's up
some.
at 10 now.
So he's choosing to make 6 rune chants and 2 embodiments.
So yeah, again, we can't really run out there screaming to fix it, fix it, fix it, because these guys have to be treated like anybody else playing. And so if they don't self-report or a judge isn't just happen to be looking over their shoulder, there's not much we can do about it because they have to be treated equally to everybody else in the room. But that said, we'll see how much that matters for Chris's decision making, being at either 9 or 13.
All right, Blade Flurry buffing. Looks like he made it Draconic.
There comes just some pure value again.
I think I forgot to mark the phone again. I think James took 2 on the Blade Flurry and covering up the second one. So I believe it should be 8 to 13 right now.
They'll catch it. They usually do.
Yeah.
They write it down, which is the important part, and then they fix it on the phone when they remember to. And that's just because we need the values out there so we can keep track of it on our end too. We're definitely working on different technology and stuff where we can keep track of the damage a little bit more efficiently for the sake of the stream. But for right now, having to deal with the damage twice, there it is, then it's just a necessary evil. So taking it down to 9 using that Valiant Dynamos efficiently. So we could say arbitrarily 5, but still comfortable.
Yeah, and Chris, really good time to draw 2 Shelter from the Storms when his opponent is attacking with 6 rune chants. He was able to cover that up pretty cleanly with 2 reds.
Mm-hmm. So down to 7 now. Man, turning that fealty on as early as he did, he's getting that value. I think he's getting it a lot more than Florian's value on the rune chance, just because he's been on the defensive this entire time. The most he's getting is throwing the blade for 5, but Chris is able to turn that into gas for multiple chain links. It is still relatively close, but there's not a lot of depth left there for James either.
And I think we got to choose all 3 modes on the Long Whisker. So the dagger is going to be able to attack again. We marked, and we were able to buff.
Oof.
And we're just continuing the value engine, sending 5 off of a blue.
So technically, he could drop down to 1 right now if he wanted to. Technically, because of the missed trigger before, but he's going to choose to drop down to 5 because he was 4 off, right? That gave him 4 extra health from
4 extra
quitting.
health.
So he technically would be at 1 health right now, but with a full hand of cards.
Right.
So he might be, if he ends up basically pushing it to the win right here, it didn't matter.
Double saver, buffing for 8. So we're going to see this dagger come in for 9 damage. This is a big dagger.
There's a 3 block. Okay. Buffing it again, or buffing his next one. No, he put it up to 12. So he did give it that buff. He had the 4 to decompose, right? So that went from a 9 to 12. I guess he can decompose, but he didn't need to. And there it is. So
Right.
ultimately, Chris could have been at 1 health right there. Wouldn't have mattered. But had the tempo that entire game. James just waiting and waiting for something to happen. But when something was ready to happen, he didn't have the health to be able to just ignore it. And he had 3 of them in one hand.
It's
That's brutal.
It's always nice to know that like something like that doesn't get caught doesn't affect the game too bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Because again, Chris would essentially be at 1 here. There wasn't any real
Maybe
way
he would have had the instinct to maybe hold out, but
block
knowing
a little
what he
differently, maybe.
knowing
But
he had 3 attack, it was 2 of the
the saber
Saber
bloodsheds.
Bloodsheds. He had an attack reaction. He just could throw one big dagger to really hit it hard. I don't think he would have played that any differently.
Yeah.
Even if it took him down to 1, because that's the kind of hand, especially seeing as many of the D-reacts come out as they did, he at that point knew he didn't have any responses for it.
Right.
So
No, that was a great game to
that
watch,
was
though.
really fun. That was very fun. I mean, I felt like Chris kind of had it, but just had to take it home. Pretty mid-range in there. Like he knew that he had what it took to win that. As long as he played clean, and he continued to play clean throughout the entire thing. He didn't do anything drastic. He made good decisions when the time came, and then ultimately allowed Florian to just not have the tools he needed, and then just couldn't bring it back. All of his disruptions were just shrugged off.
James also played very well. I think he just got very unlucky with the timing of those 3 Felling of the Crowns, because that is one of the strongest cards in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he drew them all either in one hand, or he drew 1 and then drew 2 the next turn.
Yeah,
he had to block.
He blocked with 1 and then he double blocked with 1. And it's like, oh my god.
So no, great play by both players.
Yeah.
We have a little bit of time before the next round, so we have a couple things that we're gonna do.
Sure.
First off, I'm gonna do the announcement for our next giveaway. This is gonna be at the end of round 6, at the end of Swiss. So far, we have given away a Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree, Crown of Dominion, both rainbow foil.
Some good cards.
I have a cold foil to give away for the next one.
Ooh,
and this is a pretty good one.
Yeah.
We are going to be giving away a cold foil Dragon Scalar Flight Path.
That's pretty
awkward name. This is going to be given away at the end of round 6, the end of the next round. What we're going to do is we're going to open up a pack of Hunted, and we're going to have you guess the rainbow foil in the pack.
Next round.
The first person that gets it right in chat will get the Dragon Scalars. And if there's any fire in this pack, which so far there hasn't been, But if we open up a CNC, if we open up a Shelter, if we open up a Marvel, whatever is in this pack will go with you with the Dragon Scalers. So
Nice.
make sure you are here for the end of round 6.
And that won't be the last giveaway either.
That won't. There will be one more.
Yeah.
But before we get there, we have another game to play.
Ooh.
This is a new one. So I don't know if you've seen, but the price of some Flesh and Blood cards are getting a little up there.
Is this having to do with pricing? Is this like the price is right?
So I needed cards for my deck,
Okay.
but I couldn't afford them.
Okay.
So I went to the pits to go buy some cards. I
Okay.
hear they have really good prices,
Okay.
but sometimes what you get, sometimes you get knockoffs.
Okay.
So I need you to check my cards for me and let me know if I got any fake ones.
Really? I like this.
So what you're going to do is you're going to look at the card
Okay.
and let me know if anything's wrong with it. I will say borders, you're not looking at any borders that might be
Okay.
incorrect.
Okay.
And text. I had to use my own text.
Okay.
So
So the fact that the font is horrible
Yes.
is not like
what I want to know is rules wise, is there anything wrong with this card?
all right.
Close your chat.
Okay, close my chat. Close my chat. Close my chat. Okay. All right. All right.
So I bought a Command and Conquer.
Should I be paying attention to spelling?
No, if I made a spelling error, that's on me.
I was gonna... So you bought a Command and Conquer. Are you a little bit poorer because of it now? Especially
Well, I got it from
new
the
one?
pit, so it was a pretty good deal.
Okay. Defense reaction cards can't be played this chain link. When this hits a hero, destroy a card in their arsenal. 6 damage, generic action attack. 3 block, 2. I mean, that looks to me like that is what Command and Conquer is. It's can't play defense reactions as chain link.
Yeah.
Hit destroys the card in the arsenal. Yes, destroys the card in arsenal when it hits a hero. And 6 damage, 3 block.
Yeah.
That all seems correct to me. Am I right?
I think I picked up a fake card. It does not pitch for 3.
Huh?
I said borders. I didn't say pitch value.
Okay, now I know how to play this game.
But
Okay.
also, it destroys all cards in their arsenal, not a card.
Which usually only is a problem for Rangers.
So that explains why I got this one for so cheap.
Okay. Now I know. Like I had to get one. I had to go through one.
All right.
Let's do this.
I also picked up this card.
Okay. I should know this.
You should know this.
I should absolutely know this. I hate you so much. Target ninja attack.
Again,
No,
for the chat, we're not looking at borders. I know that this is a ninja card.
this is a fake card.
This is a fake card. I picked up a fake card.
Yes, because if it was a ninja attack, I could use it on Kadachis.
Oh,
I can't use Ancestral Empowerment on my Kadachis. It's attack action cards.
it's only attack action cards.
Yeah.
That is
Plus, they
correct.
called to him from beyond the mists. It's time to come home.
All right, we got one more.
All right. So I'm 1-1 right now.
And then we'll have 3 more at the end of the next round.
I like this one. This is fun.
This one is so much fun.
Cut through. Oh, so one of the new ones.
This is a new card.
All right. If you've hit with a dagger this combat chain, this gets +1 and go again. 2 block, assassin, ninja, action attack for 3. So cut through is one of my favorite cards that came out of this set for use in Ira or any ninja, really. Being able to then, hit for Kadachi for 1 into a cut through is a lot of fun, especially if you can manage to get a dual threat from it.
Yeah, that's great.
So this is good value here. If you've hit with a dagger this combat chain, this gets +1 and go again. It's 1 pitch. 0 cost is correct. I do think that cut through is 2 block because it's such a good card. They're not going to give me a 3 block cut through. I do think assassins and ninjas can both use it if you've hit. I think this is legit.
You think this is legit?
I think this is legit. Because it's not if you've dealt damage, it's if you've hit.
This is legit.
Yeah, all right, let's go.
Yeah, I like this game a lot.
That
This
was
is
cool.
super
Codex of
fun.
Misprints. That's so fun.
Okay, that's it for this one. I only have 3 of each for this one, just because I actually thought of this yesterday,
Really?
and I made all of these yesterday.
That's so
I didn't have
fun.
enough time to make more.
I love these games.
All right.
Next
Well,
time then.
yeah, next time I will
There will be
definitely.
next time.
I'll probably try to aim for 5. Okay, we are going to take a quick break. There should maybe be about 5 minutes left in the round, I would guess, and we will be back for round 6 already. 6.
Yeah.
Man, days flying by.
Yeah.
We-
I'm gonna go look out for my 3-pitch Command and Conquers.
All right, we will see you guys shortly. Right, we are back with round six. Round
The
six. That's
last
so crazy.
Swiss pair round.
We're going to be bringing Ronan back on. We're going to be watching Kano again. He's going to be playing into Jordan on Dio.
Are you going to bet against Ronan this time?
Jordan plays Dio very well.
He does play with Dio.
I don't know.
I still believe in Kano, man.
All right.
You know me, I'm the math guy,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so I believe in Kano.
I'm going to update our screen here. Do you have some stats for us that you
I
might want to share?
do. So, in case anybody was curious, currently we only have one 5-0, which is Arjun. He's absolutely killing it on Aurora currently. The rest of them are in 4-1, and the breakdown for that is including Arjun's Aurora. We have two Auroras. We've got the Dash IO. We've got the Fang, a Kano, two Viscerais, and a Vincent. So still a great showing on the Rune Blades with a total of 5 that are either 4-1 or 5-0. But then coming in with the Fang, Dash, and Kano as well.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive from Arjun. Like I said, he won the last one here, and he's looking like he's trying to do it again.
If you think about it, if you are a 4-1 and you are paired against Arjun right now, and you lose to go down to 4-2, you're probably still in a decent position to potentially still get into top 8.
I would think so.
Losing against a 5-0,
Well, even just the fact that they're playing Arjun this round
they're
means that
already
they're
up
one of the
there.
higher
Yeah.
ones.
So they got to be feeling pretty good about it no matter what happens here. Whereas we've got Jordan and Ronan both fighting for their lives here.
They're at 5 and 6 right now.
Yeah, 5 and
So
6. So this could potentially be one of these move on and one doesn't.
yeah, so I think whoever wins this should make top 8. Whoever loses this might squeak in. There's
Whoever
a
wins
chance.
this is guaranteed
Yeah.
at this point. A 5-1
Guaranteed
with
in air quotes because we never know.
Well, I mean, I don't see any mathematical way at this point that a 5-1 would not make top 8.
I agree.
Yes, so this. I like saying the word guarantee, and especially as a business owner, like it's such a
You
dangerous
just
word.
never know.
But
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a fast one.
this is what I end up doing. I say I guarantee it, and I'll give you a pack of Hunted if I'm wrong.
Oh, there's 120 people in chat right now. Can you afford to give out 120
I'm guaranteeing
packs?
to you, they're just overhearing. They're just. I had to check to see if the mic was even on because who knows? Maybe we weren't even broadcasting that.
I'm very excited to watch this though. Ronan is obviously very good on Kano. But Jordan has been playing mech for probably as long as I've known him.
And he
And
plays disgustingly good
I
too
feel
with
like
mech.
he's also been on Dio for as long as the hero's been out. So
So Jordan and Ronan both play at Oddwillows.
Yep.
They play obviously in a whole bunch of places, but I am pretty familiar with both of these guys. Ronan has been away for a while, finally able to come in and start playing again, which is awesome. But I've been seeing a lot of Jordan. And lately, I've seen a change in Jordan. I don't know if anybody else has noticed it, but I've actually noticed it to the point where I brought it up to somebody that Jordan feels like to me as an outside observer, like he is having more fun with the game right now than he's ever had before. Like he's actually coming in with a smile on his face. He's having fun with the interactions, even if he's not necessarily winning everything in an armory. He's more engaged with the community. It's almost like a switch was flipped, and now Jordan is having a blast in his little what he's doing right now.
yeah.
And I feel like since that's happened, I have seen an improvement in skill from him as well. Like he's falling into his groove, and I'm very curious to see if he can translate that into a top 8.
He's a very good player. So this is going to be exciting to watch. We're going to have plenty of time after this game is over. Um,
Yeah, so we here at Oddwillows we are going to be doing just a short break between, obviously, to do the top cut, as well as we do a lot of giveaways. So a lot of cool prizes and things that people can win here just by playing.
And
giving people an opportunity to get some food.
the judges need to do deck checks, and there's
Yep.
I feel like anyone that's played an event like this knows that like after the Swiss, there's usually about at least an hour of downtime.
Which is funny because I tell people that they can have an hour, and then all the top eight's like, no, let's just play now. I'm
No,
like, okay.
it takes a good amount of time for the deck checks. We do
Yeah.
have two judges here today, so like it'll go by a little bit quicker, but
I did not do Josh any favors in our last Pro Quest, only having him be the judge. I learned my lesson. Thank you, Josh, for helping out and suffering through that. And I made sure to get two judges for this one, big time.
All right, we are starting. There is a Hanabi Blaster on Dio's side of the board.
is
I
pretty.
love this card so much. It attacks for 5 with Overpower. If you boost 3 or more times in a turn, it gets a counter. To attack with it, you have to remove 2 counters.
Oh,
So you have to do like 2 turns of setup to be
If
able
you
to
still have
attack
to
for 5
pitch?
Overpower. No pitch,
No
for
pitch.
free. I love this card so
boom
much.
grenade right out of the gate. Red boom grenade. And this is turn 1 now, so we already had our turn 0.
Yep, Ronan just did a little bit of setup, played an energy potion. This outpace is not going to let equipment block, but Ronan does not have any blocking equipment anyways.
Yep.
So this is just a 1 for 4 threatening the boom grenade trigger.
And I'm sure, again, we're going to see Ronan take all kinds of fun damage here, not really care because he's setting up.
Do you see what's in Jordan's arm slot? That is a Bracers of Belief.
I gotta bring that one up.
That is not a mech card. He is able to destroy this.
Generic equipment.
Yep, he reveals the top card of his library, and it his next attack gets buffed 3 minus the pitch value of that card.
So it could be buffed 2.
If he reveals a red, which is what he's going to be wanting to reveal, his next attack gets +2.
And that's a good way to get those boom grenades to hit then.
Yes, but what it does, not only does it buff, it lets you look at the top card of your library.
Yeah.
As Dio, you can play items from the top.
Yeah.
So it's like a free peek at the top of your deck on top of a buff.
That's interesting.
That is
Have we seen this in many Dio decks currently?
I haven't seen anybody play this card ever. So it's very interesting.
I love
to see
seeing people try something new, and I'm very interested to see if he gets the value out of that he's hoping. Because what else would he normally bring in that slot?
Dash does not have very many good arm slot pieces. They have the one that goes under the Nitro Mechanoid and gives it extra power.
Mm-hmm.
It blocks for 1, but at that point you might as well be playing an Iron Rot piece. Some of them are playing the Goliath Gauntlets to buff the Max Vs and like the throttles.
Well, he definitely doesn't need the block here against Ronan. Kano Ronan.
Well, so notably, the Goliath Gauntlets are also a 2 buff. So if the Bracers hit a red and an item on the top, they did more than the Goliath Gauntlets would have done.
Okay.
This game might be over in like 2 or 3 turns.
Yes, it's going to be really quick. So we're going to see Ronan go down to 2 health again and then just unload.
Yep.
We saw he basically won before he even got through his entire turn, and he just wanted to see how far it would go. He told me that he hit a 66 and then a 69 damage hit on those what were the
blazings?
The blazings. So he had a 66 damage blazing followed by a 69 damage blazing.
That's impressive.
That is insane.
Jordan does have more AB. In that matchup, it was AB1, Spellvoid 2.
So you weren't getting anything out of those. The thing where you block. God, I'm having a brain aneurysm. The one where you do want to AB it to prevent it from
Wildfire.
Aether Wildfire. Yes. Just a reminder to everybody. I suck at this game.
Someone asking in chat, was that a Doom sleeve? That was a Sonic Doom sleeve. If you look at Ronan's shirt, he is on the team Sonic Doom. They are a Kano team. So that's what that was.
Sonic Doom. I like
Sonic Doom. And we see an Open the Floodgates coming in for 4, buffed off of the Crucible. If this hits for 4, Ronan would draw 2 cards.
So it looks like he opted to pitch to AB that to prevent that draw.
You kind of have to, because if you give him the free cards, he's going to activate Kano. He's going to maybe play another spell.
Yep, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, you really that's a must block there.
I feel like a Kano team that's like I don't know, man. It's like a Montessori school or something like that. That's scary.
There's a lot of good players on that team too.
I'm just imagining like a group of scientists with like flails and swords or something marching down the street.
All right, zipper hit coming in for 5.
So Jordan obviously going to just push as much as he humanly can, essentially pushing Ronan to have to act, hopefully prematurely, so then he has to try and push out what he can. So if he is forced to do it and then he hasn't had a chance to properly opt through his deck and pitch stack and everything that he likes to do, then he's kind of at the heart of the cards and just drawing what he can and much more prone to just not getting what he needs to push it over the top. So it's all about speed from Jordan. Push it as hard as possible, block out or pitch for those big hits on the Aether Wildfires and the other draw cards when necessary. But we're down to
Oof.
9 now. It
Yeah,
is
0
still
to
with Go
60.
again because he boosted. Well, how many cards in hand? One, two,
I think
one.
it's just 1.
So he can push a little bit more, but it should not be lethal unless it gives him a card draw.
He has 3 resources floating.
No, nothing on the Hanabi Blaster yet, right?
Nothing yet.
So he's opting to use those gloves now to give the boost to his next attack,
He
flipping
revealed a
over
max V.
a max V, which is red, right?
Yep.
So that's going to get +2 to his next attack.
And I
And he
believe
got that opt on the max V.
we should be able to draw the max V. Oh no, because we need a boost for the heist.
Yeah.
Unfortunate timing.
So that opt didn't necessarily help him there, except to show him Mechanologist card, which he knew he was going to have no matter what. But then how much damage is he throwing here?
This should be for 7. So heist
7.
coming in for 5,
Not
getting buffed by
lethal
2.
though.
And then if this hits, he's going to be able to put an item from, I think it's the banish zone, into the arena.
Is that after resolution then?
Yeah, it has
So
to
like
hit.
a boom grenade
Yep,
wouldn't push it over there then.
correct.
So what we're probably gonna see here, my assumption is Ronan's probably gonna just take it, go down to 2, start his end of Jordan's turn, right? Or do his turn.
Yeah, so if he wanted to, he could take the hit, play something on his own turn,
Yeah.
poke, maybe rip some cards, and
Yeah.
then try to combo on
Combo
Jordan's
on
turn.
Jordan's turn. Yeah, which is what we saw last time. He goes down to 2 health. Then it's the next player's turn. He plays 1 card and he says, in response, I'm going to do all this other stuff and deal 69 damage to you.
Now,
So
this time though, we only have 1 potion on the board.
that is true. He had 3 last time.
He had 3.
That was a big difference.
3 different ones too.
Although the degree at which he took that match, I don't think he needed all 3. Let's be fair. But this is going to be, I think this is going to be a lot closer than that other one.
Spindle off the top, definitely a strong one. Can set up the next hand that he's going to draw into.
It's intense because Jordan just has to do what he does best. But it is a little bit interesting playing into Kano, feeling like you're not even in control of your own destiny. Like you just do what you do best and push as hard as you possibly can. Your goal to be decrease the amount of turns it takes for Ronan to have to kick it off.
You're denying him time, right?
Yeah.
You need to present as much damage as possible to give him as little time as possible to line up the correct sequence of cards.
This would have been completely different outcome here if Jordan was able to push 9 instead of 7.
Yeah.
Like that would have been huge.
And we're still considering whether or not we want to block this heist. Again, it's coming in for 7. He buffed it with the bracers of belief. But Ronan likely going to fire off 1, if not 2 spells before blocks here.
I feel like there's no point in blocking because you're not gonna last another turn. No matter what, Ronan is gonna fire off after the first card gets played from Jordan. Doesn't matter how much he would block here. I feel like he's gonna just throw everything he possibly can.
Oh, we're seeing a Storm Striders deployed right now. Into a Blazing.
If he can chop down some of Jordan's health, that gives him a much easier target to hit at the beginning of Jordan's turn into a
So
Kindle.
we're going to be responding with everything to this blazing. This blazing is going to be the last thing that resolves. I think I saw Ronan's hands kind of go up there. I don't think he drew what he wanted off of the Kindle.
He still has half a turn though, right?
Yes and no.
He's got a fresh draw of 4.
He has no Storm Striders though. Storm Striders tends to be pretty key in comboing off. You can do it without the Storm Striders, but it is much harder, and you have to have almost the perfect sequence of cards off the top of your deck. So Ronan, I think, must have felt like he needed to go for it here. So Kindle buffing the lessons for 1, so it's coming in for 4. Ronan's going to search for a wizard non-attack action card and put it on top of his deck.
So he's at 30. He went up.
Oh, yep, he had 1 floating, I believe, so he AB'd 1, took 3.
Yeah, he has the hat, the Ragamuffins hat.
Ragamuffins, yep, that can definitely find him something. So he's going to find a blue, it looks like. So he might be using the lessons just to find a blue to switch with the rag.
Sure. Like I feel like Ronan is able to just push as much as he possibly can here and then kill Jordan on his turn if he's got what he needs. So there's the rag. And so what does the Ragamuffins do for him?
It lets him draw a card, and then he has to put a card from his hand on top or bottom of his deck.
There's the Aether Wildfire.
He drew the Wildfire off the Kindle.
But only 4.
Jordan has no cards left in hand, though.
Oh, so he was able to do all 4.
Pop
Then he's
the
using
energy
the
potion.
energy. Yeah.
This comes in for
this is going to be
8.
huge. Okay. It doesn't have to kill him this turn. I don't feel like it does.
Because it's not lethal.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to. He just needs to be able to get enough for a fresh hand to finish him off on Jordan's turn, right?
Correct. But this might be lethal. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 on the blazing plus 4 from the wildfire buff. I think Jordan is just dead.
What were we worried about? like he had the Ronin is extremely animated when it makes it look like he just doesn't have what he needs.
So now, after all of these spells finish resolving, the blazing that we played
There it is.
At the start of this finally resolves and does, I don't know the exact number, but it is more than 18.
Oh my goodness.
So
and if you think about it, well, even still, if Jordan swung for 9 there, Ronan had it at the end no matter what. Jordan needed to finish this 1 turn sooner, which he didn't have what he needed, and God knows if it was even possible.
That was
based on what Ronan had. But that was insane.
That was great to watch.
That's the mathematician right there, just putting it down.
Man.
Oh my goodness.
Ronan
blazing for lethal.
Ronan doesn't know how to not lose.
I just find it funny because when I'm trying to read his body language, Jordan has no decisions to make at that point. So all of the body language coming out of Ronan is just me trying to interpret, does he have what he needs? And he's like, oh, and you're dead.
Yeah.
It's like, it's so hard to read that guy.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a great match.
That was so good.
All right. Well,
I feel bad for Jordan though, because I feel like just 1 turn, man. He just
again, he might still squeak in because he was through 4-1 going in.
Right.
So we know that some amount of 4-2s should make it.
Yeah.
So depending on where he lands in those 4-2s, he could still potentially get there.
Yeah.
Ronan should be locked.
I guarantee it.
Should be locked for top 8.
I guarantee it. We're gonna have a Kano in top 8. Let's go.
We have one more game to play. This is going to be the last one for the stream. We don't do any during top 8.
Yep.
And then we're going to do our giveaway. As a reminder, we are going to be giving away a cold foil Dragon Scalar Flight Path.
Mm-hmm.
But first, I have some more cards that I bought from the pits, and I have no idea if they are real. Can you help me and let me know
Oh, gotta hide chat.
if I bought any fake cards.
Okay, let's see it.
So for chat, they can play along. Again, the reminder.
You guys
I'm
can
gonna
be agonized when
I'm
I
gonna
get it
show the
wrong.
cards, so don't go just yet. You don't go just yet.
Don't go yet. Okay.
This card, the border. Don't worry about the border. Don't worry about the font.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to let me know if anything with the rules text of this card, so that can be any of the numbers, the pitch, any of that is incorrect.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's look at this. Zero pitch correct. It is, or one pitch correct. Zero cost correct. When double strikes chain link resolves, banish it. You may play it this combat chain. Go again. One damage, two block, ninja action attack. So ninja action attack is correct. It is a two block because I've had to deal with that a lot. It is one damage till Shuko kicks in. Double strikes chain link resolves, banish it. When the chain link resolves, you may play it this combat chain. And I know it is this combat chain because otherwise it would be absolutely obscene if I was able to break chain and do like the double dual threat.
Dual threat. Yeah.
That would be absolutely nuts.
Be
Doing
great.
like a dagger, double strike, dual threat, double strike, dagger. Oh man, that would be so good. It'd be broken. So the part that I'm paying attention to, when double strikes chain link resolves, banish it. I feel like that's correct. It's banished after the chain link resolves. I'm gonna say that's legit.
Do you think this is a
I
legit
think that's
card?
a legit card.
Oh, I think I picked up a fake here.
No!
If you do, it loses this ability. Otherwise,
Otherwise, you would just do it
you
forever.
just keep going.
I forgot about that part.
That would be
the
a-
most important part.
That'd be a really good
That's
card.
funny. Okay, I'm bad at this. Because like playing the card, I just know that.
Right.
Like the
You know
text
that
is
you
like in
can't
my
do it more than
blinders.
once.
Exactly.
All right.
That's nuts.
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately,
Okay.
I picked up a fake there.
See, just like last time, I just need to get one wrong and then I'm gonna win out. So let's go.
People are in the chat are saying the border was wrong. Again, we're not looking at the border.
Yeah.
It is just the rules of the card. So can you let me know if this one is legit?
Gust wave of the second wind. If Surging Strike was the last attack this combat chain, this gets go again. So I haven't gone back to Katsu since they released this card. Isn't this, so why would you buy this card? Isn't this underwhelming Gust Wave?
I needed one for a deck.
You just need,
Yeah.
you're just a collector,
Yeah.
underwhelming Gust Wave. Surging Strike was the last time. Let's go again. It's like I completely ignored that this card existed. Gust Wave. I think it's a 0 for 4.
That would definitely be on raid.
Yeah. Because it's a conditional go again,
Mm-hmm.
and it is this combat chain. The thing I'm stuck on is if it's a 3 block or not.
Mm.
And I want to say that this card would actually be good if it was a 3 block. So I'm going to say that this is fake and that it's actually a 2 block.
Ooh, you think it's fake? Well, it is fake.
But not for the reason I think.
Not for the reason that you thought. It's a combo card.
Oh, so pathetic this. You're so mean to me. It is a combo card. I knew that. It's like I know all your tricks, but
not all of them.
Not all of them.
All right.
Okay.
I have
It's
one.
still a shit. Or, sorry, halflings. Still a terrible card.
It is still a terrible card.
Okay.
But I needed one for a deck.
All right. Okay.
And I got it for cheap. Last card. Ready?
All right. I gotta get one of these right.
A real card?
I don't play this card either.
I don't think anyone has read the text box in this card. It is a 1 for 5 that Ira gets to play. And the text never matters. Can you let me know if the text is correct? As combo.
If Pound Gale would deal damage to here, instead it deals double that much damage. That there's no way that you would just do 3 wrong cards in a row. Mathematically, I feel like this is a real card.
That sounds like the gambler's fallacy.
This is turning into spot the error instead of did I get a real card? Because your statistics are pretty bad on buying cards right now. If I open the center, last attack this combat chain, pounding gale gains, pounding. So first, I'm going to look to see if this is a card that I would want to put in my deck. I'd have to look at open the center to see if it's worth it, though. It doesn't have go again. That'd be nuts if it had go again. Does it have go again? If it had go again, I'd be putting this in my deck.
A 1 for 5 3-block that had go again would be insane.
That'd be nuts. That'd be nuts. If open the center was the last attack this combat chain, pounding gale gains. If pounding gale would deal damage to a hero. Instead, it deals double that much damage. That seems like a lot. You know what? Screw it. I think it's real.
You think it's real?
I think it's real.
That's insane. You think that dealing double damage is okay?
I'm
It's real.
hopeful. It is real. Now I'm gonna go back to my deck and say, is this worth it? I'm gonna lean towards no.
It's not. Open the center is an awful card.
Isn't it? That's
Yeah.
that's probably why I've just always ignored this
Yep.
because I look at what it combos off of. I've got so many better options for 1 for 5s.
So Ira can play it because it's a 1 for 5 that blocks 3 and has the combo text. So like Flick Flack.
Sure. Sure.
It got replaced by Mauling Key, which is like slightly better.
I'm running I really like Sound the Alarm right now. I love having info about my opponent's hand.
Yeah.
Especially into warriors and new with attack Arachne, things like that. I've been running that one quite a bit. Otherwise I'm a dedicated take the tempo guy.
Yeah.
So
Take Tempo's good too.
That's my jam.
Doesn't have combo though, so if you're playing Flick
It
Flack.
doesn't. I've actually removed all the Flick Flacks from my Ira deck.
I think you can do that now that you
Yeah.
have Shelter.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
All right, it's time. We're giving away a Cold Foil Dragon Scalar Flight Path. I will say right now, do not put anything in chat until Ben, Bandit B17, says go. He's going to post it in chat. What we're going to do is we are going to open up a pack of the Hunted, and you are going to guess the rainbow foil in the pack. If you get it correct, the first person to get it correct wins the Dragon Scalar
according
Flight
to
Path.
our chat.
Correct. There might be some like delays. We have the chat pulled up. The first one that shows up is going to be who gets it. So it might show up first on yours, but if someone else, different latency. Okay, so I'm going to open this up. Anything fire in this pack. If we open up a CNC, if we open up a Shelter, if we open up a Marvel.
You shouldn't even say it because then it'll be a surprise if they do pull.
We're going to send it with you. Let's do the trick first. Looking at the back, right? Nope. All right, so I want to take a look at what it is. Ooh, I like that card.
Yeah.
All right, you got it?
Yep.
All right, so anything else in the pack? No fire.
No fire.
All right, go ahead and let them know when they can start. Go ahead. We are looking for the name of the rainbow foil that we pulled in the pack. First person to get it right wins the cold foil.
I wonder if this is going to take just as long as last time. They always dance right around it.
Nothing yet.
That was an active chat, though. This is fun.
Oh, God, it's going so fast.
Come on, guys. You got this. There it is.
Who is that?
Orchid.
Orchid got it.
Fastest one yet.
It is a rainbow foil cut through. Congratulations. There's so many people. Oh my God.
For my deck?
Yes, you can have the rainbow foil cut through.
I run these all the time.
Congratulations, Orchid. You are the winner of a cold foil Dragon Scalar Flight Path. You guys could stop posting in chat. That is going so much. Wow. My business email is in the description of this stream. Reach out to me via email and I will coordinate getting this to you.
Awesome.
Congratulations again, Orchid. I
We have one more giveaway a little bit later.
Yes, we have one more giveaway. It's going to happen between the top 4 and the finals, and we are probably going to have a bit of a break here.
I'm just gonna make sure Leo that I didn't miss it. I mean, we were watching it. I see Leo's cut through. Oh, now see, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on our screen
Yep,
between when Orchid said it and when Leo said it. So
and
it was
that
Orchid.
can be affected by like your internet connection.
That's why we preface it.
Yeah, so the first person that pops up on ours gets it. So
Yeah, because then at least
it
it's
was
equal ground because it's everybody coming to us kind of thing. So
So yeah, we are probably gonna have a bit of a long break. They are likely still playing because that was a fast match, and then there's gonna be a break while they get the deck checks and everything done. So yeah, we will be back. I will post.
I'm really sad that there's no more games.
I mean, there's 3 more.
No more games. No.
No more of
that?
these games.
Who cares about that? I want to play more of the like fake cards games.
We'll definitely bring that back.
Heck yeah.
What, you guys are probably gonna get a ProQuest?
I'm sure.
So
we actually didn't get the first wave of ProQuest this time, and it actually went all right though because we have a lot of big stuff happening during that time. So us taking this ProQuest off actually is going to be a benefit, but we are going to hit it hard on anything else we get after that. So we love running events for fans.
Yeah, the next big event that you guys have, I'll be here. I'm going to be streaming it, and we're going to do more games.
Absolutely.
I was going to mention something right now. I'm going to put on the Be Right Back screen an estimate of when we're going to be back for the top 8. That way you guys can expect that. Oh, there's 144 of you in here. If you guys are enjoying the stream, hit the like button right now. Consider subscribing. I forgot to do that for the whole 6 rounds. I need to be a shill.
Oh, you're terrible.
I need to I don't take YouTube streaming that seriously. I probably should start.
Yeah.
Hit the like button. Subscribe if you're not. I stream on Wednesdays, every Wednesday.
I'm not even part of this channel. I'm just the guy that runs a store sometimes.
Yes, Ben, you guys did get a skirmish, right?
Which one is the next one? March.
March.
Is that skirmish or ProQuest? Oh, so skirmish is the one that we took off.
Oh, so
we will do.
You'll probably get a ProQuest.
Yeah. We took the skirmish off. You're right. But yeah, Oddwillow's Game Haven up here in Maquanago, Wisconsin, in the middle of nowhere. But we're kind of in the middle of everywhere if you think about it. Chicago, Madison, Appleton, everybody coming down here to have a blast.
Their website is in the description of the stream as well. They do TCG player singles, so if you're looking for singles, the link is on the website, right?
Yep, especially if you're local, you can do the in-store pickups. TCG player doesn't charge you any fee for it and stuff. We have a pretty nifty system here for picking cards. We also buy singles as well. So our rate card is 60% TCG low is store credits. So we're having a lot of fun with that, turning a lot of stuff. We try to get product in here as quickly as possible, but along with everybody else, Hunted is really hard to get right now.
Yes.
But no, we're having a blast. Flesh and Blood is kind of our primary game. It's beating out Magic here. I've converted a lot of Magic players over to Flesh and Blood. It's a fantastic game. We're enjoying it. And we continue to add new people to this game on a daily basis. So hopefully we can continue that trend, and hopefully they print twice as much product for the Pirates next set.
Yes, I saw that.
So
that's going to be exciting.
I'm so stoked. I still, like I said, I got my theories. We'll see if I'm anywhere near correct on those. But
all right. Well, we're going to be back. Again, I'm going to post when we expect to be back time-wise on the Be Right Back screen. I will also post in the chat, if you have that open, our top 8 once I know that. And then we will see you guys probably in about an hour.
Yep. See you then.
All right. All right, we are back. We are going to be jumping into our top eight. Before we do, though, our head judge Sage wanted to open up his judge pack on camera for us. So we are
Yay!
going to go
That is always fun.
switch to that really quick. And just let
Look
him
at that.
know that he can go.
Sage did an awesome job today. It was him and Howard double teaming, so they definitely had some calls, but
Ooh, is that's a Marvel Zen state?
oh man.
That is awesome. Very, very cool. All right, what else is in there? Oh, he got the, the genus pipe. Well, the Zen state is very cool. Yeah.
That is awesome.
Thank you for that, Sage. So we are going to be watching a Viscerai versus Dio matchup.
Yes, Dio got in there
Dio
like
ended
right
up
4-2. It was the Jordan that we saw earlier, snuck in right in that top eight, and he didn't get a chance to really pop off against the Kano. I'm really excited to see what he can come up with here, uh, playing against a Runeblade.
Yeah, and luckily he's sitting in the exact same seat, so I don't even need to change his name.
Look at
I
that.
love that. He's going to be playing against David. We saw David on stream earlier.
Mhm.
A lot of people that we saw on stream earlier actually ended up making the top eight.
Yeah.
So I know the Kano made it in. Our Aurora that we watched earlier,
Mhm.
he was undefeated. He went 6-0.
Arjun is insane. I mean, he won our last Pro Quest. He knows what he's doing, and he was playing out of his mind as Aurora, and I'm excited to see if he can carry that through to the end. That said, taking the individual people out of it, I have seen it where somebody's been completely cracked and playing like crazy and then losing it right in the end. So anything could still happen here. But yeah, I'm excited to see if he can continue and go 9-0 for the victory.
Yeah, that would be awesome. And I wouldn't put it past him because, yeah, Arjun is just very good.
Especially since he's the only Aurora representing in top eight. He's the only Aurora representing
There's two of them.
in top eight.
There's an Aurora mirror in top eight.
What?
Whoever he's playing, whoever was eighth seed.
I have lost my mind. Oh, okay.
Oh, my paper's right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
let's see. And I know the chat wants to know the names of the people that are
Brian?
in top eight.
Yep, Brian Hoffman. He is also on
Oh,
Aurora Shooting Star.
I thought,
we
yeah, okay.
we didn't want to put an Aurora mirror on stream just
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that's going to be over very
We've
quick.
seen that
and
quite a few times.
I think we
over
did
the
that
past
last.
year. So
I think we actually did that for your last stream, and it was
yeah,
over very quickly.
yeah, absolutely. So I lied. We have two Auroras representing. But then how many Viscerais do we have in top eight?
Also, two. So David, and then I believe it's John McGovern also made it in.
Okay.
He's going to be playing against Ronan, who was on Kano.
Okay.
And then there is a Vinset playing against Fang. Fang is Chris, who we saw
Chris
beat
Morris,
the
yep. Playing very well
Florian.
against James in the Florian.
Yep.
And then so is that all 8 of them then?
That's all 8.
All right. Still a pretty solid spread though. Oh man, every time I see him do this, it just blows my mind. He's so good at it. And just the pile shuffling is just that's experience right there.
So
I'm gonna have to practice that.
Looking at all 4 of the top 4 or top 8 games, I think they're all going to go by very quickly. I don't think we're going to be streaming for much longer.
Okay.
The Aurora Mirror is going to be very fast.
I doubt anybody's going to be going to
the Kano matchup.
Time here.
That's going to go very fast.
Yeah.
Vis versus Dio. This is going to
be over quick.
Yeah, and then there's the Vincent versus the Fang, which again they're both like pretty aggressive.
Yep. Yep.
We maybe
have the age of aggro right now.
I want to say we maybe have like 90 minutes worth of content left. they're going to be They're going to be rushing.
Now, that said, so you've given away a bunch of stuff. We have one more thing that we're giving away before finals, right?
Correct. So
So we'll
after the top
spoil it
four
after
match,
this. All
yes.
right.
After this, we'll announce it, and then we'll do the giveaway at the end of top four.
We got done with our giveaways in store. We gave away some Marvel, some cool Game Genic equipment. Finally got some academics in, so got those in stock, and we gave a bunch of those away. So a lot of fun with that. Um, but everybody got a chance to enjoy some dinner and get kind of ready to go here.
Yeah,
So,
you gotta refresh after
oh
a
yeah,
day like this.
I did talk to Jordan. He did say that he is exhausted right now. He said that specifically every single match he had to fight for his life in right now.
Oh, those
So
are the worst
though
days.
he's been in a slog here every single one, but he still made it to top 8. I was like, go take a nap, dude, because you look exhausted. But if he can just make it for 3 more,
As a Guardian player, I definitely feel that because I feel
mhm,
like every matchup you kind of have to like fight for your life. It's very rare that you just get something for free.
it kind of makes me wonder if it's almost going to be a relief at the speed of play that he's facing now versus everything he's had to go through before.
Yeah,
Maybe,
he can definitely take his time now. Top
yeah,
8 is untimed. We do want to make it home eventually, so there's some uh not as much leeway with that, but he can definitely take time to think. We are going to see some very thorough shuffling because part of the deck checks they have to sort through
yeah,
everything,
yeah.
so
So
everything
it's
is
some
clumped together, and
very smart.
they want to make sure that they don't run into any issues with that while playing.
So read that Brody's taking a break.
I saw that. I saw that. Um, it's nice to know that the rules still apply. Like I know that
Mhm.
he is, a representative of Flesh and Blood. Um, but it's nice to know that even someone like that is still subject to the rules.
I
So
agree. Yeah.
whether or not however you feel about that, I think that that's maybe one of the positive things that you can take away.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, and with situations like this, it more comes down to the response of the organization and it more so than, what happened in the first place. And so far, LSS has been pretty good about responding in a positive way that leads to growth and not just more controversy. But people will always find controversy in anything. But so far, I think it's a pretty good way to try and heal from that.
Yeah.
I still think this game is a heck of a lot better than any other TCG out there right now. So just saying,
All right.
maybe biased.
Looks like Dio is presenting the Hanabi Blaster again. I love this card, and
Hmm.
it looks beautiful in Marvel.
Now he does have a different set of arms, obviously, because he's not
He
playing a
does.
Decano.
That's
So
I actually do find that interesting though, because I would think that we want to be aggressive against a Viserai,
hmm,
and that arm piece, the Bracers of Belief, feels more aggressive.
yeah. So you thinking that with what he's got in there now, it's a little bit more defensive?
It feels like it.
Mm, okay.
Um, I would think we want to put our, foot on the gas pedal and just go all out, but we'll see.
Do you feel like this is Viscera, right?
This is a Viserai.
Yeah. Do you
Yep.
feel like Viscera gets enough value out of a tunic when pushing this fast?
That is also interesting. The Dyadic Carapace would at least provide extra 3 block. While not the AB not doing anything,
Hmm.
it's at least he'll get the use out of it before the game ends. There's a possibility that the game, is close to over before he even gets a tunic counter.
Yeah, that's we'll have to see. And but at the same time, if Jordan's playing a little bit more cautious into this one, it actually might be in work in David's favor then.
All right, and it looks like we just took a
4
turn
rune
0
chance.
setup, yeah.
Yep.
And he did the same trick, playing the Dirge as the second Runeblade card,
Hmm.
letting Viserai make the rune chant, and then sacking it.
Yep.
Oh no, he must have done something. I think he
There's
grasped.
another boom grenade right off the bat. Like, no surprise there.
And we're gonna be playing a BIOS update that's gonna buff this T-Bone by 3. So T-Bone for 6, he has to block with a piece of equipment.
And this time he has equipment he can block with. Yeah, I could see that being what's chosen there easily. Battle worn.
Yep. The nice thing is, even once this gets to 0 block, he can keep putting it in front of T-Bones
That's true.
because
Yep.
it has battle worn instead of temper or blade break.
I do that with my 0 block boots
Yep.
because they don't have breaking at all. Nothing.
And we see a reduce cover the rest. It is going to make an extra rune chant. So David's sitting at 5 going into his first real turn of the game. That's pretty strong.
Is that boom grenade that's going to stay out there till next turn then? Because he didn't crank it?
I think he would have had to have cranked it in order to keep attacking, unless he played it off the top of the deck.
Didn't catch that. If it was the first card he played, I thought it was out of hand. But he was able to keep it around, I guess.
Oh, I think it goes away at the start of the turn.
Okay, got it.
If you
Okay,
can't remove a counter.
got it. You're right. I don't play enough Dios. The
Yeah,
ones
I
I
don't-
do
I
can
don't
usually
really play
annihilate
mech.
me.
So we see an amplify come in. This is going to be 6 and 5.
Okay.
And then this doesn't have go again, so we may see spellbound creepers come in here to generate an action point. Otherwise, his turn is just ending here.
It's a lot of cards in hand to just end his turn.
Yeah, I have to imagine that something else is going to be happening.
Yeah. So there's that defensive measure.
Sacking the boom grenade, that's pretty good.
Okay.
We're going to play the Succumb to Temptation.
Okay. So if that deals arcane damage, then what happens with that?
So now that this is hitting, because he dealt arcane damage, he gets to look at Jordan's hand and make him discard a card. But also, it is played as an instant, but it is a non-attack action with go again. So it's going to generate a
rune chain
action point.
Or an action point.
Action point,
Okay.
yeah.
Got it.
So he can follow this up with something. We may see like a Reaping Blade swing come in.
Gotcha. And then, if anything, just the information of seeing the hand is huge.
Yeah, and seeing 2 blues and a red, that's not going to be very aggressive on Jordan's end. But we'll see that last blue deployed, coming in for 4, set up an arsenal.
Matt. I ignore all my matches with Matt because he just does a bunch of things and then I die. Because I tend to not bring AB into matches with him, and he's like, I'm going to bring protection and put it in my wallet. And I'm like, appropriate.
All right, Medex coming in. This is going to be 4/4. We did boost all the cards and Met cards. It's always going to be go again.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. Then he hits that 3 boost turn when then he can drop out, is that the 10 damage guy?
Maximum velocity.
Oh my god. That's the last thing you want to see coming out.
Okay, it looks like the last card that David had in hand that last turn was a Shelter from the Storm, so that's going to be deployed here. But we have another Medex.
Yeah. That's some good value so far. It was 4 and 4. David with an answer on it, obviously.
I think ideally we would want, I know it's a blue, but we would want a boost card here to get a counter on the Hanabi Blaster.
So he's using the rest of those gloves up. So no damage done. He's still sitting at pretty at 40. So for being aggro, Jordan isn't really getting anything through.
Yeah, it seemed like David had some pretty good disruption to prevent a lot of that damage.
And he's been throwing a lot of rune chants in there just to chip away.
This is 2 turns that Jordan's gone through without getting a counter on the blaster. That's a little rough. Go to 2 resources. Play a Teklo Core. And I imagine set up an arsenal. We know it's a blue in hand, but I don't remember. I didn't get a look at it. Null Time Zone. This is a new card.
Yeah. I've seen that used pretty successfully. I'm going to look it up right now. All I know is my wife said, oh yeah, they played Null Time Zone against me and I died.
So I don't know the exacts, but I know that.
Let's bring it up.
Let's see.
So Crank, this enters the arena with 2 steam counters. At the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a steam counter from it. Pretty typical. When this enters the arena, name a card. The named card can't be pitched or played from hand while this is in the arena.
That is
That's a disruption
pretty
right there.
spicy.
Yeah.
I wish I knew what he named
Oh, yeah.
and whether or not it affects anything.
Too bad you can't name Rune Chant.
It's very possible that they named a Rune Flash,
Okay.
and that's why they're laughing right now, because David played a Become the Arknight discarding a Rune Flash. I wonder if that's the case. And this will stay in play for, what, 2 more turns?
Yep. So enters with 2 steam counters. At the start of your turn, destroyed unless you remove. So it'll go down to 1 steam counter next turn.
It'll go down to
and then
0,
0 the
but it'll
turn
stick
after, but
around.
it'll stick around. So he's getting this for 3 full turns.
This is going to be around for a while.
That card's nuts. I hope he chose wisely with his choice. It is played from hand, though.
Oh,
So
interesting.
they could arsenal something and still get it on the field.
That's an interesting distinction. Oh, that's true. It could have been a Mordred or a Revel named. Those are definitely huge power cards.
David's got to get a little bit familiar with it again. The look of disgust on David's face. What's that card off to the right of David there?
Which one?
This one right here. What is that?
I think that's an extra rune chant. So when he makes one, he'll put it up front, and then if Vis makes one at the same time, he puts that out.
Okay, because I just draw David dropped 4. It is a different color, so I guess that makes sense.
And it's in a mini snap as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That wouldn't be the first time on stream that we've seen somebody set a card down and then draw 4.
All right, some more items set up. The Cerebellum Processor, definitely a strong card that came out of the Dio Armory deck. Outpace for 4. This is going to prevent any sort of equipment blocks.
So after a really weak start from Jordan, he's starting to get some stuff on the field, which is going to work in his favor. Hopefully it's not too little too late. David has a lot of health he's so willing to give up.
All right, we're going to draw a card with this processor.
Full hand of cards.
That's a lot of cards in hand.
That is a lot of cards in hand.
I think I see at least 1 zipper hit. Not being able to establish counters on the blaster, though, feels a little rough. We're going to read the null time zone again, just to make sure that we...
Hypothetically, what if he would have named a Shelter from the Storm?
That would be an interesting choice.
If he knew he
Another
was going to come out with
processor.
stuff, that's going to hurt. It would definitely be better if he had information from what David has, but
I think just because of how long it stays around, I think naming one of the power cards is
that's
your
true.
best bet.
Because then you can keep the tempo if they can't play power.
Ooh, we are breaking our boots for an action point after we draw a card with the processor. This does leave us without AB.
Ooh, bold move. There's the zipper hit. Pitching a zipper hit.
Banishing a zipper hit.
Banishing a zipper hit. Are they 3 different colors? No, you got another
blue
red.
and 2 reds. This is going to be coming in 5.
Okay, looks like they're taking.
Pulse Wave Harpoon.
What's the special? That's a lot of text on that card.
So essentially, David is going to reveal 2 cards because there are 2 boosts on the chain link. If any of them have 2 or less block, he can force him to put it onto the chain link defending.
Okay.
If he played it as the 3rd card, he'd have to reveal 3 cards, and then if the card had 3 or less block, he can put it on.
Interesting. Is it usually a good idea to do that at the 2 level there?
3 is usually where you want to see it.
Okay, so it's a link early, but still coming in at that break point. Getting a card out of his hand is always a good idea.
And we finally got our first Hanabi counter.
He still has a card left. Not anymore.
Yeah, it looks like we were thinking about the block on the Pulse Wave. This seems like a good place to use the Face Purgatory.
Yep, yep.
He would have been able to play that last card.
So that's one of the many tricks gone now.
That Dissolution Sphere, it would prevent the Rune Chance from dealing damage to him while it stayed in play.
So David still has something like 2 cards in hand here that he can still throw back at him.
He should have 3 right now, I think, because he will draw 1 off of the Face Purgatory.
I don't think he had it.
Yeah,
yeah, they're hiding there. Jeez.
All right, and our Sonata's going to hit. Only 1 card going to be going into hand.
And it's visible.
Yep, so Jordan will know what he picks here. We could potentially see a blue if we're looking for pitch.
I bet you he goes Rune Rager. It's almost like I know what I'm doing.
All right, so the rest of these are going to get shuffled back into the deck. 1 arcane damage coming through. We have
again.
no AB to prevent this, so we're just taking the 1.
So David's got, after forcing the Face Purgatory and everything like that, it's still a lot of dangerous power there from David. Jordan could absorb a lot of it if he feels that he's got the big hit next turn, but...
All right, so we know he didn't name Malefic. Oh, maybe, because it's only from hand. So,
yeah.
Potential.
Yeah.
Rune Rager comes in for 2 and 2. 2 Rune Chance created on the back end. And then 1 card still in hand. I'm surprised that Jordan is thinking about blocking this 2 damage attack. It looks like he's holding another Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yeah. It's got, is that Zipper Hit or Pulse Wave?
At the very back, there's a Pulse Wave.
Okay.
I think he's holding 2 Zipper Hits and a T-Bone.
So the Zipper Hits might not be...
I guess the idea is off of the 2 resources he's getting from the Teklo core.
Yeah.
He won't be able to use both Zipper Hits and the Pulse Wave unless he breaks the chain for the chest. But then your Pulse Wave isn't doing what you want it to be doing.
So you've got a dead card anyways. You might as well save some health. So is that a Crown of Dominion or that's Providence? And did he have? So he's going to sink a card and draw 1 then.
Yep, it looks like he's getting rid of one of these Zipper Hits.
That's smart. So he did not opt to block on that with the Zipper Hit. He instead threw the Providence to do a hand fix. I didn't see what he drew.
It looks like a 0 to 60. So his hand is better now.
Yep.
And then he takes 5 down to 12. Jordan's going to need to be extremely aggressive in these next turns in order to...
And even if he is, David has so much health that he can just say, all right, I'll take it all, unless he can chain in a boom grenade right here or something like that. But there's not a lot of on hits that David has to worry about, right?
No, not really.
So it's pure damage.
Boom grenade would be the biggest one for sure.
Yeah, so unless there's some good draw card or something like that, but at this point, David could just eat pretty much everything to just come at Jordan and finish him off, because he's not going to have... As soon as he gets Jordan to really start blocking, it's over.
It looks like David likely took the 0 to 60, but I don't think they marked it on the phones.
Yeah. They'll catch it. There it is. 24.
Now, this is where you want to be playing the Pulse Wave, so it has to reveal 3 cards.
Yep. And he can force 1 on for a block, so that at least gets it out of his hand.
Yep.
Probably doesn't care about the Rune Rager, right? Because
I think the pick would either be Rune Rager or the Sonata Galaxia.
I bet you it would be the Sonata.
Or not Galaxia, Sonata.
Yeah.
Arcanix.
I think it's going to be the Sonata. Yep. Because the Rune Ranger is only going to swing for 2.
Right.
He can take that.
The Sonata is potentially card advantage.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
and it looks like 2 damage will be coming through here.
So what's the big hit on the end here? We saw it earlier, right? It was 0 to 60, was it?
It was
No.
another zipper hit.
Zipper hit. Yep.
But we also have the Hanabi Blaster now, so we can just end on 5 damage and then arsenal the zipper hit for the next turn.
Okay. Okay. So he's setting up basically to hopefully he's dealt enough to live another turn and then come in with something pretty good on the next one, but he can't live through much coming from David. And David's got 3 cards in his hand still. That's a lot of potential energy coming into Jordan right now.
17 to 12.
He might not even be able to use the arsenal effectively if he has to start blocking. Is that boom grenade in there?
Okay, so Null Time Zone did not name Mordredide. I really want to know what it did name. Right, Rune Ranger coming in. We're going to be making 4 rune chants on the back end.
I feel like this is going to be a make or break for Jordan. Like, if he can live through this with minimal blocks, he's got one more turn to do it.
Yeah, this is the turn to do it.
Penultimate, basically. So I think he's praying that David bricked a little bit.
7 damage. He could take all 7. He could also put his chest piece in front of the sword. Go down to 2.
Yep. That's Battle Worn?
Yep, it is Battle Worn. So Jordan should be at 2 here.
Yep.
I don't think they marked the damage yet.
There's the boom grenade.
Is that 2 boom grenades?
Yeah. I think he's going to put one out as an instant, maybe? Can you do that?
You have to play off the top. It's probably going to be pitch, if I have to guess. Because we know that there's the zipper hit in the arsenal. So you're going to have to pay for that. This...
There, he caught the 2.
I think there's a Spark of Genius in hand. That's probably going to find the last Cerebellum processor.
And David definitely can take a lot here. So what was this coming in for?
It comes in for 3.
Okay, so they blocked for 4.
Boom Grenade paying for the backup protocol. And we cranked it.
So he has an action point then?
He does. He has an extra action point.
Okay.
Spark is likely going to find the processor, and he can draw a card immediately off of the processor.
Okay, okay. So shuffle and then draw?
Okay, he named Malefic Incantation with the Null Time Zone.
Okay. Which, I mean, that's a pretty... That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Especially since there's yellow Malefics in there too.
Yep.
So that he
And
can't
I
pitch
don't
it.
think we had seen one played yet, so
Yep.
like the likelihood of it actually affecting his turn is pretty high.
And there's that zipper hit.
Yep, and I believe we have 2 resources floating after this, so we could activate the backup protocol.
So this is zipper hit for 5, threatening. Is that 4 more on the boom
Threatening
grenade?
4 more.
So
And
that's
then
9.
if there is a 0 to 60 in the yard, which there should be, I think we saw one played, that can follow this.
David could absolutely just take it. There's no AB on the other side.
Right.
So he absolutely could just...
We're representing a maximum of 13 damage here.
Yeah.
With the 0 to 60,
And
the
if you
zipper
can make
hit,
2 rune chants,
and the boom
it's
grenade.
over.
Yep.
Yeah. So it does not look good for Jordan.
We've only played 2 attacks, so even if we had a max V, we wouldn't be able to. Well, we wouldn't even be able to pay for it. Yeah, I think this game likely ends on the next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as he burned that AV, but I mean, he had to do what he had to do to try and pull some sort of tempo. But even when Jordan was throwing some hits, David just took it, but his health didn't move. You know, like he blocked so well with his armor and things like that. Anytime he needed the disruption, he had it, and David would repeatedly have at least like 2 or 3 cards to do something back to Jordan on his turn to just continue to eat away at his health.
All
So
right.
didn't
And
even need to deal that damage, but
we are
yeah,
still denying the boom grenade.
yeah. And I think that's basically nail in the coffin right there, unless for some reason David can't create rune chance.
It looks like we're going to go up to 3 resources. We're going to use 2 on the backup protocol and probably just get another zipper hit. This seems fine.
Yeah.
But it still just won't.
It's just too little too late.
Yeah.
Unless David chooses to block it out. We don't know what's in his hand, but if he is forced to block it out because he doesn't have what he needs to create a rune chant. But at this point, what does he need to create a rune chant?
A blue.
Just a blue.
Blue for grasp would create 1.
Yeah.
2 rune blade cards would create another.
He doesn't need much.
Interesting that he chose the 0 to 60 over
zipper
hit. I don't think he has any way to use the extra resource. Yeah, because he already. Oh, he hasn't used the cerebellum yet.
Okay. That changes things a bit.
The draw that I saw came off of the Spark of Genius, not the processor.
So we were a little premature there. It's still not looking good.
Still not looking good.
It's you've got 4 coming off the boom grenade, and is that a 4 coming in on the attack?
Yeah, so it's going to be 2 0 to 60s for 4 each, threatening 4 on the boom grenade. That's only 12 damage, and that is not enough.
Can you get another tick on the Hanabi blaster?
He just got one right now. He can get one next turn if he survives that long.
I seriously think it's just going to take a massive misplay for Jordan to still pull this off.
I think David's down to, is that 2 cards in hand?
Watch it be a Sonata on a blue. So that boom grenade never hit. I would think we're going to see bumps here.
Yep, so activate Grasp. That 1 rune chant is unpreventable.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the Malefic trigger will make 1 more. Reaping Blade comes in,
And he has
sends
no
that
AB.
rune chant.
That's it. That's fist bumps.
That is going to be the game.
Yep. Oh, apparently he took a bunch of damage earlier.
It just didn't matter. Reaping Blade for 3 and 1. Yep.
He's done.
That is going to be it. David takes the win over Jordan. Congratulations to David. That means that he qualifies for nationals.
Yeah, top 4.
Top 4. That's all you need.
You going to Vegas, David?
We will find out, I suppose.
Let's go gambling.
Knowing David, I think he probably would.
Yeah.
The calling that again, I don't remember if it was calling or battle hardened. It was in Portland. So he's not afraid to travel, apparently.
That's awesome. You know what? Representing Second Cycle, that'll be awesome.
Yeah.
You guys definitely with the jerseys and stuff. That's a lot of fun.
It's honestly, it helps us find each other.
Yeah. Yeah, bright pink.
That was maybe like the most important thing for us. All right. Well, we are probably going to have just a very short break before the next one. Again, all of these top 8 matches are very quick ones. But before we go away, we're going to announce the next giveaway. We are going to do that at the end of the next round. So at the end of top 4, before our finals, we are going to be giving away 2 first ed crew packs.
Yep.
Sealed, not opened. These will be going to the winner of the giveaway. We're going to do it the same way we've been doing all stream. We are going to open up a pack of the Hunted at the end of the next round, and you are going to guess the rainbow foil card in this pack. Whoever gets it right first in chat will get 2 first ed crew packs.
You know what you should do? You should ask whoever wins it if they want us to open it
Open it
on
on
stream,
stream.
and then they can decide if they even want you to mail it to them. I'd be like, don't worry about it.
That will be up to them. If
Yeah,
they tell us to open it on stream, we will. Otherwise, it will go to them sealed.
Then can decide if they even want to deal with it.
All right. Well, we will be right back. It'll be a very short break. I would imagine we'll see you within 15, 20
It's going to
minutes
be
at the
quick.
most.
Yeah, these are all aggro matches at the top here. So,
all right.
See you soon.
See you soon. There we go. We're back already. Everyone
We
finished
promised
very
it.
quickly, just like we expected. We're gonna jump into the next one. Our match is gonna be Vincent versus Viserai, the Viserai that we just saw. And then the other game that's going on is a Kano versus a Aurora.
Yep.
So
I guess some people like hearing underdog wins. So we had our undefeated Aurora in an Aurora mirror match, and Arjun actually did not
he
make
ended
it
up
into the
losing
top
it.
four.
Yeah.
So the Aurora that's playing in the unstreamed match against Kano right now, which is Ronan, is the lower seed.
Let's get some information updated
And we
here.
just saw David, and he's sitting in the same seat, of course.
I love it. He makes it so I don't have to do anything. It's great. All right, so let's see which of the two rune blades comes out on top.
All right. So from my information, because I've played loosely against like Vincent and Viserai and things like that, but from the perspective of a ninja who just reads the card and then decides what to do against the things that are coming at me. But fundamentally, what are the primary differences between these two? Because they're both rune blades, right?
Yes. So Vincent is a shadow rune blade. So that's
Okay.
the biggest thing. Shadow typically cares about playing out of banished. So her ability is going to force her to banish a card from hand at the start of every turn, and in exchange, she gets a rune chant. A lot of her cards have rune gate, so they can be played for free if you have rune chants equal to their cost. So
Okay.
if you have a 3-cost card and you have 3 rune chants,
It has to be equal.
it has to be equal. So it's
Interesting.
not a discount, it's a replacement.
Okay.
So one rune chant will not discount it by 1. You have to have the exact cost or
Gotcha.
more.
Oh, it can be more. So it's
Yeah,
at least.
at least.
Okay, I wasn't sure if they had to have exactly
So
3 or if a 4 would count for it.
when he banishes these cards, he's able to play them for free if he's able to have the sufficient rune chance to do so. Vincent will set up a little bit more than Viserai does. And usually,
We need damage counters.
damage counters?
They don't have the foam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I can go out there and
Oh, sure.
yeah, you keep talking. I'll make sure that they get something.
So we'll definitely see the Vincent setting up a little bit more. Not going to go maybe as wide as the Viserai will. Usually it's going to be like 2 attacks a turn, but there are certain turns that they can pull off that lead to multiple big attacks in a single turn. Both our heroes are going to be starting at 40 life. It's probably going to be a pretty quick game. Correct. Rune Gate only works from banish, not from hand.
I'm back.
All right.
They are going to be putting out a phone shortly, so we can follow along. So yeah, the shadow mechanics are fascinating to me. I've always thought it was really cool of just from a lore standpoint of having to suppress the evil so it doesn't hurt you kind of thing and blow up on you and
Yeah,
cause
the
blood debt.
blood debt on those cards, I mean, it's definitely not free. Vincent, you can set up, but it usually requires you to leave those cards in banish until you can set up a turn that you can string a lot of them together. But each turn that you leave them in banish, it's going to be taxing your life total. And with an aggressive deck like Viserai, he's also going to be taxing your life total. So how much can you really afford to let that happen?
Now, we know David uses the sword. Is the flail something that Vincent would tap into?
Vincent will usually use flail. Depending on the build, there's also the scepter that shoots 1 arcane.
Okay.
And if it deals damage, you make rune chance, I think, equal to the arcane.
Which can help to afford the other things you want to play, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And then they also run, I've seen them run Bloodied Oval, which is basically just a 1 block offhand. And then sometimes they run the Grimoire, which can create an Eloquence for some extra action point cheating.
Interesting. And the flail, of course, instead of costing a resource, costs a health, right?
It does cost 1 to swing, so it is It is not for free.
And Vincent, do they run a lot of cards, if memory serves, that actually heal them if they've dealt damage?
There are some RuneGate cards that will heal you equal to the number of players who have taken damage this combat chain.
Okay.
And Vincent has the ability to ping herself to make her first rune chant unpreventable. So the
Mm,
most they would ever be able to gain off of that card is 2.
okay.
But they would have to pay 1 to make it 2.
Yeah.
So they net 1 life off of that.
As long as that net one is, say, throwing a flail or something. Or is it the chain link or chain?
Combat chain.
Okay.
So if David takes a rune chant and loses life, then he would be able to gain life off of that.
Okay.
So
So
not
there
all,
could be a net gain to doing it that way, and essentially it'd be net zero on the health gain for hurting yourself, but then you also get the other benefits of
right.
doing that.
So not a lot of life gain in the Vincent list, but there is a little bit.
So they get to look at each other's deck list sheets, and kind of see what possibilities there are.
Yep, and for this specific tournament, the reason that we're letting them do that is because we're streaming these games. Some of these people have been playing on camera,
Hmm.
and it could be an unfair advantage if their opponent was able to watch any of the stream in between rounds.
Yeah.
They would know information about the opponent's deck, and the opponent would not have any about theirs.
Yeah.
So that is why we do the open deck lists here.
And that's done for everybody, not just the people who have been on stream, right? For
Um,
the top 8.
it's done for everybody in top 8,
Yep.
yes,
And we
and
do see the flail there.
and the Grimoire.
Yep.
Both people playing the Face Purgatory, both people on Vex and Quillhand, both on Spellbound Creepers.
David's still rolling with the tunic, whereas Jeff has, what is that?
That is the Dyadic
Dyadic
Carapace.
Carapace, yep.
So it has Arcane Barrier 2, but you have to pay 2 to prevent up to 2 damage.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we probably won't see it do that. This is likely just a block 2, block 1.
I know that there are some rare instances where more than one could be thrown, though, right? I know most of it comes from the single ping arcane, but I don't know which one of these two it is, but it's always a surprise when suddenly I see 4 arcane coming at my face and there's nothing I can do about it.
I don't think Vincent has a way to deal more than 1.
Okay.
Unless they're playing like Sonata Arcanix,
But
which
Viscerai,
Viscerai could.
which, if that's the case, the Dyadic Carapace might come in handy in that instance.
That's true. We see a pretty clean setup turn. Malefic Incantation deployed. The
Always
card was
love to see it.
banished. David also playing his own Malefic. Probably going to see a lot of auras on the board in this matchup.
Hmm. So the Malefic Incantation, uh, if memory serves, is if you play, was it a non-attack action, it generates a rune chant
For which card?
for the Malefic Incantation.
If you the first time you play an attack action card,
Attack
it
action,
makes
okay.
a rune chant.
Gotcha. So him playing this attack
The
action
Drawn to
card,
the Dark Dimension. Yep.
and then it generated one on the back end. So he's got the 2 rune chants up front, but then the back end's loaded with 4 more.
Yep. And
Gotcha.
the Mordred Tide essentially doubling here. So he gets 2 off the Malefic, 2 off of Viscerai ability. So that's why we see the 4 generated.
Excellent.
Very strong turn 1.
That is very strong.
I believe since we don't have Go again, we're probably just going to see this last card arsenaled. But starting the David's next turn with 4 rune chants already in play, very strong. Oh, we
Still don't have the phone. I will.
yeah,
go
we need
talk
to
to them
make
again.
sure that that stays in sight there. All right. Looks like we're thinking about blocks on the drawn here. We know that we're going to have to lose a card from hand for Jeffrey. Just correcting placement of the phone there. All set. Looks like we're still thinking about blocks here. All right, and we see a block come down. We're going to block with one of our Deathly Whales. David Looks like he paused him. He might be thinking about a reaction. I'm not sure what he would react with. Okay, just moving. Yeah, moving to Arsenal. Jeffrey gonna need to banish a card here from Vincent's ability. Looks like a Deathly Delight. This is the one that does gain life. Deadwood Dirge going to be generating some additional rune chance.
Okay. So this is a decent amount of damage coming out.
Yep, this should be 6 and 5. And then Jeffrey will gain life equal to the amount of people that have lost life this turn.
So potential for net gain of 1 life.
Yes.
So looking at, I guess, a total value of 12.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. And we still have 1 Deathly Delight in Banish as well. So there is going to be some Blood Dead that comes through.
So you would have to essentially throw hand, because you'd have to have enough pitch and enough block to prevent that 1 damage from coming through. Because is it 1 arcane damage that causes it, or just any damage this chain link?
Just any player that has lost life, he will gain 1 when the combat chain closes.
Yeah, just that's at this point almost it is a guarantee because it just happened. But
yeah, David likely not to take a turn off here, because he has his own game plan that he wants to follow.
yeah, that's 8 damage dealt. And then we should see the +1 on Jeff's side.
Yep, so he'll gain 1.
And then lose it
but then
because
he'll
of the
lose
blood
it
debt.
from the Blood Debt.
So there you go. So not a bad response from Jeff, but now we got David coming in with those rune chants that he had in the back end.
Mordred Tide into a drawn. So we're going to see another card draw, 4 rune chants generated on the back end again.
That's value.
I have to imagine that there's some sort of action point cheating that's going to happen on this turn. I don't feel like
not going to
Mordred
end there with an extra card in hand.
I don't think you play the Mordred if this is all that you're doing.
So what do they have options for action points? Like what cards or what abilities do they have that can get them go again on this essentially, or another action point?
We saw Succumb to Temptation. There's always the Spellbound Creepers. Those are sitting on the board right now. And then Rattlebones would be the other one, but that one's a little expensive. We have to pay 2 for that.
So some initial decisions being made. We have the D-React there. That was not a pitch, so that was that used as an instant? Yeah, I think they used it as an instant to ping off 3 of the arcane.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So 1 came through, and then somehow took 2. So it was 4 arcane, right? Why did he just take 2?
That's a good question. Maybe they missed damage from earlier that they were just noticing.
Okay.
Ooh. Revel in Runeblood on a Mordred Tide turn is pretty disgusting. We are going to be making 7 rune chants off of this. 5 from the Revel, 2 from Vis's ability. Ooh, and in response, Jeffrey plays a Cull. So both players need to banish a card from their hand. So David loses his Rune Rager Swarm. However, he does still have the pitch floating to be able to swing the Reaping Blade.
So 3 from the Reaping Blade, and then 11 coming in with the rune chance.
But the Cull essentially saving him 5 damage, getting rid of the Rune Rager.
Yeah, because that the sword would have come out anyways, right?
The sword would come out anyways, but it would be 3 on the Rune Rager, 2 from the Mordred Vis ability. Oh, and we're just taking all of the damage.
You're gonna be clicking for a while.
All right, 23 to 32.
That
That
flipped
was
very seriously in the other direction.
a big game or a big turn from the Viscera.
So what did Jeff have left after all that? Just the one card remaining, and then one arsenal. So not only taking that much damage, but the hand's gone too.
Yeah.
That's huge.
All right, Deathly Delight. It's going to take the 2 rune chance, so there should be a life gain that comes in at the end of this. And I think he just took the damage there as well.
There's the life gain and the life lost. So that evened it up.
But David still has his full hand.
Full hand. Not a huge amount of rune chance already sitting there, though. He does still have the Malefic Incantation out there.
All right, Sonata. Looks like we got the hit. We're going to get a blue in hand. 1 damage coming through.
Rest goes to the bottom of the deck, right?
Shuffled.
Shuffled. Ooh, get that pitch back earlier.
Yeah. And it looks like Jeffrey electing to take the 1 damage. Is it me, or does this board feel messy?
There's a lot going on here. I suppose the phone kind of takes up a little bit of that space,
I
but
just feel like this is the messiest board that we've seen today.
there's so
And it's
much
probably
there.
because they're both making
They
a bunch
haven't
of
used their
auras.
armor yet or anything. Like they haven't cleaned out at all. There's a lot going on there. They both had their malefics out. So what do we got here?
Rune Flash for 4 go again.
It's so weird seeing just that. Like just a 4-go again.
Yeah, no rune chance on the board. They'll come through with the next attack.
Yep. This is just looks like a setup.
I think that the Vinset's going to need to set up a really big turn with their Quill hand to try to come back into this game.
So we got the Shelter from the Storm for D-React coming out of Arsenal, I believe, right?
Yep.
So then we got the 3 coming in with 2 rune chance. So it looks like no pitch remaining, 1 card in hand for David.
Likely going to end up in the arsenal.
So not a huge turn for having a full hand, but a little bit of setup.
Yeah, definitely more of a setup. Both players still have access to their Face Purgatory as well. It'll be interesting to see when those get deployed.
I think everybody's waiting to see when that big turn is so they can just ruin it for each other.
Yeah, essentially.
Like, oh, it looks like you're about to do it. Never mind. I am already hyped for the next set, Social Diver. I love pirates, and our entire store, Oddwillow's Game Haven, is kind of piratey tavern. So, we're gonna go absolutely nuts for pre-release. It's gonna be great.
I really need them to let me play a character that has a sword in one hand and a pistol in another.
Oh yeah,
If I don't get that,
swashbuckler.
I'm gonna be upset.
That's a swashbuckler if you've ever seen one. That's awesome. Guess we'll see what happens.
All right, so we break the Quill hand here, going up to 4 rune chance. This is going to let us play that widespread destruction from our arsenal, threatening to disrupt David's arsenal.
So there's a little bit of disruption.
Sonata Galaxia. This is getting discounted by the number of rune chants in play. It's going to let him search for an aura and put it into play. He's going to elect to find this Malefic.
So this is going to allow for some pretty stacked rune chant generation then.
And that's really what Vinset needs. So I imagine we're going to see the attack with the widespread here.
Another Malefic.
This is great, honestly. Like,
I mean,
Vinset needs this.
Doing this at 18 health is okay. Like you have enough gas in the tank to be able to ride this out and get the full benefit to really just start grinding down David's health pool.
So 4 rune chants coming through. Tunic is going to prevent 1, and then Shelter is going to prevent 3. That is Shelter is such a good card.
Isn't it nuts? There's a reason it's as expensive as it is.
So 6 damage. If David takes any damage here, when the combat chain closes, he will lose his arsenal. But it looks like we're lining up 2 blocks, so we're going to block it out.
Really likes what's in his arsenal.
But Jeffrey gets to start his turn with 3 rune chants in play. So we might see
a lot more potential for generation too.
We might see a double attack from Jeffrey next turn. It looks like he's pretty well set up to enable that. Just a matter of whether or not he drew the right cards for it.
So just a straight up 3. That was not a huge response from David as expected. Jeff's actually going to be in a really good position here to come back and cause some major pain. Whatever David has in Arsenal, though, he wants to keep it.
Yeah. I wonder if it's the 3rd Mordred Head. We'll see how Jeffrey responds.
Is there a go again here on this sword?
There's not.
There's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be surprised if we see a block here. I think that you want to keep maximum cards in hand.
Especially when you've got this good of a setup. You've got the health pool, taking 3 with no on hit. Like, I think you can, unless he's got a card that's just completely useless in his hand, I would take the hit.
And it looks like he is. So let's see what he can return.
This is going to be a big one. Now, that said, this could be absolutely a face purgatory turn for David. I think you know it's coming, and getting a card out of hand can be huge. Another reason not to block 3, because you could sacrifice a bad card.
All right. I believe that's a Deathly Whale. This is the one that makes rune chants equal to the players that lost life. Rune Blood Incantation, another rune chant generator, going to be deployed. And then Whale coming in for 4, and I believe
generating even more rune chants.
I believe it's 4 and 5.
If I don't see Purgatory come out on this one right here, yeah. I don't know what to think.
What is that? Still 2 cards left in hand? 3? We banished 1. We played. We pitched. So there should still be 2 cards.
Plenty of option for flails.
Yeah, no go again right now.
Easy to get, though, right? They wouldn't have done it in this order without having a go again available.
I wonder if Jeffrey is playing Succumb to Temptation in his list. That would be a good way to get go again and present Disruption. There it is. So on hit, he's going to look at David's hand and he's going to make him discard a card. We also generate an action point because this was played as an instant.
So his turn is not over.
All right, and I think David is taking, I believe it's 6 here.
So not only, so they had 4 in hand, but also allowing to hopefully for Jeffrey, for his sake, maintain tempo by just continuing to strip cards.
I think if I were Jeffrey, I think I like taking Sonata Arcanix here. I feel like it has the most potential to fix David's hand. You leave him with the Become the Arknight, and he can take a setup turn. He can play Become, discard the Amplify, and get like a Read the Runes.
But you know what, though? Like, if we know something else is coming here, maybe taking the card that's going to be the biggest disruption to whatever he's about to throw might have been where he's going with it. So down to 13 after the rune chance. Swinging the flail. I'm assuming 1 damage was dealt to Jeffrey.
He took the 1. On hit, he would make an additional rune chant. And then the Rune Bullet incantation at the start of the turn will generate one more. Banishing from Vincent will generate one more. So
Oh
he's
my
looking at a
goodness.
potential 3 rune chance to start his next turn if this hits. I really don't feel like you want to block this though. Like, do you give up your tunic?
Well, yeah, there
It
it
looks like
is.
he's going to.
Yep. Just trying to preserve as much as possible. But that's gonna be an arsenal then, right?
Yeah. So Arsenal, the last card, pass back to David.
But it was some decent damage dealt, but still has some cards in hand. And they know exactly what their cards are, though.
Yep.
So
Except for
no
the Arsenal
surprises
card.
here.
2 hits. 2 hits is good. Yellow Rune Rager, red Amplify. And this is why I feel like you take the Sonata. Like it has the potential to do so much.
So would you consider that a misplay then? I expected to see something else, like besides the flail, I guess.
It's hard because you
But
need to have the cards in your banish zone in order
mm,
to rune gate them. So when you only have the one that you banished for the turn, it's hard to do 2.
right.
All right, 2 damage coming through from the Sonata. Yeah, I really think you take the Sonata there and leave him with the Become, because then at best he gets a setup turn.
But now David's got cards for days.
Yep. We're going to see the Rune Rager come down for sure, and it will generate a rune chant on the back end. And if David wants to, he can pop his Vexing Quill hand and swing the Amplify afterwards. But more than likely, I guess it depends on what's in the arsenal.
Matt.
Ooh, Succumb to Temptation. We knew about this.
Yep.
We knew about this.
Yep.
Haunting Rendition going to be blocking it.
Yeah, Matt is one of our regulars here at Oddwillow's Game Haven. I just ignore everything he says when he tries to teach me about these crazy rune blades.
Runic Reckoning costs 0 because we have Rune Chance. It's going to buff the next thing by 3. So this Amplify should be coming down for 9 and 2. Ooh, we're using the Quill Hand. 9 and 4.
That's some good push. That's for lethal. Gotta have some sort of response for it. Anytime you can push for lethal is usually a good time.
Now we could use our chest piece to block some of the damage. We haven't used any of the block on that yet. But if we only use the chest, I believe we go to 1, which is not really where you want
That's
to
not gonna
be
be
against a
against
Viscera.
any sort of rune blade.
So we are going to see some pitch take care of these rune chants.
And those cards are the ones that David got from the Sonata.
Yeah,
Were they just
yeah,
banking on not getting the hits?
maybe.
It's a risky gamble.
Oh, and David, I think he has an extra action point from the Succumb.
Is that why there's the one on the Viscera? The
Is
one on
that
dice?
correct? Yes, the Rune Ranger had Go again,
Yeah,
and he played Succumb, so 2 action points.
yeah.
So he still gets to swing with the Reaping Blade here.
So how much is on the table here? You said it's 7,
So 9
9.
and another 4 afterwards.
So still lethal. And that was after a pitch for a lot of
And that
that.
was after he got rid of 3 of the 4 rune chants.
That's brutal. And all that happened because the
Because of
Sonata.
Sonata.
I see exactly why you said that that would have been the best one to get rid of. Is there any reason why they couldn't pick that one?
No. No, they could have made him discard that card. All right. So we block out the amplify, but 4 damage is still going to come through. I believe Jeffrey is dropping to 7 here.
That's all right, Social Diver. You can still support us by being odd, even from Germany. Be odd anywhere. So that was an interesting turn. So then that was just basically a pass back then. So David again with full hand, ready to just continue wailing on Jeff.
Yeah, and I feel like at 7, it's going to be really hard to set up a big Vinset turn against a
You
Viscerai.
got five rune chance on the board though. Just gotta survive this and be able to throw something back.
Yeah,
But
he can probably pretty safely keep like one Rune Gate card. But the big turns that Vinset tries to set up, gonna be very hard to do.
yeah, if you're just hoping that David runs out of fun things to do, you're gonna have a bad time.
They never do run out.
Never. It's just insane the amount of just weird combos. Rune, Rune Blades look very fun to play. Complicated, but fun to play.
I feel like it would just hurt my brain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just, what is it? You play an attack action, you play a non-attack action, a bunch of things happen. Throw a weapon in there every once in a while, get some non-preventable Rune Blade action.
All right, looks like he's going to be electing the Rune Rager Swarm off of this Rattlebone, so he gets to play it again. And this Mordred Tide going to be generating a lot of rune chance this turn.
Yeah, I heard somebody, I don't remember who it was, somebody saying like, "Oh yeah, Vincett's just turning into like an Aurora or something like that." But this definitely does not look like an Aurora.
No.
This looks like a lot of just get you coming and going kind of thing. The other two on top four, we had a come from behind Aurora. They won an Aurora mirror match, beating out the number one seed. And then the Kano, who we've seen on stream twice now, who is just absolutely insane.
Another Rune Rager.
That's a lot of go in. So that's another hand eaten, I'm assuming.
He still has 2 right now. He could take this 2, go to 5, but then the Reaping Blade is presenting 5. So there is going to have to be something that gets given here. Whether it's the Spellbound Creepers,
Mm.
Face Purgatory, there just needs to be something additional.
The number one seed Aurora was Arjun, and the one who is still in play is Brian Hoffman is still
Yes,
here.
that's who it
So
was.
Brian is up against Kano right now, which is Ronan.
That game is probably over already.
Probably. We're gonna leave it as a surprise to see who won that one. It would be interesting to see Kano versus Viscerai. Or
Yeah.
Kano, even Kano versus Vincent.
Life totals, I think we took 2, but maybe not updated just yet. The reduced to rune chant made an additional rune chant, so we are going to be sending quite a bit of damage here. 8 rune chants.
But again, David could just take everything.
This is going to be 8 and 5. So
Nah,
this is actually
right. This
exactly
is
lethal.
exactly lethal. Okay, so can't take everything.
However, we know David's going to do something here. He notably does not have any AB left. He used his Vexing Quill hand to generate rune chants, and he cannot prevent Arcane Barrier anymore unless he has something like a Shelter from the Storm. So he has to look at blocking the actual attack itself.
Interesting.
I believe we are going to see him take all 8 rune chants again, unless there is a Shelter in his hand.
Shelter for 3, yeah. But even Shelter for 3 just doesn't feel very good. You'd almost rather Because how much physical is this? 5?
This is 5.
I'd almost rather send like the shelter for 4 if you had the option, but just from a value standpoint, that was a crazy turn. Jeff was just basically just trying to get to the point where they could throw all of that built up, all of that pent up rage.
He was biding his time for sure.
Yeah. I feel like David kind of ran out of steam there. I mean, he got the Rune Ragers in there, but
Oh, it's
double
yeah,
pitch.
he was trying to pitch to AB.
Yep, can't do that. Oh no. That changes things a little bit. I think I heard David's like, cool. All right. You got a different decision to make now. And gave a little bit of free information to Jeff. That's spun around real quick. So we got the face purgatory, but no cards in hand.
Yeah, I
So,
don't.
so it's not going to get the purgatory benefit, just
Yep,
the straight up
just
block
looking to
benefit.
block.
Yep.
That does leave 3 cards in David's hand, and Viserai can definitely present more than 5 damage with 3 cards. Oh, it looks like we missed some damage from earlier. I was correct on that. So
Yep.
we did gain a life, but we needed to mark the missed damage from earlier. So
Gotcha.
5 to 4.
But still 3 cards in hand. This could be bloody coming out.
So swarming, this is going to be for 3 go again. And then we will likely see the Reaping Blade follow up.
But plenty of cards to block with.
Yes. And we still have the face purgatory on Jeffrey's side as well.
Yep.
So really, if we wanted to, this would be the time to deploy it.
Just take a
with
card
1
out,
card
yeah.
in David's hand. You would essentially deny the Reaping Blade swing, or if it was any other sort of a card, like a Rune Rage or Swarm or anything like that, you would either deny the follow-up attack or deny the arsenal. So I would think that this would probably be the time to use it, if we have the correct cards in hand to pair
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah. They definitely know more than we do in terms of what they've got.
And because he gets to draw, he still gets to go into the turn with a 3-card hand.
I wish I had like a periscope where I could look in their hands, or we should invest in the little cameras on the table, like in poker.
We need to make a vest that we put on the players that has a GoPro around belly
Perfect.
level.
Yeah.
That way we can see the cards that they're holding. We see Kano, Ronan standing in the background, so that game is definitely over.
Yep. Yep.
Still don't know who won yet.
Haven't seen him leave yet. Kano into Aurora, though, like
That's going to be a fast one no matter what.
that's gonna be a fast one, but who's favored there?
I mean, it's Ronan.
It is
It's
Ronan.
Ronan on Kano.
It is Ronan. And Ronan has not bricked yet.
Okay, it looks like instead of using the Face Purgatory, we decided to use the Reduced to Rune Chant. Makes us an additional Rune Chant because we're blocking with
Which
it.
makes a lot of sense when the other person cannot block AB anymore.
Yeah. And I believe they marked the arcane damage as coming through, so Jeffrey should be at 3. That is 5 rune chants. Is David just dead?
Unless he's got a shelter.
I think
Is
David's
that it?
just dead.
GG.
Wow.
Wow, what a comeback. I did not think Jeff had that,
Giving up,
but just unbelievable.
yeah, giving up the AB that early.
That was brutal. David must have thought he had it.
Yeah, that was a great game to watch. It felt like the Vincent was behind for
Yeah.
a long while.
And we felt like, with the Sonata, we felt that was a mistake, but then like I don't know if we saw like the Malefic Incantations come out, build up some good rune chants, and he just kept them, and then came out with that 11 rune chant turn. Was brutal.
All right, well we're gonna jump back to us. We are gonna have a Vincent against, we don't know yet because we haven't gone outside yet.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I guess we'll see who sits down.
but before we start that next game, we are going to do our final giveaway. It is 2 packs of First Ed Crew, and we're going to do it the same way we've been doing it all night. We are going to open up this pack of Hunted, and you are going to guess the rainbow foil card inside the pack. Ben will type in chat when you can start guessing. So do not start guessing now. Wait until you see his post in chat, and then you can start firing off your guesses. If there's any fire in this pack, if there's a CNC, if there's a shelter, if there's a Marvel, it will go with you along with the packs.
So far, it's been a bust.
So far, we haven't opened anything. So let's check the back card here. We keep getting these.
It's not helping.
All right. We'll take a look at the rainbow foil.
Okay.
Anything else in the last 2? No. All right. We want to go ahead and release them.
Let's release them.
All right. You are guessing the rainbow foil in the pack. First person to post it in chat gets 2 First Ed packs of Crew.
It's funny seeing people all guessing the same thing at the same time.
Nothing yet. It always gets me when there's the ones that are like very close to it,
Yeah,
but not the actual card. No, nothing yet. If we don't get it within the next few seconds, I will give a hint. All right. Time for a hint. It is a ninja card. Oh,
there it is.
M. M. Peterson.
They said blue.
Oh, we're not having them guess the pitch. M. Peterson got it with Trap and Release. He said blue. It's technically red, but all we were looking for was the card name. So congratulations to M. Peterson. My
I love how you were like, "Are we gonna release them?" Like, let's release them.
My business email is in the description of this stream. Send me an email, and I will coordinate getting these 2 First Ed Crew packs
Are you gonna ask them if they want us to open them?
If you would like us to open them on stream for you, we can. That way, you know whether or not it's worth sending. But I feel like most people would just prefer the sealed packs. So
We'll
definitely up to you. But if you do want us to open it on stream, you got to let us know soon because we only have one more game to go. I am going to go see who won the last one, and then they're probably going to be starting now.
Quick, yeah.
So I'm going to put the Be Right Back screen on, but we're going to be back in like 3 minutes.
Sounds good.
So we will see you guys very shortly. Casters.
All right.
Well, it looks like he wants us to open the packs, so Ben is going to do that on screen while I go check on everything else.
Crucible of War, first edition. This is 2 packs. Let's see what we got. Okay. So, I don't know if there's tricks on this or not, but we'll start from the beginning. We've got Brutal Assault, Snapback, Riled Up, Sleep Dart, Pathing Helix, Bravo Showstopper, Hit and Run. We should be getting into the rares now. Out for Blood. Oh, that's a rainbow foil. Out for Blood. Tripwire Trap. And then Cindering Foresight. So, Tripwire Trap and Cindering Foresight. So, no cold foils on that one. I know the cold foils are kind of the chase. Just making sure I'm not crazy. But yes, Out for Blood is the rainbow foil. And then the last one. Hopefully you guys all enjoyed the stream so far. I've had a lot of fun casting this. This is my first time casting Flesh and Blood. I am extremely humbled that Second Cycle requested that I join them today. All right, so Teklevosen's Workshop, Blessing of Serenity, Brutal Assault, Soulbead Strike, Rousing Aether, Overblast, Crush the Weak, Rainbow Foil Consuming Volition, Pitfall Trap, Mauvrian Skies Blue.
Did we open both already?
Yep.
Nothing crazy?
No cold foils.
Oh,
But if you still want those sent to you,
yeah, if you still want them,
we can send them.
we can still send them. So just let us know. I got word that Ronan won. So we are going to have a Kano Vincent matchup.
Blazing for Lethal.
Blazing for Lethal. He probably won with a Blazing for Lethal. We're going to jump right to the game here. Both players are going to be sideboarding. They're going to take a look at each other's decks here. And we will just update everything as we go here. This was we're going to be done by 8 o'clock.
You know,
Isn't that crazy?
some of these guys play really fast. There's no slow play infractions going on here for sure.
Nice.
Ronan is a pleasure to watch.
Get to leave
Jeffrey, new to me in terms of I haven't had the pleasure of really watching Jeffrey play besides this last match. And it was some very smart play.
All right. Well, while we set up, or while we wait for them to set up, can you guys please like the stream? And if you would like to see more of this, I do try to stream at least 2 Pro Quests and RTNs every season. I always do Oddwillows, and then I always do Battle Brothers.
And we always love to have you.
It's so much fun.
It's a great partnership.
So, if you guys would like, if you'd like, please consider subscribing. And it'll let you know every time I go live. I also stream on Wednesdays. I play on Talishar. Usually try to focus on like Jarl, Ira, and Verdance because those are the decks that I enjoy personally. So if that's something that you'd like to see more of, you can definitely hit that button and it will let you know every time I go live.
I mean, I can tell you that just even being right next to you and absorbing this information, I have learned quite a bit. So hopefully some of our people who may not be familiar with some of these classes, hopefully they picked up on some of that too. But if anything, I have received quite the benefit from hearing you talk. So
But yes, likes and subscribes are definitely appreciated. But we also appreciate you guys hanging out all day. This was a
Absolutely.
lot of fun. It's always fun whenever we do a stream here. And yeah, just great games watching, all around.
Even the people who know that they probably aren't going to end up placing in these tournaments love coming out because you're around people that have a similar passion to you, and we love hosting that too. And it's just seeing people come together. Not to mention the Flesh and Blood community is absolutely fantastic. It's one of the best communities I've ever had to deal with. So much. I'm constantly seeing people play additional matches after the fact, even after the event is over, trying to help each other improve their game. And it's been really, really great to see. And it's definitely one of the reasons why I enjoy supporting this game and try to bring as many people to this as possible. Uh, as a store owner, I can tell you that there's a lot of decisions that we can make that are just generic, go with what works the best, path of least resistance. And I think Flesh and Blood, taking the time to invest our time, effort, and passion into it has paid dividends. So I'm really glad, and I'm hoping that our demonstration of that can show other stores that it's worth it to put that same effort into.
Yeah.
This game doesn't sell itself if you just buy a box, put it on the shelf, but you put a little bit of effort in and you get people hyped about it and you treat your players well, and the game grows and it continues to thrive.
Yeah, if you guys are ever in the McWanago area, which I don't know why you would be, but if you are,
Well, even Milwaukee, Chicago area, I guess.
Definitely check out Oddwillow's. It's a great store. It's a
Battle
great,
Hard in Milwaukee.
great
If you ever come up
community.
to Battle Hard in
Yeah.
Milwaukee, stop by us, and we'd be happy to have you. We have armories every Wednesday. We usually have at least 12 people for our armories. We had 22 for our last one,
That's impressive.
which I think that was fueled a little bit by the gem packs.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
And
We saw a slight uptick as well
yeah,
because of that.
absolutely. So, we have a decent amount of gem packs, but I have a feeling with how many people are coming to these armories now, it's not going to last long. So
No.
hopefully they get a little bit more generous with those for the next run.
The link to the Oddwillow's website is in the description of the stream. They also sell singles on TCG Player, so if you're looking for singles, maybe check there first because they are great people. But you also sell like board games and stuff online as
Yeah,
well.
absolutely. And we try to diversify as much as possible. Obviously, as with any game store, TCGs really has the biggest impact because it's something that a lot of people are passionate about. But we try to make sure we don't lose sight on RPGs, a variety of RPGs, board games. We're very passionate about, and wargaming and stuff like that too. So we really try to have a little bit of something for everyone. And it's been really great. Getting a whole room full of people not saying swears because we have a code of conduct is a feat in itself. So having a blast with it.
All right, looks like we're going to be getting started here. I talked to Ronan very briefly while I stepped outside.
Okay.
He's a little worried about the matchup depending on the equipment that Jeffrey presents. We already know that he has AB4
Hmm.
in the Dyadic Carapace, the Vexing Quill Hand, and the Grimoire.
That's a lot of
If
pitch,
there's
though.
too much Spell Void, we see Spell Void 2 in the headpiece. It can feel really bad for the Kano.
It would just shut down an Aether Wildfire real quick.
So
You'd almost have to do it twice in a row.
I've seen Ronan crawl back through more.
So how much
We
AB and Spell Void do we have total here?
AB4, Spell Void 2.
And Spell Void is one-time use, but you know exact.
You
That's the
you
one thing is
know
you know when it's time.
you know exactly when to use it.
You know, anything that's going to stack it up. So Aether Wildfire, maybe for the card draw, to be able to shut them down.
So what Ronan was worried about was I think it's called, I can't remember the name. It's a spell void boot, essentially. You sack it
Mhm.
and you prevent the next 2 damage. I think if he brought that, I think Ronan feels like it's almost unwinnable. But this Jeffrey probably doesn't have it in his list. So,
And they were able to look at the lists.
yep. Ronan pitching 3 yellows to activate Kano here.
How much? So with the AB4 though, you got to have the pitch to do it. What is like? Are we rolling lots of blues in Vincent?
I wouldn't say a lot. I would think like a medium amount. I would think it's probably going to be under 20,
Okay.
but it wouldn't be unreasonable to have a blue in hand. And if you just pitch like a red or a yellow alongside it, um, you can cover up the wildfire essentially.
Looks like we got a little bit of a check there from the
Yep, I
judge.
think one of the cards maybe went upside down.
Gotcha. Sage doing a fantastic job as head judge today. So he's definitely one of our regulars. Well, he's kind of a Southeast Wisconsin regular, I would say, but um, normally we'd have Josh Balky, but he decided he wants to start playing some more. So easy second choice to get Sage in here, and he's done a great job today.
Yeah. Yeah, Sage, we usually get him for our streams at Battle Brothers as well, and he's our go-to. So
Nice. Very knowledgeable. I'd be excited if we can get him up to an L2.
that
I
would be
know
great.
he's getting
Yeah.
back on the track for it, so
All right. Passing back. So all we did was deploy a potion for the Kano. 3 rune chance. Oh, we need a phone.
Sage got the Marvel Zen State, and then what was the other thing? Oh, it was the pipe. Marvel Zen State and then the pipe card. So Rob is actually stepping out to make sure that they have a phone to track health on, so we can see kind of where we're at right now. So we got the Malefic Incantation out there with 2 ticks left on it. Throw in 3 Rune Chants. They all come with the non-foil Marvels and State, FYI. So the Judge Pack had the non-foil Marvels and State. Apparently they all come with that,
Oh,
according to John. So hot right now.
I didn't know that.
But the pipe, I think, didn't look like they were too excited
Oh,
to
they
get
all
that
come
one.
with the non-foil version. So you
Did he
can
get the
you can
foil?
get a foil. No, he got the non-foil.
Oh, okay, got it. And then was it like a gold foil pipe or what was
The pipe was cold foil.
cold or gold?
Cold.
Okay. They don't do gold packs, judges?
No, they
Oh,
don't. That's
gold packs are for
only for winning
winners.
the events,
Okay.
yeah.
So we'll have to see whoever wins this one if they're going to open on stream too.
I'm pretty sure Ronan would be open to it. We can definitely ask Jeff if he ends up winning. All right, so I just had to ask them to put a phone on the mat. We had a little bit of technical difficulties early that caused our life tracker to go down.
No problem. So Ronan down to 27 now.
And this widespread destruction is gonna likely disrupt his arsenal. Unless it's something that can be played at instant speed, which I don't think there's a lot of in Wizard. Most of that happens at the top of the deck. Yep, so Lesson in Lava goes away.
Good job, Jeff, for reminding of the triggers.
And then Funeral Moon, played as an instant, generates a rune chant. Blood Debt ticks Jeffrey down to 37.
So are we going to see a little bit like potentially more turns out of this then before Ronan is really able to set it off?
This will likely go a little bit slower. I think it's going to depend on how much pressure Ronan is able to present while setting up the correct sequence of cards. If he just keeps passing to the Vincent every turn, it won't be very hard for them to do a double attack turn.
Yeah.
So there still needs to be some amount of interaction that he forces them to do.
This is a Sonata.
This is
Galaxia.
a Sonata Galaxia, so
Yep.
searching for the Malefic Incantation.
This is going to be, I feel like, a much different play style that we're going to end up having to see out of Ronan. But if anyone is going to be able to adapt, I think Ronan's the person. Definitely not a one-trick pony.
Ronan is known for playing very quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone has ever played him in chat, but he moves very fast when he plays.
Mm.
But when he needs to sit and think, he knows how to take his time.
Yep.
He knows how to enter the mind palace, if
The
you
Zen
will.
state.
Ooh, we see a Nazareth come down.
Mm.
I feel like you don't see Vinsets make this a lot. So this is one of
An ally.
their ally cards. Each of the Shadow Runeblades, or Shadow Heroes actually has one, because Levia has one as well. So this is a 6 power attack that he can essentially attack with for free every turn. It doesn't have go again, so we'd have to find a way to give it go again. But definitely strong to have in play.
So is this something that was brought in from a sideboard potentially?
Could be. It
16.
could have been a main deck card. If it was a sideboard card, I see why it would be brought in. It's another blue for pitch. But also Kano probably has a hard time clearing it because it has 6 health.
So I was wrong when I said it earlier. It wasn't the Viscerai that was the secondary deck for Ronan. It's actually Vincent.
Oh, okay.
So Ronan probably is not surprised by anything they're seeing right now.
Yeah, he probably knows exactly how the deck works then. Floodgates coming in for 4. If it deals the 4, we're going to draw 2 cards.
They got the AB for it if they need it, but at least Ronan's probably going to see some cards come out of Jeff's hands here, or at least a card. How much do they have to deal to get it? Or is it any hit?
It needs to be more than the base amount that it does,
Okay.
and it does 3.
Okay.
So,
So it wouldn't take much AB.
yeah, AB1 would prevent it, but we're going to see the Haunting Rendition prevent 2, and a Rune Chant will be made because of that.
So just net benefit all around for Jeff.
Yeah, very cool to see the Nazareth on the board. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that might be the cold foil one as well.
I think this particular app that they are using right now is Fab Counter or Fab Life. Let me
I
see.
think it's Fab Life.
I have it on mine.
Fab Life sounds right.
Yeah, Fab Life. It's got the pictures of each of the heroes. Yep, Fab Life.
All right, Deathly Whale, 8
That is a lot of
Rune
rune
Chants.
chance, especially when you're at 16 health.
8 Rune Chants and 6 damage.
Taking
Is
it.
Ronan just
He's
taking
just
it?
taking it. We're gonna have to have the big turn coming from Ronan pretty soon here.
Any blocks on this? I have to imagine that something goes in front of this.
This isn't lethal, right? But it looks to me like Jeff could add something to it or throw something else, right?
Yes, he could definitely creepers into something like a dirge, and then follow it up with like a Nazareth attack. So, oh, and succumb to temptation generates an action point.
Yep.
So Nazareth is going to be connecting, and we're going to see a card taken from Ronan's hand.
Oof.
It looks like maybe Ronan is thinking about responding to this. This is interesting.
It feels too early. Like Ronan's not going to have the juice needed.
But Jeffrey just went to no cards in hand, which means he has
No,
nothing to pitch
but
for AB.
they still have no
They have Spell
spell
Void
void.
2. So if
Yeah.
Ronan can get his way around Spell Void 2, he could potentially
Is it
just
happening
try
now?
to
Is
win
this
here.
it?
And just like the last time we saw it, he's starting with the Blazing. So
Okay.
this Blazing is going to be the very last thing that resolves. Can he find 34 damage with just a Potion of Deja Vu on the board? That seems like a tall order to me.
Ironic of the deja vu though, because we've seen Ronan pull it off twice now. Are we gonna have deja 3? I don't know. This one's gonna be tough.
This is, if he can pull this off, this would be very, very impressive. And he's taking his time.
Yeah.
He's thinking through all of the lines. Knowing Ronan, he's thinking through all the cards that he's seen so far. He's thinking about what he's sent to the bottom and calculating all of the percentages for what he could potentially hit.
This is what he does best.
You could see it in his face. His eyes are closed. He has entered his mind palace.
Is that what he said? Is that what he calls it?
That is what he
I
calls it.
love that. I love that so much. Hopefully the Mind Palace isn't all dusty and empty. He doesn't look confident about any of this right now, but it's gonna be kind of a now or never. But what is he gonna pull from it?
It is definitely now or never.
So he's putting the pitch back on top with the arcane twining.
Well, he pitched a wildfire.
Can he put it on top again? Is that an option? Because he just did that with the arcane twining. Another wildfire.
I don't think this is enough.
I can't. I can never read Ronan though. He looks like he's in agonizing pain, and then pulls out like some obscene.
He has no cards in hand right now, so like there's no way for him to play the wildfire. I don't think he gets there.
Kindle.
Kindle, gonna draw a card. Did he get the blue? He got the blue.
Okay,
Found a potion.
this is insane.
Gonna make 3 more resources, but I just don't think it's enough.
Wildfire for how much?
This is gonna be for 6.
Here's the 2.
Spell Void. So we're gonna take 4 there. I think only 9 damage went through.
And then is that lethal? There it is. Oh, didn't have it.
Unfortunate, but we see Jeffrey take it down. Great games.
Yeah, fantastic.
This was honestly such a fun event to stream. Before we sign off, do you want to go really quick? Ask Jeffrey if he wants
I
to
would
open
love
up.
to do that. Oh, is that the playmat?
Yep, that's the playmat that they get.
That's the Fang going to Ronan.
Before we
And then
sign
the
off for you
fancy
guys,
Arachne.
we're gonna see if Jeffrey is wanting to open up his pack on stream, and after that, we'll be done for the night. So again, thank you all for joining in tonight. We really appreciate it. Um, if you haven't already, please consider liking and subscribing. Again, I try to stream 2 RTNs and ProQuests.
He's opted to not open.
He's not going to open it. So maybe he has a friend group that he wants to open it with. So we will not be able to see what it is. But again, thank you guys so much for joining in. We really appreciate it. We have 200 people watching right now, watching the finals. That is
Heck
awesome.
yeah, that's awesome.
I'm going to be streaming 1 more next Sunday at Battle Brothers. That one will not have commentary. It's just going to be hot mic on the table, so you'll be able to hear the players. So far, you guys have been the only ones that we do a full-on
I
production
enjoy
for.
it. I love it. I mean, I've always been a huge fan of commentary. I learn a lot through commentary, and hopefully, some of you have been able to learn something from this.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
it's
and
definitely a
if
lot of
anything,
fun.
like I said, I learned a ton. So I really appreciate it. And the more I learn, the better commentary that I could provide. So who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe this will be something we do again in the future.
So again, thank you guys. Oddwillow's link is in the description. Check them out if you are looking for any sort of board games. They also huge on D&D,
Mhm.
lots of stuff online for that, and then the link to their TCG site is on there as well. Otherwise, I'll see you next week if you tune in for that, and we'll be back next ProQuest season as well.
Sounds good.
Yeah, you guys have a good night.